Warning: the information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we clash. We clash. We clash. We clash. Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for the opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. Excuse me, sorry. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions will get priority. And if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And then once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. That's where the community can hop in and challenge the debaters. If the debaters choose to stick around, that part is optional for them, but it's always where things get fun regardless. Today's debate prompt is the Bible promotes slavery. And taking the affirmative tonight is First Amender, known for his hot news discussions, political debates, and the First Amender show, the call-in show right here on YouTube. He's built a name by diving into the day's biggest headlines and today taking on challengers live and never shying away from the smoke. You can find his channel linked in the description below. And taking on the negative tonight is Andrew, better known as Dragon Fist TV. Andrew originally built his name on YouTube through fight reviews and combat commentary, gaining quite the following by breaking down what happens inside the ring. But eventually, he decided to take that same competitive spirit into a different kind of arena. Dragon Fist has expanded his channel into politics, culture, and debate, stepping into political discussions with a mission to challenge the left, defend his positions, and test ideas through direct debate. So he went from analyzing fights to fighting with arguments, and tonight he's here to put those arguments to the test with his Swords of Reason debut. So welcome in, Andrew. With that being said, we're going to move right into the opening statement. So, First Amender, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, I have a PowerPoint to share, so just give me a moment to get that going.
Yeah, no problem.
Just gonna move some stuff around real
While
quick.
he does that, I'm having trouble getting this to go live. You don't have a connect thing at the top here, because when I try to go live on StreamYard, it's saying it's too busy. Traffic is unexpectedly high.
And it won't let you go live from my StreamYard either?
No, I don't even see the thing there where it says like connect.
Let me see here.
Are you allowing people?
Oh, wait. Let me click on this. Do you see it now?
Hold on. Yeah, just let me tell the people that it's going to be a new thumbnail.
Let me know when I can share my screen. Can I do so now while you guys do that?
Yeah, you could still share it, and we'll bring it up when he's ready. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I've never seen
no
that
worries.
before.
Yeah, I've never seen that before either. That's weird.
Yeah, me neither.
I guess a lot
just
of people are
connecting it.
using. I guess a lot of people are using StreamYard now.
Dude, I've never gotten that before.
Can you guys see the
Yeah, I
my-
see it there in the back. I'll bring it up in just a second here.
appreciate it.
Bear with me 1 second.
Yep, no problem. We do it live, chat.
Do it live.
I think it's working
Do
now.
it live.
Got yourself going?
I believe so.
Oh, yeah, I see you popped up in the corner there. Perfect. All right, so let me bring this up and move the overlay for you. Make that big for you. And then, yeah, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, and so this is the Bible promotes slavery, and I am taking the affirmative position by me, First Amender. The claim promotes slavery. The term promote slavery is vague, and I seek to get a strong definition of what it means to promote. Slavery is to own a person as property, often resulting in forcing them to work under control of threat of violence and denying them basic personal freedom and rights. Promote is to contribute to the growth or prosperity of, based on Merriam-Webster. For me to prove my claim, I would have to show that the Bible explicitly condones or contributes to the growth and prosperity of slavery, of which I can show in spades, and I will show to you now. Leviticus 25:44-46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. The context being that this is the section where God is speaking to the laws of the Israelites to Moses. These words are from God, where it states, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai saying, ... with repeated verses of God's saying, tell the Israelites this, ... They are divine instructions given through Moses to Israel. Exodus 21:20 to 21, stating anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. The context is, again, a section where God is literally speaking with Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, the Lord said to Moses, thus shall say to the Israelites. And again in Exodus 21:1, stating that these are the ordinances that you shall set before them, speaking clearly of further commandments to be given to the Israelites to follow. Deuteronomy 20:10 to 14, stating, when you march up to attack a city, make its people offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all of the people in it shall be subject to forced labor, and they shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it to your hand, put the sword, all the men in it. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. The context being that this section is referring to a large collection of laws presented as Moses' instructions from God to the Israelites before entering Canaan. But these are all Old Testament. The New Testament argues to free slaves, not enslave them. Okay. Ephesians 6:5, New International Version, stating, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey in Christ. The context being Paul is addressing the conduct expected of members of a quote-unquote Christian household concerning relationships. Colossians 3:22, stating, slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything, and do it not with their eye is on you and to curry their favor, but with sincerity of heart and reverence for the Lord. Context, Paul and Colossians with the very similar statements repeated regarding household rules. 1 of Peter 2:18, stating, slaves, in reverent fear of God, submit yourselves to your masters, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also those who are harsh. Context being instructions on how Christians should conduct themselves within existing social relationships, and specifically addresses household slaves and servants. Additionally, people historically have argued in favor of slavery using the passages I've shown, and I use this book right here, The South Vindicated from the Treason and Fanaticism of the Northern Abolitionists, which was written by William Drayton, a South Carolina planter and slaveholder, and was a prominent defender of slavery. His work explicitly argued from Christianity and Scripture. You can actually go to archive.org to pull this and see page 85, where the entire chapter is literally arguing slavery on the basis of the New and Old Testament by a slaver themselves. Despite this, people still say that the Bible does not promote slavery. People often argue that the Bible was used to abolish slavery. Even if I grant this premise, the Bible was used to justify all sorts of things, it does not revoke the over 1,000 years of history that did emphasize ruling condoning slavery. People will also bring up that Moses has freed the slaves, and therefore the book that emphasizes against slavery, yet this once again does not address that the Bible has also endorsed slavery under different contexts of which already has been provided. In conclusion, the Bible promotes slavery. You can follow me on YouTube, where I have open progressive debates, a call-in show, the First Amender Show, youtube.com/@FirstAmender. Thank you very much.
Me?
Muted, sorry. Yes, I'm gonna move the mic over to you. Thank you for that opening statement, First Amender. And yes, Andrew, whenever you are ready, let me get your clock started over for you. I will start the clock up with your voice.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Obviously, thank you, Speakeasy. Thank you to my opponent. We're here to debate a crucial question. Does the Bible promote slavery? To answer this honestly, we must first establish what the word promote actually means. To promote something is to actively endorse it, encourage it, advocate for its proliferation, or to hold it up as an ideal or virtue. There's a vast categorical difference between promotion and regulation. When a modern government passes regulations on dangerous driving, hazardous waste, or high-risk financial markets, no sane observer accuses that government of promoting hazardous waste or traffic accidents. Regulation is what a lawgiver does when entering an existing broken reality in order to restrict it, mitigate its harms, and set boundary lines around human cruelty. Slavery was not invented by the Bible. It was a universal reality of the ancient world, long before Moses or Abraham. The Bible did not institute slavery. It stepped into an ancient, primitive world where slavery was the unquestioned norm, and it instituted laws that radically constrained, humanized, and ultimately undermined the practice. When we examine the Old Testament, as my opponent brought up, we see a deeply pragmatic approach to an ancient economy. In the ancient Near East, there was no bankruptcy courts, no government safety nets, no unemployment benefits. If a family suffered crop failure or financial ruin, their options were starvation or bondage. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Old Testament servitude was primarily a form of voluntary, temporary economic debt relief, more akin to modern bankruptcy or indentured servitude. Crucially, it was never based on race. It was never generational. Debts could not be permanently passed down to descendants, and it was strictly time limited, requiring the release of Hebrew servants every seventh year on the sabbatical year, and the restoration of property and freedom every 50 years during the year of Jubilee. Furthermore, the Bible explicitly bans the very foundation of historical chattel slavery, kidnapping and forced human trafficking. If we look at Exodus 21:16, which states unequivocally, whoever steals a man and sells him, and anyone found in possession of him shall surely be put to death. Let that sink in. Under biblical law, kidnapping a human being to force them into slavery was a capital offense punishable by death. The entire system of the transatlantic slave trade, which was relied entirely on man stealing, racial supremacy, and lifelong generational bondage, was explicitly forbidden and condemned by the Old Testament law. When we get to the New Testament, we see the internal logic of the gospel completely dismantle the spiritual and moral framework of slavery. In Luke 4:18, Jesus steps into the synagogue in Nazareth, opens the scroll of Isaiah, and announces his core mission. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives, recovering the sight to the blind, and at liberty to those who are oppressed. Jesus did not come, he says it twice, Jesus did not come to build earthly empires through military revolution. He came to transform human hearts, declaring a kingdom where every human being carries the sacred image of God, every human being. So this radical ethic is demonstrated in the Apostle Paul's letter to Philemon regarding a runaway slave, I know I'm going to butcher this, named Onesimus. Paul writes to Philemon in Philemon 1:15 and 16, commanding him to receive Onesimus back, no longer as a slave. This is a quote, no longer as a slave, but better than a slave, as a beloved brother, especially to me, but how much more to you, both in the flesh of the Lord. Under Roman law, a master had the legal right to execute a runaway slave. But Paul tells Philemon that under the new covenant, slavery is obsolete because fellow believers are equal brothers and sisters in Christ. Paul tells Philemon that if Onesimus owes anything, to charge it to Paul's personal account. By commanding a master to treat his former slave as an equal, beloved brother, the new covenant laid the moral dynamite that eventually blew up the institution of slavery. So, and even in history, in the Bible, if the Bible truly promoted slavery, we would expect history to show the most devout readers of the Bible the fiercest defenders of slavery. But history reveals the exact opposite. The modern abolitionist movement was explicitly birthed, fueled, and led by Christians who cited the Bible as their primary motivation. Consider William Wilberforce, the British statesman who was the first person in history to successfully lead a political movement to abolish the slave trade in the Western world. Wilberforce was an evangelical Christian who explicitly stated that his faith in Christ and his reading of scripture were the sole reasons he spent 40 years fighting to end the slave trade. Consider Frederick Douglass, the legendary American abolitionist and advisor to Abraham Lincoln and former slave himself. Douglas drew a sharp, unequivocal line between the hypocrisy of slaveholders and the true message of Scripture. Douglas recognized that slaveholders were perverting the Bible, and this addresses what First Amender said in his opening, that they were perverting the Bible, while the true Christianity of Christ was inherently anti-slavery. Let's look at other historic leaders who abolished slavery in America. John Quincy Adams, who fought the gag rule in Congress to defend the captives of the Amistad, called slavery a sin before the sight of God. That's a quote, and rooted his fight in biblical justice. Thaddeus Stevens, the radical Republican leader who drove the passage of the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery in America, stated, I can never acknowledge, this is another quote, I can never acknowledge the right of slavery. It is incompatible with the equality of man before his creator. So in conclusion, to summarize, promote means to endorse or idealize. The Bible never presents slavery as an ideal, a virtue, or a creation order. It regulates an ancient practice to protect human dignity. The Old Testament condemned chattel slavery by placing the death penalty on man stealing. This is Exodus 21:16, and restricting debt servitude. The New Testament dissolved the moral basis of slavery by declaring all humans equal in Christ and commanding masters to treat slaves as free brothers. That's Philemon. The historic champions who brought down slavery, from Wilberforce to Lincoln's allies, did so precisely because they believed slavery was a grotesque violation of the gospel. And most importantly, there is not a single verse in Holy Scripture that promotes or commands slavery. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that actually comes in. This debate has been going on for a long time. A lot of people have done it. You know, I'll get into who I'm citing in a little bit also, but I'm looking forward to hearing what I'm looking forward to this discussion.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the rebuttal round. So that's 5 minutes each, uninterrupted, to directly respond to their opponent's opening arguments. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. Sometimes some people will use these 5 minutes to do a little bit of cross-exam. That's more than welcome too. Or if you want to skip it, that's more than welcome too. So we're going to hand the mic back to First Amender. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, let me get your timer up here, and I'll start it up with your voice.
So Andrew had stated that slavery was not invented by the Bible. This is not the claim. The claim is that whether the Bible promotes slavery, considering that the Bible stated that you could go to foreigners and take them as slaves, you literally would be promoting slavery. He also states incorrectly that the Bible bans specifically chattel slavery. No, it does not. Chattel slavery specifically is a system where people are traded as personal property or chattel. Owners can buy, sell, trade, and inherit human beings. Chattel simply means any movable personal property a person owns, and which is included in the Bible, specifically stating people as property. I could even acknowledge biblical I can acknowledge biblical slavery, where it's like a loan of that an Israelite owes, but despite that fact, chattel slavery still exists. Every human being takes the image of God. I can see the arguments of abolitionists did indeed use the Bible to justify the abolition of slavery, but just as the Bible contains many contradictory viewpoints on slavery is no different. The verses I stated specifically do condone slavery, and even if you could read in removing of slavery by using the Bible, does not revoke that it does in fact promote slavery in other verses. You stated that Jesus was inherently anti-slavery. There's actually, in fact, no verse that argues where Jesus explicitly to abandon the practice of slavery. In fact, Jesus is conveniently absent stating the abolitionment of slavery. And after his death and the creation of Christianity seemed to exist roughly 1,000 years after his death, and only till the 1860s did your view become in vogue. Even if I do grant your premise, it does not revoke the fact that the Bible does indeed promote slavery. And with that, I cede the rest of my time.
Okay. I wasn't, is it my 5?
Yep. Just gonna say thank you for that rebuttal, and then whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, you can go right into it, and I'll start the time up with your voice.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in the ancient Near East, the word that he's translating as property, which is I don't know how to say it in its original language, akazua, referred to landholding or legal tenure of service, not reducing the human image, not reducing the human to like an object. It's not the way we think of it today. And Israel was surrounded by hostile pagan nations where chattel slavery, child sacrifice, and extreme brutal violence were the standard. Right. So that's why I was saying that the Bible didn't invent it. This was the standard around them. So allowing foreign captives to enter Israel's covenant community actually offered them legal protection. This is what First Amendment doesn't understand. They got Sabbath rest. They got asylum from their home nations that didn't exist anywhere else in the ancient Near East. So what he said, actually, there's a big difference between regulation and promotion. So First Amendment is going to have to show where the actual promotion of slavery is, not just the regulation of it. I'm ready to get into the cross exam if you guys are.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to move into the open floor. Before we get into the open floor, let me just talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description, and we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. And also a reminder for the live chat: after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. The Q&A is there in the chat for you guys, but remember, the super chats, the PayPals, and the Cash App questions, they will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to those ones. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those priority options, and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start up the open floor, go ahead and start. My job here, mostly, I'm going to be out of the way unless things get too crazy, audience can't hear you, we're refusing back and forth. So if we have to go into time responses, we will, but we'll hope to stay away from that. But other than that, go ahead. Floor is all yours, boys.
Do you want to go first, or
What would it take to convince you that the Bible promotes slavery? Like what does the evidence look like?
it looks like an actual normative claim that this is what you ought to do, which is, and then you also have to recognize that there's a new covenant. So like Christians don't follow Shabbat, right? We don't have to do that. Why? Because we don't follow the rules of the old covenant. So you're going to have to show me actually in the New Testament, and you have to refute Paul's letter to Philemon, where he tells them that we're all brothers in Christ and to free their slaves and that he'd pay for it. So unless you can refute this, I mean, I don't really see how you could say there's a promotion there. Maybe regulation, I'll grant you, but again, that's not the prompt.
So I guess like the question is that the debate prompt is that the Bible promotes slavery. So if I can find anywhere in the Bible that makes a normative claim of what you ought do and have to recognize and also recognize that the new covenant endorses that, then you would concede.
If you could show me a normative claim that you ought start a slave trade and that you ought, and that there's continuity to that in the New Testament, but there isn't, but you could try.
Okay. Let's see here.
I'll wait.
I have it right here. Share my screen. My apologies. Can you see my screen?
No, sir.
Okay, so it says specifically here that your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, from them that you may buy slaves. So yes, that would be a normative claim stating that You can effectively go to foreign nations and buy them as slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, another normative claim, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So maybe we could say that it does promote slavery, but that it
No.
does so in a friendly way.
Actually, this is much nicer than what you would have found anywhere else in the region, because most of the time what they did with captives is they killed them. So to say that they're going to take them on and give them all these things, if you look up the rules for the women, they couldn't be sold. They had to be treated fairly. These people didn't have to work on the Sabbath. They were granted all types of rights
they were an
strictly because
Israelite.
of the Bible. The rest of the world didn't do any of that. They were brutal to captives. So again, you're talking about regulations, not promotion. You're actually committing what's called the Hume's-Isor fallacy. You're pointing to ancient civil codes that describe and regulate existing social practices. They already existed, and leaping to the conclusion that the text prescribes or promotes it as a moral imperative, moving from an is, a descriptive regulation, to an ought, normative endorsement, without explicit text. That's a fundamental flaw in your logic.
Okay, so you went from that there's a fundamental flaw in the logic to that this is much nicer because normally they killed him. By stating that this is much nicer because they normally killed him, that means that they did, in fact, in the Bible, promote slavery.
Well, they're telling you what
because you're
to
saying
do.
It's much nicer. It doesn't matter if it's nicer or meaner.
So what do you do with captives in the ancient world? They're not promoting slavery. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you ought do this thing. What it's saying is that in this situation, this is how you should respond to it. That's not the same thing. Again, that's a descriptive claim, putting regulations. Here, I'll give you an example. Let me, if I get wrongfully imprisoned and I say, and I give you a description for what to do in that situation. If I say, don't fight your guards, right? Am I promoting wrongful imprisonment, or am I just describing what to do in that really bad situation?
Was that a question directed at me? Because you didn't address mine.
Hypothetical. Yeah.
You didn't address mine at all.
What is your question?
Yeah. So because you said earlier, I wanted to unpack it. You said this is much nicer because they would normally have killed them. If it was much nicer, what is this?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about the regulations that they're giving on this, on taking them captive. That's what I'm talking about.
Would it be fair to say when you say this is much nicer because normally they killed them, when you refer to this, you're referring to slavery? Slavery is much nicer because
I
normally
didn't say slavery doesn't exist in the Bible. I said, so if it comes down to being a slave, an ancient slave, which again is nothing like the slavery that you consider today, nothing like it. It wasn't race-based. You say it was passed down generationally. It wasn't. Also another false claim. And these slaves were freed. It was only for a certain amount of time.
If you're an Israelite.
Yeah, Israelite.
But if you're not an Israelite, they can own you indefinitely. And it was race-based because I literally read to you the section where you can buy foreigners slaves and you can keep them for as long as you like. Now, again, I'm still stuck because I know for a fact that the Bible promotes slavery. I asked you, what would it take you to convince you that the Bible promotes slavery? You said you needed a normative claim of what ought do and what you have to recognize as well in the new covenant. The new covenant does show this as well. And so you even made a grave error in your logic because you stated that this is much nicer because normally they killed them.
Yeah. So if you look
when
at
you're saying
other
this is much nicer, as in slavery,
right?
Is better than killing. Meaning you are saying the Bible promotes slavery because it's nicer than killing them.
No, you're not understanding. If you only have two bad choices in a situation and you take the morally better one, it doesn't mean you're promoting that thing. It means you only have bad options. So in that same context, it also says you shall not hand over to his master a slave who has escaped his master to you. That's Deuteronomy 23:15. Why does it say that? If you don't have to return them, right? Then is it promoting slavery?
Yeah, it's stating from your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. This is a direct normative claim of God himself.
He's not
talking
saying
to
you
Moses.
bought by slave. He's giving you regulations for the market that exists at that time. That's what he's doing. He's not saying that this is what
which
you
means
ought to do, or
that
this is
they
a
are
morally good thing.
promoting slavery.
No, that's not promoting. That's regulating.
What is it?
Clearly,
What is it
you don't
promoting?
do you know what the definition of regulating is? We could pull it up.
I understand what regulating is, but regulating would be, let's make a rule.
An official rule, law, or directive that controls or manages how something is done. Does that sound like what you're describing? Or
No, because it's
what you're
what it's
describing.
stating
Go
is
do
that
this
you can
thing.
go-
I'm prescribing you this thing. It's a good thing. Which one is it?
It's stating that you can buy slaves from foreigners.
An official rule, law, or directive that controls, directs, or manages how something is done. Regulation, right?
Maybe I got to take a step back. Let's try it this way. So if I have a series of nations, let's say that the United Nations states that you can go to foreign nations and take people captive as property. In your mind, would that increase or decrease the amount of slaves on planet Earth?
Okay. First, you're taking today's cultural context and you're applying it to thousands of years ago. These were warring factions. This was the reality of the time. So they're giving directives on how to act accordingly at that time. And then as you move, you have to follow the continuity of the timeline in the Bible. So it's just taking an ancient practice that already existed and regulating it. You're going to have to show me how that's not a regulation.
Okay.
How is that not a regulation?
Well, because the definition of promotion. So if I pull up the definition of promotion, where was it give me a moment. I should have this written down. I wrote it in my PowerPoint slide. If the definition of promote is to contribute the growth or prosperity of, you agree to that definition? Yes.
I gave a definition in my opening. I'll tell you what it is exactly.
Yeah. Do you agree to the?
I'm going to give you my definition. I'm not going to just agree to yours. That clearly fits that. That is clearly a regulation on slavery. I'm going to give you my definition.
That was just a definition. That wasn't.
I'm going to give you mine. I'm not.
Go ahead with your definition.
Yeah. To promote means to endorse, encourage, or advocate for its proliferation.
Encourage and advocate.
So that in no way is what's happening. That is
I think there's an error in your definition because you're saying it's a bit of a technicality. You said to endorse, encourage. Did you say and or an or between encourage and advocate?
Endorse, encourage, advocate for its preference.
Okay, so do all three of those metrics need to be met, or does only one need to be met?
I think only one needs to be met based on that.
Okay, definition. So then the answer is not an and, it's an or. So to endorse, encourage, or advocate for its proliferation. Fair enough. So if I use your definition, so I'm going to ask you once again, right? Because I know that we're not talking about today's atmosphere. That's fine. The problem that I'm asking is that all I have to prove to you is that the definition in the Bible proliferates slavery. If what is being said proliferates slavery. So as an example, we don't really have a lot of slavery in the United States, maybe save for a few areas on planet Earth, maybe if you consider the prison system in the United States. So if the United Nations told all the countries around us saying from foreigners, you may now legally buy slaves, would that increase the amount of slaves, decrease the amount of slaves, or would it remain stagnant?
Okay. I'm going to answer. It might increase. It depends on how many people died in the war. There's no way of knowing that. You're asking me to agree to some arbitrary thing that you don't know. This is post-war. So we
I'm
don't
just
know
using
exactly. Maybe
use a
the whole
little ad
fucking
hoc
village got
reasoning
burned.
here,
I'm
right?
not
We don't need
taking
to
some
we don't need like
hypothetical. Do
statistics.
you
We could just
agree?
use our brains and then
Yeah, can we
confirm.
just use our brains? But you want me to grant something to you that we have no way of verifying. We have no way of knowing that for a fact. So no, I'm not going to grant it. Do you agree that there's a moral and logical distinction between a law that promotes an ideal versus a law that regulates a pre-existing broken practice? Do you agree to
Well,
that?
I think it promotes, but I'm
No,
presenting to
I'm
you
saying,
my
do you
argument.
agree that there's a moral and logical distinction between a law that promotes an ideal versus a law that regulates a pre-existing
Yes, and
broken?
I'm trying to show you that it does indeed promote it if you would engage with it. You can't seem to engage with
Well, let me
the answer
finish.
to the
If you let me
question.
finish this line of
Let's
logic, I'll show you
operate
why it
off of an
doesn't work.
intuitive nature. Let's use our intuition and say, if the United Nations told other nations, "Hey, you can from other nations, you may purchase slaves," would that increase slavery, decrease slavery, or would it
That's
remain
not. It's a
stagnant?
false
If I had to
analogy.
guess, right? If I had to, let's put our, I think like a majority of Western countries would say, what happened? Did he go away?
Oh, let me fix that.
Oh, it's just his camera, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Okay. So if the United Nations told all of the countries on planet Earth, "Hey, you may now go to foreigners and you can buy slaves," I would venture to say there would be an X amount of Islamic nations that would likely go, "Okay, we can own slaves." They end up having slaves. I would venture to say maybe a majority of the West would not. Maybe North Korea, if they, heard it somewhere, may consider collecting slaves. So that would probably increase slavery in the world, right?
Well, your analogy doesn't work. It's a presentism fallacy. Again, you're looking at today and you're applying.
It has nothing. No, it doesn't matter. Let's say if
It
it was
matters.
1,000
You
years
brought
ago,
up the
2,000 years
analogy.
ago.
It matters.
Let him finish his answer. Go ahead.
But it doesn't
Well,
matter.
no,
what
let
time.
Andrew
fallacy,
finish
moderator.
his answer.
Yeah, that's what that is. You're comparing something today to something that happened thousands of years ago. So no, I don't agree with your analogy at all. What that verse actually says is that if there's a war between your neighboring factions, you could take them as captive after, and it gives regulations on how to do that. That was the standard practice of the day. That's what you're not understanding. Like, it's not promoting what was already the standard practice. That's what I was trying to take you through. But you can continue with me first, and then I'll walk you through my line of logic.
So you're stuck
no.
with the fact that I'm bringing up the United Nations in today. Fine, whatever. What if it's 1,000 AD? Let's say that there is a tribunal of countries that all agree that you may purchase from foreigners slaves. Would this increase or decrease slavery?
Again, you have to put the caveat that's for it to be analogous, you have to put the same caveat that's in the Bible verse, which is this is after a war. This is after a siege, after an attack.
Nope.
Yes, that's what it says.
Nope.
It says you could take them as captives.
No.
Yes, that's
no.
what it says.
No.
Show me
You're
the verse.
confusing. You're confusing the verses. I'm talking about specifically Leviticus 25:44-46, not the captives. So I'm going to read it to you again because you're not remembering. Your male
You
and
brought up
female
the
slaves are to
captives,
come from
like
the
2
nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born into your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Okay.
Yeah, you're
So
confusing
we know for a fact that it is not regarding war, but even if none of that even matters. If it's 1,000 AD and there's this giant tribunal, I don't know, Rome, whatever, tells all the nations, they send a letter to all the nations and say, you can go to foreigners and buy slaves. Would that increase, decrease, or stagnate the amount of slaves?
Well, it wouldn't. Those people are already. See, this is what you're missing. So, okay, I think I see it now. What you're missing. This is a slave trade that already existed. So it's not going to change the number of slaves at all. For that to happen, they would have to be told to go out and capture slaves and start a slave trade. These people someone else is just going to buy them. If I go into the store and I buy a bottle of water, does it increase the amount of water? or did that water
I
already
would
exist?
imagine
I just went in there and bought
you're
it.
telling everybody to buy water.
But did I increase? No. You tried to take me down this line of logic. Did I increase the amount of bottles of water, or did I
Yeah,
just buy?
by increasing demand, you would therefore increase
Now you're
supply.
reaping. Now there's no proof that back then that would be
That is
the.
exactly what would happen. The
How
rules
do
of
you know? What if there
economics
was no more
wouldn't
slaves to
be the same.
capture in the slave market? How do you know what
to
would
engage
happen?
in all logic, like it just understanding from a I would say a pretty obvious standpoint. If there was an X amount of nations that says, okay, no slavery abolished, no, we don't want slaves, but then you have some giant authority, and in this case, it would be the authority of the universe, saying you can go to foreign countries and buy slaves. That is, in fact, endorsing, encouraging, and advocating its proliferation. So that is your definition.
It isn't.
You
can go buy
and
cigarettes.
the reason why you won't
You
answer
can go
the
buy a
question,
pack of cigarettes.
the
Ought you
reason
do
why
that?
you will not answer the question
I'm
is
answering it
because
with this
you
analogy.
know
I'm
that that's
answering
what
it right now.
happens.
You can go buy cigarettes. Ought you do that?
What did I say anything about cigarettes?
I'm giving you something that's analogous. It's something that's not a good practice. You can go buy them. You can go buy them at the store for $15.99 or whatever they cost. That doesn't mean you ought do that thing. The Bible is regulating an economy that already existed. That's what you're not understanding. You're confusing a civil concession in the Bible from an ancient society with an ideal command. Where does God say, "Thou shalt buy slaves"?
Well, I mean, it's not just the ideal command.
Where does he say
it's
that?
actually your failure condition. I presented pretty concretely your failure condition to your face. You just are seeming to act as if that I didn't show you that. But if you did
Because
say,
nothing
for
you're
example,
saying
have the government, if the government came and told people that you can buy cigarettes, then yeah, that would actually increase the proliferation and advocacy of cigarettes.
How do you know that that's a fact, though? Because they also put
Because
a
that
Surgeon
shows
General's
what
warning on
happens
it.
in the past.
So maybe that doesn't.
The
Actually, we
government
see
had
the
to go
opposite
out and
happen
tell people
quite
explicitly
often.
that it's
Quite often we
unhealthy
see
for
the
you,
opposite
and then it
thing happen.
reduced the
When
demand
something
for
is
cigarettes.
illegal, when something is illegal, whether it be prohibition in alcohol or like drug use, people want to do those things more. So sometimes making them legal doesn't cause the proliferation of that thing. And sometimes buying out things doesn't cause a market to react if there are no more of those things to supply. So you're smuggling in a lot of things to make your case that there's a slave trade, that every slave is immediately replaced with two more, would have to be the case for it to proliferate more slaves if I buy one. That slave already existed. The Bible isn't creating the slave. Again, it's just all it's doing is making a civil concession for the time. So this is what already existed. There was warring tribes all outside of Israel. They were operating under these laws and ways of operating anyway. So, and again, I've already told, I mean, we could keep going over these passages, but you're also not taking into account the continuity here, that there's a new covenant. So all these rules are, first of all, that's what they are. They're rules and regulations, as I already pointed out. And they're not even relevant anymore is the worst part. You don't even have to follow them. So I'd like you to establish where the moral ought is, especially if you take the entire Bible into account, because clearly that's not the case.
I already did. My intro literally did exactly that.
Where is that
and
moral?
Then you go off and saying that I'm referring to making things legal or illegal. We're not even talking about that. I'm saying that by stating you may buy slaves. If the government said something along the lines of you may buy cocaine, then certainly the amount of cocaine as well as the demand for cocaine would proliferate. Therefore,
that's actually
would
not
be a promotion. That's not hard to determine.
That's actually not certain so when the government says you ought do things, that you can do things like that, there's huge taxes on it. And it takes some of the appeal away from people. So it's not as like of a dangerous thing to do. And I don't think most people want to do cocaine. So I don't think they really care if it's legal or not. So saying that if the government made it legal, and this stuff already existed, that's the point that you keep on missing, is that it was already in existence. That's where I'm trying to get with you, that they're regulating
If it's
a
in
system.
existence,
The Bible isn't saying
then it would promote
go
it.
create this system, go steal people and start selling them and create a slave trade. Nowhere does it say that. It's arguing, it's regulating from a system that already exists that it eventually dismantles. It just takes time to do that.
It took 1,000 years for it to dismantle,
it
but
took time.
regardless of that fact, even
not regardless,
after
important.
Jesus's death, slavery was still pretty pervasive. So the idea that it abolishes slavery, it certainly does not. And the fact that I could bring up literal slavers' accounts where they argue that they are endorsing slavery. And even by you made a grave error very early in. You said this is much nicer, referring to slavery, because they killed them.
Yeah,
By
but you
saying
can't
that,
use
hey, the
presentism.
alternative is much better. Slavery is much better than killing them. You're tacitly stating that they are promoting it with your own words.
No. What I'm saying is
Then
that
what were you
there was
referring
this
to when you
ancient
said
practice.
this
If you
is
look at
much
other
nicer?
codes, like the Hammurabi Code, they just killed their captives. So what I'm saying is we're moving in a direction that's morally better, that eventually gets rid of slavery. So there's no way you could say it promotes it. There's no way. And if you say that about slaveholders that cited the Bible incorrectly, you could also look at, like I brought up in my opening, Frederick Douglass, that is one of the number one abolitionists that specifically denounces that very thing and those slaveholders as not holding the correct view of Christianity, and then cites, which is clearly not, any book can be corrupted, but clearly all the abolitionists cite this image of God and being brothers in Christ is the reason that they couldn't continue the slave trade. So how that promotes, what's the golden rule of Christianity, dude? What is it?
Well, again, I mean, you're
What
saying
is
that we're moving in a direction
What
that's
is the
morally.
golden rule of
I have
Christianity?
to address what you're saying, right? I can't just
You won't
answer
answer
every
my
single
question?
question. I have to address what you're saying. You're stating
Sure.
that we're moving in a direction that's morally better, but it actually doesn't. It took well over 1,000 years. I think it's about 1,600 years, and then a giant civil war to get slavery to be abolished. And even then, rendered many Black Americans effectively second-class citizens. They were still salty about that. Even to this day, you have people who have the Confederate flag arguing for quote unquote states' rights. Of course, state rights to own a human being. But regardless of that point, if you're stating that that it was better than just simply killing them, then in reality, you're saying, well, slavery is better than killing them. That would mean that it is promoting slavery instead of killing slaves.
Yeah, but
I
that's
can't
not
make
what
it
the
any
prompt is.
any simpler
No,
for
they're
you.
regulating-
No, the prompt is, does the Bible promote slavery?
Which it
And
doesn't.
all I need to do, I don't need to produce, because there's a lot of contradictions in the Bible. This is one of them. The slavery thing is a huge one of them.
It's not.
Jesus is frightfully, he is completely absent on this whole thing. He doesn't answer a single thing regarding slavery, but he does say that, hey, you're all the flowery language, like we're all children of God, and we all come from that. But of course, you'll have Colossians as well as multiple verses that state specifically that slaves, you are to obey your earthly masters just as you would obey respect and fear, just as you would obey in Christ. It's very clear, even in New Testament, it does in fact promote slavery. And,
Where
and
exactly?
even by your own speech,
Where?
you acknowledge that it does promote slavery, considering the fact that you're saying, well, worse was to kill them.
Yeah, I'm pointing out the other codes of the time, the other regulations of the time. These are regulations. The other
Except it's
regulation
not.
of the time, not promotions. This regulation
I
is
literally
better
showed
than
you the
that
verse.
one. That's my claim, not the Bible's. The Bible doesn't say it. They're giving you regulations that are allowing you to move forward. And what you said, I want to go back also to the abolitionist slaveholders. Frederick Douglass answered this himself. He explicitly called Southern slaveholding in Christianity, I'm going to quote it, a wicked perversion, and contrasted with the pure, peaceful, impartial Christianity of Christ. So if you take someone who is citing the Bible for something that is clearly especially if you follow the continuity of the Bible, which you haven't addressed at all. You said that Jesus doesn't say anything about it, but I read you a verse, I think it was Luke 14, where he specifically says, he says it twice. I came to bring liberty to the oppressed and freedom to the captive, or I can get you the exact quote again. So saying that it doesn't address it, it's specifically Jesus telling you why he came. And then also Paul in Philemon tells him, free, don't take your slave back, free your slave, I'll pay for it. This is the moral thing that we should do as brothers in Christ. So how is that a promotion of slavery? And not just regulations that existed in the Old Testament?
Because Jesus Christ was largely absent from speaking explicitly about slavery. He literally did not speak about it at all. You could word it in such a way by saying, I came to bring liberty to the oppressed and freedom to the captive. Therefore, he's referring to literal slaves and indentured servants. How do you know that Jesus Christ is not saying something along the lines of he's there to redeem your souls and that you will be free in the afterlife? Jesus had always said things like this. If I were Jesus, if I were him, I would probably say something along the lines of free the bonds, all indentured servants, slaves are to be free. If he said something like that, we would not be having this debate, but he never, ever said that. And
He
even in
says
New
it
Testament,
twice.
stating slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, just as you would obey in Christ, in multiple books in the New chapter, in the New Testament, and you stating your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and from them you may buy slaves. You tacitly agreed that verse is better than
death?
doing what they typically do, which is to kill them, which would mean that's a promotion of slavery.
It's not a promotion. It's a comparison. It's not a promotion. Just because two things can be bad and then one thing is better than the other doesn't mean you're promoting that thing. It's not promoting either thing. It's dealing with the society of the time and choosing between two really bad choices. So it's not promoting it. And Jesus says it twice. We know he's not just talking about the Spirit because it's twice in the same sentence. He says, I'll read it again. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. This is Luke 4:18. Because he has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives, recovering of sight to the blind, and to set liberty to those who are oppressed. Let me ask you a question. In the New Testament, did Jesus literally recover sight to the blind, or what? Is that some metaphor also?
I don't believe in any of the miracles of the Bible, but if you're asking what specifically was said in the Bible, I'll grant you whatever was said in the Bible, as long as you're accurately reading out from the Bible verse.
So you're saying that Jesus in the Bible, he wasn't being metaphorical when he recovered someone's sight. He actually recovered their sight in the Bible story.
It says here,
can you answer?
Actually, the verse that you were pointing out is actually incorrect. You said, I came to bring liberty to the oppressed and freedom to the captive.
Liberty to the captives and set at liberty those who are oppressed.
And this is Luke 4:18. Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was in Nazareth and he was on the Sabbath day. He went to a synagogue and he stood up and read a scroll of the prophet Isaiah.
Yep.
When it was handed to him. And he found the place where it is written, the Spirit of the Lord is on me because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners, not slaves, and recovery of the sight for the blind, and to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the years the Lord's Savior. Why would you say that was a slave as opposed to a prisoner?
Freedom for the oppressed. What is that? Like whether or not I don't know what the exact. We'd have to look at the original Greek, I guess, and see exactly what that word is, as we have different translations, I guess. But even if he says it twice, he says it again. You just read it, liberty to the oppressed. And again, I asked.
So once again,
he says, "I came to bring sight to the blind." Did he actually do that, or was he being was he speaking in parables, or did he actually give sight to blind people? Did he spit on the dirt and rub the dirt in their eyes and then they could see? Did that happen? Yes or no?
The story goes that Jesus brought sight to the blind. I don't believe he ever did that, though.
I'm not asking if you believe. I'm saying in the Bible, does it say that he actually brought sight? Is that what the Bible
Yes.
claims?
Yes, the Bible claims that he brought sight to the blind.
So why would it be in the exact same sentence? You said, how do we know it's not a spiritual command or something? Because they wouldn't say some one literal sentence of things he's actually doing and then one parable. Like they're telling you literally with commas, he's going to do this, this, and this. And one of them is bring freedom to the oppressed. And guess what? He did do that. It's funny that these abolitionists did cite Christianity as their reason for doing that. Isn't that funny? He says, I'm going to do it, makes a prediction. It's in the book. And then it happens and the people cite it. And you're saying,
it turns out he just happens to fail to do it for 1,000 years. It's only until 1600 years after the fact of Jesus Christ's death that quote unquote Christ did it. What a great, that's a terrible prophecy considering it took 1600 years for it to do anything. And then secondly, your verse doesn't even refer to slaves. You are just simply reading into it that he's referring to oppressed people, which means therefore the slave.
What is liberty?
Here's the thing: they probably wouldn't even refer to them as oppressed. They would say that they are people that are captive because they took over or that they purchased it from foreigners, and so therefore is allowed. That's why it took 1600 years to get rid of it, because it is all over the Bible where it argues in favor of slavery. Even your very own verse doesn't do a very good job. Jesus Christ never explicitly says anything regarding slavery or the abolition of slavery.
What does liberty mean?
What does liberty mean?
Yeah.
Doesn't even say liberty in your verse. I pulled it up. It's not there.
What does your verse say?
I'll share it for everyone to see.
What does your verse say?
I'll share it for everyone to see.
What was the last line of the verse? The one you read.
The Spirit of the Lord. Here, hold on a sec. The Spirit of the Lord is on me because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor.
To set the
oppressed, simply doesn't say that.
Liberty. Yours says free. That's even better. I was going to say liberty means freedom. So yours is actually even better.
But it's not even referring to slaves.
The oppressed free.
It doesn't even refer to slaves. Even if I use your verse,
and then
I'm being you are being insanely charitable. But on this verse, but when I bring to you a verse that very clearly endorses slavery, your argument was, well, that's better, which means that endorses slavery.
So what? That doesn't mean
I think
you're
that's pretty
promoting it.
So
if
what?
I say chemotherapy
That's a concession for the argument there, my dude. Andrew, you just lost the debate.
Am I promoting it? If I say chemotherapy is better than death, am I promoting getting cancer?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
No, I'm not. It's a worst case scenario. That's not a promotion. A plan for a worst case scenario is not a promotion in any way.
It would be. It is.
It's not. It's not. Again, it's a directive on how to move in this ancient society that already existed. So let me take you down a line of logic then, since I've been charitable and I've answered your question, right? Do you have any more? Or
I mean, you keep digging your heels in and you're trying to read into the Bible things that it doesn't say. And
you just read it.
And when I showed you
bring freedom
very
to the
clearly what the Bible says, and you have to put yourself into twists once again, showing what it did not say. And you made a very grave error. You did.
Not a grave error.
Tacitly saying, well, it's better.
But that's means objectively that it does true. Is it better?
Sure.
Okay,
but that doesn't mean that would be promoting it.
That doesn't mean
that would be promoting slavery.
No, it doesn't. Alcohol is better than heroin. Am I promoting alcohol?
You're promoting alcohol now.
That doesn't mean I could still say you shouldn't drink at all, right? That's not a promotion. Like I could say this is better than getting punched in the face is better than getting kicked in the balls. Am I promoting getting punched in the face? Like nothing you're saying actually tracks logically. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it does because I actually asked you very early in, I said, what would it take to convince you that the Bible promotes slavery? And you said that you would need an actual normative claim of what you ought to do. And you have to recognize that in the new covenant, of which I did substantiate, yet here you are digging your heels in. You have been provided the exact information that you need. We have a valid defeater, and you even yourself said that it's better, which would mean that it is promoting slavery.
No way, dude. In no way does something
Then what do I need to do
mean
to
promote.
convince you? Because I've already
no way
provided
does
it
it
to you.
mean
Maybe
that.
if you want to shift the goalpost, maybe
That's
it'll
not
work.
shifting the goalpost. Those two things
No, I'm
don't
saying
mean the
you
same
can.
thing.
I'm giving you the option to shift the goalpost and change your criteria on what would be a failure condition, because I've already provided the exact failure condition you requested.
No, you didn't. You said the definition. You said you tried to catch me on proliferation. That's what you did. You tried to say, if we buy slaves, does it proliferate more slavery? I said to you, it doesn't.
No.
And we talked
No,
about things like supply and demand. So no, you did not prove that in any way. And then you said that in the New Testament, it continues this promotion of slavery, which you also didn't show. I'm showing you words from Jesus himself, words from Paul himself, telling you not to do these things, and that Jesus is going to free the oppressed. You literally, I was going to use the word liberty, which is harder. You used the word free. You brought the word free the oppressed into it, right next to a line where he says, restore sight to the blind, which you admitted in the book he literally did in the context of the book. So no, dude, your logic is way off here. It doesn't track.
I mean, you could say that the logic is way off, but I asked you for your failure condition. I provided exactly that. And you seem to kind of twist yourself into knots to make it not work. And also the debate prompt, so you're aware, is the Bible promotes slavery. And I've shown, even by your criteria, that the Bible does indeed promote slavery, even if I acknowledge verses that could insinuate that slaves ought be free. This does not remove early Old Testament verses, nor does it revoke the New Testament verses where it explicitly gives further rulings on slavery. This is why it took over 1,600 years for slavery to become abolished after Jesus Christ's death.
No, it does actually. See, you're smuggling that in. You're saying that I agreed based on the definition, which I just brought up 2 seconds ago, the proliferation, which I said, no, there's no proof that would be the case, that it would proliferate slavery. For that to happen, for there to be more slaves, there would possibly have to be another neighboring village for them to attack and enslave and then sell them to the Israelites. So no, it doesn't mean that it's going to proliferate it. So I deny, I'm not agreeing with that part of your argument. So no, it's not correct. So how exactly did you get, based on my definition, that I agreed that it was promotion? And where in the New Testament did you show that it continues this into the New Testament? When I'm showing you,
I provided multiple
verses.
Jesus. I provided multiple verses.
Which verse?
Let me take a look here. Where is the definition that you provided? I have it written down here. My apologies. It says here that your definition is to endorse, encourage, or advocate for its proliferation.
Correct.
So I'm assuming proliferate as in more of that thing, right?
Again, proliferate the slave trade.
If someone, if for example, the government stated that you may buy cocaine, then certainly the amount of cocaine as well as the demand for cocaine would indeed proliferate and therefore be a promotion of cocaine. If God told the Israelites from foreigners, you may buy slaves, if God told them that you may buy slaves, then certainly an amount of slaves as well as the demand for slaves would proliferate and therefore be a promotion.
It doesn't follow that the amount of slaves would proliferate because you bought some. Like, again, you're using... You're using presentism. Those people were already slaves. I don't know what you're fucking laughing about. Like, they're already slaves. So
that's proliferating it.
That buying one is going to spontaneously combust more slaves. More slaves automatically exist now because I bought one. That you haven't proved that at all. Not even close. Again, you're using presentism. It doesn't apply here. You can't say
I don't need to use presentism. I can use anything. If I state something along the lines that you may buy cattle from foreigners, then certainly the amount of cattle as well as the demand for cattle would proliferate and therefore be a promotion. No, I don't need it to be modern to realize that when you say you may go out and to these areas and purchase this thing, that it is is a commercial to you a promotion?
Well, it depends. You can have commercials like public service announcements that are are
Okay,
not
fair
promoting
enough.
things that are
If I
actually. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you can have commercials that that offer that tell you how to regulate certain situations, just like this, as far as like PSAs go. So no, it's not necessarily promotion, and it doesn't follow that just because. Again, saying that you can go to this neighboring town and purchase a slave is not promotion. It's regulating a current system that already exists. Nowhere does it say go set up a slave trade, capture these people, sell them as slaves, do this, sell these. It doesn't say that. It's saying you can go buy this already existed. So it's not promoting the slave trade at all. Or I'll give you an example. If there's only X amount of diamonds in the world and you buy one, did I proliferate more diamonds?
Yes, because that would
Where'd they
create
come
an
from?
induced demand, which would increase the price of diamonds, albeit a very tiny margin. But yes, it would increase people wanting to supply diamonds because there is a demand for diamonds.
Yeah, but if there are no more, then you can't. Then supply and it's not going to matter. You can't
Well, then
fill
the price
the
of
supply.
the diamond would increase.
But if there's no supply, it doesn't matter. You're not proliferating it because there isn't any more. So there isn't any more. That's what I'm saying. How
But
were
it's not
these
like that
slaves?
there was
How
like
did
a
they get these
finite amount
slaves?
of slaves. There were foreigners around them,
How did they
and
get
they could
the
just
slaves?
go out and buy slaves because God said you can.
But how
Now,
did they
like,
get the slaves?
I'm actually kind of curious. Let's say if there was a public service announcement that says from 7-Eleven.
Let me fix that.
Oh,
I can hear you.
if I said from 7-Eleven, you may buy a Reese's Fast Break. Would that commercial, would that be a promotion?
It depends on what was in the commercial. Like just saying you may do something is not a promotion. We already established that. Like you may go buy heroin. I'm not promoting it just because I'm saying you may do it. You may go out on the street and do it. You do whatever the fuck you want. Doesn't mean I'm promoting it. No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay.
And if there were no more of those things, what did you say we could buy? What was the example you used?
Okay, hold on. So
Wait, let me
now,
finish my response. What was the example? What was the thing you used in the example?
from 7-Eleven, you may buy a Reese's Fast Break.
Right. Okay. So
I'm not
if they
sponsored by
weren't
Reese's. I
making,
just really
if
like
there
Reese's
were
Fast
no
Breaks,
more
by the way.
Reese's Fast Breaks, right? It's not going to proliferate the amount of them. That's what I'm saying.
But
There's
if you
only a
increase
set
the
number.
demand of Reese's Fast Break,
But if they're not
it
making
would
any more of them,
encourage
what's the
Reese's
difference?
to make more Reese's Fast Breaks.
But what if they don't have the ingredients to make more? That's what I'm saying.
What?
Where did they get these slaves from?
Okay, I mean,
Where did they get?
I didn't
the
think that this
slaves
was going to
from?
turn into like a
Where did they
a
get the
supply and
slaves
demand
from?
argument.
Where
But
did they get them from?
if I said here, for example, your Reese's Fast Breaks and Reese's products are to come from your 7-Elevens around you. From there, you may buy Reese's Fast Breaks. Is that a promotion for a Reese's Fast Break or no?
That's not what this is doing. This is a regulation. If you had a regulation,
I'm just
handbook,
curious. I'm
is it-
asking, is it a promotion?
If you're putting, it depends. If you're putting it on TV,
What do you mean?
and
I just
promote-
did it.
That's
Listen,
not
here's
what this
the commercial.
is
Are you
at
ready?
all. This
I'm
is a
gonna do the commercial
regulation
with
of an
you. Okay,
ancient
hold on.
practice.
Maybe hold on.
You're talking about.
We'll do a commercial. We'll do it live. All right.
My man,
I got a MAGA hat on.
again, you're using presentism.
All right, here we go. Here we
We're
go.
Talking about an
Here we
ancient
go.
practice. I'm
we
asking you
go.
where the slaves came.
Are you ready for the
from.
commercial?
Where,
Here's the commercial.
Have I
The
answered
commercial
every
is-
one of your fucking questions? Where did the slaves
The commercial
come from?
is
Where
uh,
did the slaves come from? Moderator.
Hey,
you're just
everybody.
making me answer.
If
questions
I
the
can,
whole
if
time.
I
You're
can
not
try to,
engaging with any
if
of
I
my
can,
questions.
oh yeah, if I can just try to cross a bridge here for a second, I think what's happening is, because I don't think Andrew necessarily disagrees with what you're saying, Amanda, about supply and demand. I think Andrew's saying in your Reese example, there's no more Reese's to be made, as in there's no more people to be slaves, if that helps understand what Andrew's saying here. I
there's
don't think he
effectively
disagrees
an
about supply
infinite.
and demand. He's saying there's no more slaves to be slaves.
That's what I was
There's an
asking. Where are they
there's
getting
an
the
infinite
slaves? You
amount
can't
of
compare it
foreigners.
to
You don't have
Reese's.
enough. You don't have enough people in your nation to buy all the people in other nations from foreigners.
How did
So
they buy?
in the same way of a purchasing a Reese's Fast Break,
No.
if a lot of people are buying Reese's Fast Break, this encourages the Reese's company to make more Reese's Fast Break. So that in effect is a promotion of a Reese's Fast Break. So let's say again, and I, all I did was say, hey, your Reese's products and Reese's Fast Breaks are to come from the 7-Eleven around you, and from them, you may buy a Reese's Fast Break. I think from anybody thinking about this and looking at this would realize if I said that, obviously it's a promotion of a Reese's Fast Break. Am I wrong?
That's the Hume is-ought fallacy. No, it isn't. You're saying this is what
not an is-ought fallacy. It says you may buy it.
No, absolutely not. You're confusing the is and the ought.
It's obviously a promotion.
Is statement.
Well,
You said there is a seven. You use the word is. There is a 7-Eleven on the corner, and you may do this thing. So no, that's a Hume's is-ought fallacy, sir. No, that is incorrect. It doesn't promote that thing by any means. There's no you ought buy Reese's. Where is that in your sentence? And again, I ask you,
the fact that you may buy them.
Huh?
Because it says specifically that you may buy them.
Yeah, just because you
promotion.
may do something doesn't mean you ought do that thing.
Sure, but it is telling you can go out there and buy it. In fact, it actually would be an ought in that case.
No, it's not an ought.
It is.
It's giving you a regulation based on what's going on. Again,
it's saying you have the choice to or not
where did they get
but you can, right? And honestly, if you think about it, it is more I guess it's providing to them what did you say earlier? You said that it was hold on, I had it written down here. Let's see. You said that this is much nicer because normally they killed them. So this is actually it's a suggestion to do the nice thing, which is to slave them and not kill them.
Again, you're going back to that. Why? Because you lost.
Yeah, because
I don't understand.
No,
why
it's not. No, I mean,
already addressed that.
To me, it's obvious, right? In the 7-Eleven ad, that it is promoting that. I don't even have to say that you have to buy that. I can just promote it, and then that would be enough. And right here in the Bible, it says pretty explicitly, and this is just one verse. There's many verses like this. So it's obvious to me. But for whatever reason,
this whole thing
you want to dig your heels in because
that's where
I get it. You're a Christian,
all over the place,
and knowing that you're Bible.
Let's let Andrew answer to what you're saying there.
Yeah, you're spinning all over. The whole way this started is you said because of my definition that I gave, proliferation would occur if you bought more slaves based on supply and demand. What I'm saying to you that you will not address is that there's a finite amount of slaves. So it doesn't necessarily follow that you will proliferate slavery by interacting in said slave trade. Yes or no?
Yes, it does result in increased supply. Yes.
Okay. What if there's a finite amount and there are no more?
That's not possible. You're one nation. You have many nations around you.
Right. And what if they don't have the military capacity or the will to fight, or
it's not a matter of military capacity. You could just go to a foreigner and ask for a slave and they'll buy it. It has nothing to do with
it doesn't
a military ability.
Follow that it's going to proliferate the practice, that there is scenarios where you could go there and purchase the slave and it doesn't proliferate more slaves. Yes or no? Be honest.
Sorry, what's your question? One more time. I was looking something up.
There is a scenario, multiple scenarios, where you could go purchase a slave and it would not proliferate more slaves, as you were saying. Does that scenario exist? Yes or no?
No.
It doesn't? What if there's no more slaves to buy?
Then I suppose there would be no more slaves, but there were plenty of slaves.
Want to go capture more slaves. That's
actually what happened with the slave trade. When you had people show up, they would purchase slaves, and then they would pay money, and then they would leave. This actually created an induced demand between tribes where if they captured another tribe, they could sell them off to slavery. And that was beneficial for everybody involved. So it was a constant battle, getting people captured, getting them sold off to slavery. So by the creation of that demand of slavery, it in fact did increase the overall amount of slaves.
Again, you're talking about the supply. I mean, you're talking about the demand. I'm talking about the supply. So I'm asking you,
These
is
are
there
interrelated.
you just said, say that again. I didn't hear you.
These are interrelated concepts.
Right,
By
but still, we
increasing
can look at them
demand,
individually.
it
You can have
dictates-
a demand without a supply, right?
You
Can
can
you
have a
have a
demand
demand
without a
without a
supply.
supply?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, so it's not. Is it possible that you could have a demand for slaves without a supply?
All right. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Is
Here,
that
I'll
possible?
provide
Yes or
this.
no?
I'll provide this. I mean, I don't
You
know.
won't
Like,
answer the
what do you
question?
know in
Everyone, I just want you to realize he will not answer the question.
what do you know about
because it destroys his whole argument.
All right, sorry. Go ahead. What was the question? Because you're
Is it
gonna get all
possible
upset about
that you can have a demand for slaves without the supply?
I've already answered this. Yes, it is possible to have a demand without there being existing any supply. Sure.
Right. You answered it in reference to something else. I wanted to verify that you were also granting
in
that
a hypothetical
So now I'm
alternative
showing
world,
you that
yes.
everything you were saying about my definition, and therefore if we buy slaves, we're proliferating more slaves, you just conceded is not true. It doesn't follow that necessarily happens. You just conceded that. So what is your next point?
Well, because when you buy more of a product, do the prices rise?
That's not proliferation. That's not creating more slaves.
I'm not asking that. I'm saying when you buy more of a product, do prices rise?
It depends. So again, you could be buying more of a product and that same day they get an influx of supply and the price drops. Is that possible?
No. Basic Econ 101 would tell you that when prices rise,
it's supply
when
and
demand
exceeds not just demand.
When demand exceeds supply, that does in fact increase prices.
But that's a different thing. Now you said
which
demand
prompts
that's a different
higher production. I mean, I could give you the
that's a different
Investopedia.
question.
I'm not making this up when I'm saying when you are purchasing slaves, but again, you're going way off into left field where we have to talk about supply demand metrics.
Your line of logic, bro.
No, it's not, because it's to me, and I think I hope everybody else that obviously if you say from your male or female slaves are to come from the nations around you, from them you may buy slaves. That's a promotion. That's a promotion of slavery.
Okay, so if the price of slaves increases, does the demand for slaves go down? Wouldn't that also follow then?
Quantity demanded would decrease.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Okay, so then there's no promotion there. Like there's no proliferation based on that definition.
It is.
It isn't. What if there's
because when prices increase, this encourages supply to supply more.
If you could, just for like everyone's sake here, because I feel like we're getting a little off field. If you could just tie in how the price and supply and demand ties into the promotion for us.
Me?
No, I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking you, Amanda.
Based off what you're
saying.
Saying.
It doesn't.
Like how it ties
my argument
into
has
the
nothing to do with supply and demand.
Bro, you brought up supply and demand to try and get me on the definition.
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to respond?
You're a slippery
motherfucker,
dude. You brought up supply and demand.
Hold on.
To get me on my definition.
He asked me to clarify, and I'm trying to explain it. Hey, Speakeasy, can I get some control?
Yeah, let Amanda just explain how the supply and demand and the pricing ties into the promotion here.
Okay, so this has absolutely nothing to do with my argument. It's actually Andrew's argument where he was saying that if you have more people buying slaves, does that result in there being more slaves? His answer is no, but a basic supply demand chart would tell you that yes, it does increase proliferation of slavery because what you're doing is that you're giving a price signal to get more slaves because there's a profit incentive. But regardless of that, I don't need any of that. It says plain as day, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy slaves. You may specifically go to a foreign nation and purchase slaves. This is God talking to Moses saying, this is what you may do, which is in effect promotion of slavery. I don't need to apply any supply demand, nothing.
He's regulating the system that already exists. Promotion of slavery would be go set up a slave trade and sell slaves. That would be promotion of slavery. Like what they're saying, this system already exists It
From a
already
foreign
exists,
nation.
and this is how you should operate inside of it. And you walked back exactly what you said about the supply and demand thing because you knew you were wrong on it. That's the only reason you did that. You just tried to smuggle it in again, but you conceded already that there could be a case where supply isn't available, even though there's a demand. You just conceded that 5 minutes ago. So it doesn't follow that it would proliferate if you purchase more slaves, that there would proliferate more slaves. You already conceded that. So you can't even follow your own logic from 5 minutes ago.
All right, let's try it this way. From the death of Jesus Christ to, I don't know, when slavery was abolished, right before slavery was abolished, was there more or less slaves?
What was the question?
Okay. So Jesus died to right before the abolition of slavery, right?
Yep. From Jesus's death to
What time do you think that there were more slaves?
Well, there's more people so there's probably more as we move forward in history, but it's not the Christians. The Arab slave trade was far more systematic and brutal and continued far long after.
So
the Christians had to embargo. You know what the Ivory Coast embargo
another one
is?
Referencing Yahweh God, but we
answer
don't even
any
have to talk about that. I agree with you there. There's even still slaves in Afghanistan to this day.
There's
But that's
slaves in
beside the point.
Sudan. There's slaves.
Yeah, I agree.
in North
I
Korea.
agree. So
But that's not Christian.
if it increases,
right? So if the Bible's promoting
after
slavery, why
having
aren't
the
Christian
Bible
nations
and
the ones doing
Jesus
it?
and all that good stuff, it seems to have proliferated. It's fair to say.
What? Say that again.
It seems to have proliferated from the time of Jesus'
Not by
death
Christians.
to the day right before the abolition of slavery.
Not by Christians. It was
No,
proliferating.
by Christians. We're talking about the United
Christians
States.
had the slave trade for the shortest amount of time, literally the shortest amount of time, and they abolished it.
And what
first.
happened? It proliferated, did it
They
not?
fucking abolished it. They fought and died to free these slaves. They embargoed the coast of Africa, so the Africans
They just
would
went a
stop
really long
capturing
time of
and selling
having
their
and
own
could buy
people.
from
The
foreigners
Christians did
slaves,
that,
and they were
cited
going
the
to
Bible.
foreign countries buying slaves.
Say again.
So I just want to be clear, right? Because it says here, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You don't believe that this proliferates, despite the fact that it did proliferate. Despite all of the teachings of Jesus Christ in the Bible,
That
it
doesn't
still
mean
proliferated.
That specific time
Did it or did
proliferated
it not
slavery.
proliferate?
No, it doesn't. That doesn't follow at all.
This guy's a clown. You're like antithetical to reality. All right,
No, dude,
okay.
you're
I think I'm
antithetical
good.
to reality. Christians fought and died to free the slave trade and then cited the Bible as the reason that they did it. And you're like, they proliferated it. No, they fucking ended it. And you're disrespecting them, the people that died to do that, by laughing about it. They fucking
I'm not disrespecting anybody. You're the one
the Arabs kept doing it long. They still do it today. They still practice chattel slavery today.
Yeah, also
Sudan.
bad. I'm not promoting them their slavery either.
So
I don't know what this
Christians
argument
are
is.
citing Christianity, Frederick Douglass, William Wilberforce.
Yes, whether or not that the Bible
citing
promotes
the
slavery,
reason
and it
that
does.
they're
I showed
doing
you
it.
that
They're
exact
telling
the
you,
exact verses
I'm
that show
doing
that.
this because why? What did they say?
Huh? I don't know.
What did those
I don't know what you're
abolitionists say?
trying to say.
What did they say? I've said it.
I don't know. Frederick
William
Douglass
Wilberforce-
was like slavery bad. I don't know.
No.
All right.
The
So
reason was, yeah.
So I was just gonna say that brings us to an hour. But like I said at the beginning, if you guys want more time of open floor, I'm open to it. If both of yous wanted it, if you felt like there was something else, some other point you guys wanted to get to, we spent quite a bit of time on.
I would like to ask him just a couple of questions, considering the entire time he wouldn't answer any of my questions.
I did. I answered all questions.
And just yeah, but I also want the opportunity to question you, if I could, just for a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Are you open to that, Amanda? And we can
Sure.
put another 15 minutes on the floor.
Let's not make it 15 minutes. I can answer a few questions and let's go to Q&A. I don't have all night.
Okay. Well, first,
we'll put 10 then for now, and then see where we go from there.
Fine. Thank you. Okay. So I believe you agreed to this earlier, but just to get the whole line in, I'm going to ask one more time. You agree that there's a moral and logical distinction between a law that promotes an ideal versus a law that regulates a pre-existing
You've already
broken practice?
asked this. I said
I
yes.
know. I'm trying to get through the line. You wouldn't let me do it before. So yes, you agree with that. Okay. Did Moses or God invent slavery in Genesis, or was slavery already a universal across the entire ancient Near East?
No, slavery existed way before the Bible.
Okay, perfect. So can you point to me a single verse in scripture where God commands believers to go out, raid a peaceful town, kidnap people, and establish a slave trade?
Yes.
Where does he tell them to establish a slave trade?
Leviticus 25:44.
No, he tells them to take captives from war. I'm asking if you could point to a verse where he asked them to establish a slave trade. And then
Leviticus
Exodus
25:44.
21, Exodus, we're going all the way back. 21:16 mandates the death penalty for anyone that steals a human being, right?
What was the verse?
Exodus 21:16 mandates the death penalty for anyone who
21:16.
steals a human being.
Anyone who
didn't biblical
kidnaps
law
someone is to be put
explicit- Let me finish
to
the
death,
question.
whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession. So basically, when someone is physically arresting somebody without any just cause, therefore they're to be death. But that doesn't really remove
wait.
slavery. That just means
So-
you can't unjustly grab somebody randomly.
Correct. You cannot go kidnap a person and sell them into bondage. So doesn't that tell you that the Bible is explicitly outlawing the entire supply chain? That's why I was trying to ask you, where do these slaves come from? The Bible here in Exodus is explicitly outlawing the entire supply chain of historical chattel slavery. The entire supply chain.
It
doesn't
doesn't, because people go out and they want to make money, so they get slaves. They themselves do not have to kidnap. Someone else does the kidnapping for them, and then they buy a slave lawfully by the virtue of God.
Right. But what I'm saying is that the Bible is explicitly saying you can't do this. So there's no way that it's promoting it. It's not promoting the slave trade. Again, it's regulating an existing trade. If it was promoting the slave trade, it would be saying to go out and do this thing, go out and capture people and sell them as slaves. That's not what it's saying. Literally, you can't do that. Literally, don't do that is what it's saying. And it's saying this is how you're going to operate inside this a broken system that already exists, which you just granted. So what I'm trying to show you is it's not promoting slavery. It's telling you how to act inside this broken system, and then eventually gets to the point where it is the thing that causes the abolition of slavery, which you also kind of already granted. So what I'll ask you one last time also, what is the golden rule of Christianity?
The golden rule, do harm unto others as you would have harm done unto you, or do not do harm unto others.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that alone, that being the golden rule after Jesus already tells us that he came to free the oppressors in a line that we just showed wasn't like metaphorical, shows that the Bible doesn't promote slavery. You're not allowed to kidnap people. You're supposed to, Jesus is coming to bring freedom from the oppressors. And it's literally telling you that it doesn't promote these things. So that's what I'm trying to get you to understand, that there's a difference between operating in a system that already exists, which you also granted already, that the system already existed, and proliferating something or promoting it.
Gotcha. None of that argues against my point, however. And given the fact that it's better than it is to kill them, you already know that it's proliferation.
No,
you already
that's
know.
not proliferation. We already went over this like 50 times. You have to go back to it because you can't
Yeah,
stay
you're
on
just
the
digging
line
your
of
heels
logic
in.
that
You're
I
just
got
pointing
you
out
on.
the reality.
Dude, huh?
You didn't get me on anything. You just brought up other things that are not related to the quote.
It's not related. If I'm going to show you how a line of logic works. If you agree that there's a distinction between between a law that promotes,
there's a lot
and
of
regulates,
contradictions
and
in the
then
Bible.
you
I
agree
agree
that it was invented prior to this book, and then you agree,
and it was just around for 1600 years,
as you
and
can
then
kidnap
even with
people and
Jesus'
establish a slave trade, and then you agree, finally, that Exodus mandates the death penalty for anyone that does. You have simply proven that the Bible doesn't promote slavery, bro. That's what that proves logically. I know that that's a problem for you, but that's what it proves. And then when you do cite,
it's not a problem. I don't have any. I don't have any allegiance
every one of those premises
to the Bible. You, however, do. I'm able to look at things like the Bhagavad Gita or the Quran, read these things, and to me, it's like they're quaint mythologies. Same thing with the Bible; it is a quaint mythology. when I read your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, from them you may buy slaves. I'm like, okay, it's arguing in favor of slavery.
No,
That
because you
makes sense.
granted there's
It's
a
an
difference
ancient
between that.
time.
You just
People
granted
had
it.
used this as an
can't even
argument for a
follow
long
the grants.
time. There was a lot of white supremacy that existed, and the white supremacy also used the Bible. From them you may buy slaves. And I bring up white slavers and gave you direct quotes from the books of white slavers where they specifically use the Bible in and of itself to justify slavery. You
You know,
say
you can't
that's
grant
not the
something
case.
and then smuggle it back in like you didn't grant it. You already
I
granted
did.
that there's a difference
I've
between
provided all of it. You
promoting
just
and
haven't. You haven't
regulating. And then you
rebutted any
gave
of
me
it.
a regulation and said it
You
was
haven't
promotion.
rebutted any of it.
Huh?
You haven't rebutted any of it.
This
You
is
just
the
brought up
rebuttal.
other verses and said, well, what about these other verses? Fine,
No, I'm telling you,
great. There's a lot
continuity
of
in
contradictions
Christianity
in the
that
Bible.
ends with the
I
abolition of
acknowledge that
slavery
there's
that you granted
contradictions in the
all of.
Bible. Despite that fact, it was still used to promote slavery for
It's not
about
promoting, it's
1600 years
regulating.
after
You
Jesus
granted there's
Christ's
a difference.
death.
You just read a regulation. You may go to this
It's not a regulation.
neighboring
It's
place,
literally telling you what to
that's
do.
a
It's
regulation.
it's not regulating the ownership. It's saying you can go out there and buy some slaves.
From your neighboring, it's not saying just that. There's an entire regulation. You read it
there's
out.
actually an
From
entire
it tells
chapter
you what to do
that
with
tells
them,
you how to
where
how
you
to
can
treat
buy them
slaves,
from.
what to
That's
do
a
with slaves.
regulation, my man. And you granted there's a difference. That's why I'm telling you that the line of logic does follow and does rebut what you're saying. Because if you go through each thing that you granted, you end up with the Bible not promoting slavery. So you can't grant each one of them and be like, oh, I don't understand what you're saying. You do understand what I'm saying. And the first thing that you granted was the difference between regulation and promotion. And then you haven't refuted anything I say. How do you refute the things that Jesus says in Luke 14 or the golden rule of Christianity or Paul's letter to Philemon, where he says he'll pay for it.
Talk about
Don't
slavery.
enslave this person. I will pay out of my own pocket.
None of those explicitly talk about the abolition of slavery. Not a single one.
The entire fucking time.
None of those talk about the abolition of
like
slavery. Not a single one. Not a single one of those does it talk about that.
Not a single one of what?
I agree with you, though, that in the 1800s, there were people that ad hoc reasoned abolition of slavery by using those verses. I agree with that. But the Bible verses themselves do not say that. They don't say that.
Slavery.
It's pretty clear and explicit about slavery throughout the Bible and God himself saying it. So, I mean, you could just kind of, I don't know, I guess we could agree to disagree. I mean, we didn't even bring up, for example, like the fact that Noah decreeing that his son Ham and his descendants shall be slaves in Genesis 9:18 to 27. Is it the punishment for Ham's crime of seeing his father naked? Was that not the part where he said that you can have slaves there? Or do we refer to
they're regulating an ancient society that already had slaves,
which
I don't know
promotes
why
slavery?
You can't make this distinction when you granted that you can make.
If you're saying that it is there in the ancient society and it does not express the abolition of slavery, that would mean it is promoting slavery.
It doesn't mean that. They're not.
It's pretty obvious.
So one last question, and then we could go to the closing. I think I might have even asked you this earlier. Like if you are, let's say you're a completely innocent man, right? This is the same exact logic, and you are wrongfully imprisoned. It's a terrible thing that happened to you. And I tell you, listen to the guards, don't fight the guards, listen to them. And I give you regulations on what to do. Am I promoting you being wrongfully imprisoned, or am I just trying to help you in a really
you're
shitty
promoting
situation?
me to listen to the guards?
That's the same thing as saying, listen to your slaveholder. Like you're wrongfully imprisoned. Your freedom has been taken away. In this scenario, you're wrongfully imprisoned, wrongfully in this scenario. So I'm saying I'm not promoting that by giving you advice on how to stay alive. That's not promotion. That's you're in a really bad situation. And I'm giving you instructions on how to get out of it. That's what that is. So again, you've already granted that there's a difference between regulation and promotion. But every time you bring up a regulation, you cite it as a promotion every time. So I don't think that's a good faith way to debate.
All I did was ask you for a failure condition and I provided it. But
yeah, and you also granted that there are cases where there could be I could purchase a slave and that doesn't proliferate more slaves. You granted that too. That there could be a supply, no supply, even though there's a demand. You granted that. So you keep granting all these positions and then walking it back with your own arguments. You don't even understand what you're granting.
It's all the same argument.
You don't understand what you're actually granting, though. You obviously
I know what I'm granting. I understand.
because you keep bringing it up after you already granted it. Like these are clearly regulations.
Yeah,
you
two things can be correct at the same
you can't
time.
do this thing. You can do this. You can go to the neighboring. That's a regulation. That's not go do this thing, proliferate it, fill the land with more slaves, but go next door, capture them, sell them on an open market. It never says anything like that. Nothing. All it does is give you regulations for something that already existed. It regulates an ancient practice that was already there. That's all it does. And there's no instance where it's setting up a slave trade or starting one for the first. It doesn't. It already existed, and they're regulating it, which you granted also.
All right. So that is going to wrap up the open floor. All right. Excellent back and forth exchange from both sides. We're now going to enter into the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Quick reminder to everybody in the live chat, the Q&A is there for you to put your questions in. So if you got some questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, the Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, they will take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to all of those ones. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those priority options and we'll make sure it gets asked. With that being said, we're going to move into closing. Each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. We're going to start with handing it over to First Amender. Whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Well, I would say at the end of this debate, I think that the disagreement comes down to like a simple question. What does it mean to promote something? Now, I'm not claiming that the Bible invented slavery, nor am I claiming that every form of biblical slavery was identical to American chattel slavery. My claim is pretty narrow and it's pretty consistent with the position is the Bible does permit, regulate, or legitimizes slavery. So if a government says something along the lines of you may purchase cocaine, it does not need to say that I encourage you to buy cocaine for the law to facilitate its proliferation. Likewise, when the Bible says that you can acquire a slave from foreign nations and treat those slaves as inheritable property, it is creating, in fact, a legal framework that allows slavery to continue. You do not need an explicit command that says go enslave people for permission and regulation to promote that institution. So pointing out that Christians later use the Bible to oppose slavery doesn't actually erase any of the passages that permitted it. The existence of abolitionist interpretations proves that the Bible can be interpreted against slavery, but it doesn't prove that the Bible itself consistently condemns slavery. So the challenge is simple: is if you believe that the Bible does not promote slavery, then explain a text that actually permits people to acquire, own, and inherit human beings as property, does not, by definition, promote, as what we established, contribute to the continuation and legitimacy of slavery. That was the claim that I came here to defend, and sadly, it was not refuted. And I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we'll hand the mic back over to Andrew. Andrew, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. I'm sure everybody noticed he wouldn't answer or engage with any of my questions until forced at the end by the moderator. Yeah, you're laughing, but you wouldn't the entire time until forced by the moderator to do so. And still, when doing that, use all the things that he already granted and then pretended like he didn't grant them and smuggled them back into his arguments. We can go back and watch you grant each one. You just can't follow your own logic that it doesn't actually promote slavery. And you said that I didn't cite any places where it said not to do it, except Paul specifically tells them I did cite Philemon Philemon, as where Paul specifically says, don't do this. And he even offers to pay for it and says, this isn't, you need to treat them as brothers in Christ, not slaves. And then Jesus says, I came to free the slaves, free the oppressed. So what you're saying, that there's not and you did say in your closing that there wasn't an explicit command to purchase slaves. You said that in just now. So because there isn't using an it, you can't turn an is into an ought. The Bible is saying this is the way that it is, and this is what you can do under that situation. It doesn't mean you ought do that thing. There's lots of things that exist that you can do, that we can give you regulations that doesn't mean you should do those things or promote the proliferation of those things in any way. So because of that, he's not showing us. He even just admitted in his closing there is not one explicit command to promote slavery in the Bible. So that's it.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. So that's going to conclude the closing statements from both sides. And again, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. We run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, even video games get debated over here. Anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to go subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you guys go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. So before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I usually like to ask a question or two to each debater based off things I heard, something I want clarified, maybe a point I think deserves another pass. And then once we answer those, we'll begin the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first question, I'll start on the affirmative side. So my first question is it was kind of based off a question you asked Andrew earlier, was basically like, what would the Bible have to say differently for you to conclude that it just tolerated and regulated an existing institution rather than promoted it?
It would have to say that we would want to abolish slavery. And also historically, I would have to see like a direct, large effort. Where in order to abolish slavery, but we observe 1600 years of further slavery, even after Jesus's teachings. It was a tall order.
All right. And then did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Andrew?
Yeah, that was my whole point. That's exactly what we did see. So Jesus specifically tells us that he's going to free the oppressed, and then we see the oppressed freed. And he's like, I don't know, I'd have to see them freed. Well, that's exactly what you saw, and they cited the Bible for that thing. That would be my response. All
right. And then, so then another question I had here for you, Amender, is if explicitly, like, if permitting it is counting as promoting that institution, would you be like committed to saying like the legalization of like cigarettes and alcohol would also be promoting those things?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Andrew?
They literally have a Surgeon General's warning on them that says, don't buy this, it's going to give you cancer. How is that a promotion? Like, something can be legal, and also there could be a huge warning not to do this thing.
That would not be a promotion.
Well, then you're wrong on what you just said. You just answered.
No, it's not.
What was your question, Speak, that you asked him?
It was based off like if permitting and regulating is like counts as promoting that institution. I was asking, would you be committing to saying that like the government legalizing alcohol and cigarettes is also promoting it? And he said yes.
And you said yes. And then I pointed out that there's a Surgeon General's warning on it. And you said, well, then it's not promoting. That's what I mean. You can't follow your own.
The Surgeon General's warning is not promoting. It's telling you not to smoke.
Why
but
did they
the
put that Surgeon
legalization
General's
does
warning?
promote that cigarette. If
Why
it
did they
were
put the Surgeon
illegal,
General's
it would
warning?
be explicitly not promoting that, it not be promoting cigarettes.
Right. So what you just answered to him was incorrect. They only put
No,
the
no,
Surgeon
no.
General's
Two
warning
things
because the
can be
government
correct at the
tells them
same
they have
time.
to. So the government is
It's not
saying
a black
you can
and
buy
white
this thing,
dichotomy.
but you have to put this warning on it, right?
If it were illegal, there would be less people smoking.
You
But
haven't
if
demonstrated
you
that.
have that does happens all
You
the
haven't
time.
demonstrated it.
Okay.
You can laugh, but you haven't demonstrated
right.
that. Actually, we proved that you granted that
Gotcha.
less of a supply. There could be no supply, even though
Well, I
there's a
guess you
demand.
win the debate then, right?
Okay, you can't follow your own logic, dude. What do you want me to do? It's not my fault.
No, I pointed it out. You're just too not good at thinking. I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So then, my first question for your side, Andrew, is it's based on the verse we seem to talk about a lot during this debate. So where God explicitly like authorizes like and allows people to acquire humans, identifies whom they can acquire, all of that was in the verse. But what's the principled basis to call that just regulation rather than a positive institutional authorization?
Yeah, because regulating something again doesn't necessarily mean that you're promoting it. It could be the case, but in this case, it isn't. It's possible that you can like the two things are not mutually exclusive, right? So these are just regulations of an ancient and archaic practice that existed in the Near East ancient world that the Bible regulated for the first time. So you know who said that? Charlie Kirk. Like they've had this exact debate thousands of times. First Amender, you're not the first to make these arguments. That's why I bring that up. You can laugh, but Charlie did say that. He's had this debate. Thousands of people have had this debate. You're not presenting anything new.
Why would I respect Charlie Kirk at all? The guy literally said that he wanted to abolish the Civil Rights Act. That's so funny. You bring up Charlie Kirk. That's so cringy. Oh my God.
I think you might be the only one that feels that way. I've never heard him say
We
that, but this
are
isn't a
Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
We carry the flame.
So my second question
Made
for
myself
you,
look bad.
Andrew, is so basically it's kind of almost what Amanda asked of you earlier, but what would the text actually have to say for you to say like, yeah, that's promoting slavery? Like
Yes.
what would be like the minimum textual standard?
Well, it would have to say you have to go out and start a slave trade, because then it wouldn't be regulating an existing practice, right? It would be promoting this practice. Like even if it existed other places and they said, go out and start the slave trade, sell slaves, do this, capture. If that's what it said, then it would be promoting slavery. But that's not what it's giving you guidelines on how to operate in a world that already has slavery. That's what he's missing. That's the point. And I tried to take him through. He granted that slavery existed long before Moses or the Bible. But that's what it would have to do to be a promotion of that thing, because it already exists. So if it already exists and we're just talking about what is, not what ought, right? That's the difference.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say to that for Samantha?
Yeah, I mean, I provided literally that. But I mean, hell, I was just pulling up a section here by that Jesus said specifically regarding saying to his servants, slaves, should know their place and to not expect thanks for the duties that they are required to perform. This is Luke 17:7-10.
That's servants. Not
I mean, yes, sorry. Fair enough.
okay, he's telling you do your job. So what?
Yeah.
Do your job the right way. Stop.
Doesn't
expecting
even
things.
address like, slaves obey earthly masters just as you'd obey Christ.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
already
address
gave you the example for
Colossians.
that. If you get wrongfully arrested,
obey your earthly
obey the
masters.
guards, even though it's wrong. You should
You
obey
know,
them because you don't want to get your fucking.
But it
ass
does
kicked.
say that you should be fair.
That doesn't mean
to
you
your
ought get
slaves, right?
arrested.
which would
Again, with the
tacitly
same
endorse
dumb
the
logic.
existence of slaves and masters. But
Hume's
that's
is ought
beside the
fallacy
point.
the entire time,
Yeah.
and presentism. That's all we saw.
It's not presentism. It's what's in the
No, I
Bible.
said that's all we saw was Hume's is ought fallacy and
Except I
presentism.
bring up
this
literal
entire
quotes in the
debate,
Bible.
and you're
that
doing
shows
it right
exactly
now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll start up the timer here for the official Q&A. So we'll start with the super chats we came in. If you guys said some dumb shit, I'll give you a salute, but I'm probably not going to read it. Just saying, guys. I'm not reading no crazy shit. Just telling you. I know you guys try to get me, but you won't. All right, let's get those up. Tiny in the back's going to help us in a minute here. All right, so we got a question from Wrath of Reason says, so First Amendment, does the law then promote the crime? A law against murder promotes murder and makes more people want to murder. By your logic, this would be true.
Give me a second. Hold on. Let me just make this a little bigger. Just, you got to give me a second. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to have it in frame, I guess, the questions. Okay, so First Amendment, does law then promote the crime? No, it is the presence of law that tries to prevent crime and creates laws and punishments and restitution for the creation of crime. So the answer is no to that. A law against murder promotes murder and makes more people want to murder. No, because it's literally saying to not do that. The law that I presented was saying you may buy slaves. So it's the exact opposite. By your logic, this would be true. No, you just, I don't know, have a hard time reading. I don't know. I feel like I presented my argument just fine there. Anyway.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say that, Andrew?
No, sorry. I was answering another message.
Yeah, no.
That was for him.
No
though,
worries. Right? Yeah, that was for him. Put that one down there, Tiny. Before you bring up the next one, we got a Cash App for a question. If we ought infer promotion of slavery by First's logic, then we must infer outlaw of it through the explicit language Andrew provided. Andrew W., First Amender. I don't even know. Where's the headband of a deceptive inversion? I don't know what this is.
So trans promotion.
Oh, you got the question up. Okay. I'm reading it from over here. You got the question up.
If we ought infer promotion of slavery by First's logic, then we must infer outlaw of it through the explicit language Andrew provided. Andrew W., First Amender, where's the headband? Okay, this is not even a question. It's just, I'll be honest, like anytime you go on any like right-wing podcast or debate, it's always, you can present as much evidence, logic, but the reality is that it's basically just an echo chamber. There is no amount of logic that you will present. I am of the belief that if
I've seen some people in there saying you were wrecking him, so I don't know if it's an echo chamber.
How about that? That's pretty good.
Just saying.
Appreciate that.
I've seen people back and forth. He's wrecking him. You're wrecking him. It's back and forth. There's a lot of different people in here, bro.
Okay, appreciate that. Maybe I should be nicer. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, sometimes you don't see them. But yeah, he's got people saying
I'll say it this
he's
way.
wrecking you.
There's
got
a group
people
of
saying
people,
you're wrecking him. It's how
there's
go.
a group of people that I believe that no matter what somebody says, whatever team that person is on, they're going to promote them no matter what. And I'm of the opinion that, I mean, I've come up with sound logic. It all follows direct biblical quotes. All of it is, can be followed and understood pretty easily. And an opponent could then take a giant shit on the plate and then present it for everybody. And they'd be like, wow, that was very brave. You won the debate.
Don't do that, Andrew.
I'm not doing that.
All right, let's bring our next question up. What's our next question there? Joseph says, "What if I went and bought a bunch of slaves and set them free? Am I then proliferating the market?"
Maybe creating the induced demand, as in it would, in theory, increase prices, which would increase the amount of supply. They would just get more slaves. But it would be a good thing that you would be, removing them of their servitude.
So can I respond to that also? That's
Yeah.
the same logic that I was trying to point out, where you don't know if there's more slaves to purchase. That's the same. Like, it doesn't necessarily like, you don't know if they're going to purchase the slaves and free them. You make all types of assumptions that it's going to proliferate slavery without demonstrating actually that it will proliferate slavery.
By buying, you create a demand.
But you just read the question. There's all types of scenarios where it doesn't actually proliferate slavery.
All right. Next question there, Tiny. You don't see no more questions? I think I seen right here. So if the Bible did promote slavery like he said, then would you still support Democrats because they once supported slavery and the time frame is less? Also, people choosing sin isn't saying the Bible allows it.
Okay. This is actually a great argument, because you can actually look at the, what was it called? It was called the Southern Strategy. You can Google this yourself. But basically there was a huge shift as a result of the Watergate scandal. It was seen that the Republican Party was basically done, and that there needed to be a new strategy in order to get new voters. And so what they actually did is that Republicans appealed to racist Jim Crow laws of the South to get them to vote Republican. And so there was a party shift in this, so the Dixiecrats were gone as a result of the Southern Strategy. You can Google this. It is there. It does exist. Feel free to Google that, the Southern Strategy, as to why that party shift occurred. But yes, I would agree with you. If we were there back then under Democrats, I would be staunchly against Democrats. I would be in favor of the Republicans, which were in favor of abolition.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to say there, Andrew?
No, I think that was a great question, and I understand the logic that you're trying to point out.
All right. And then, so I think that's it for the super chat questions. So let me go over here to the Q&A chat. I know I've seen a few in there. So we got this one here from Teriak in the chat. I guess it's kind of like the question I asked, but you could answer again. The government regulates smoking. Does this mean the government promotes or encourages smoking?
Sorry.
This is the kind of question that I pointed out the entire.
My apologies.
Refused to engage with. Guys.
My apologies. My cat, she was requesting attention. Give me a second. I have to copy. I've got a question that they want to ask him as well when you're done. Question for First Amender. The government regulates smoking. Does this mean the government promotes or encourages smoking? No, because they're telling you to not smoke with the regulations and rules. When they're saying you may buy slaves, that is a positive affirmation for purchase of slaves.
But you may buy cigarettes, right?
Yeah, that would be promoting it.
What? You just said it wasn't promoting it. You just said that wasn't promoting
slaves. Let me try again, cigarettes. Right? There can be regulations to deter the smoking, but also promote of buying it as well. Do you understand how that works?
I think maybe you.
Why is this hard for you to understand?
You should go back and watch it again. You just contradicted yourself.
I didn't.
You can't follow for 5 seconds. You literally can't follow for 5 seconds. Go ahead. Next question.
Holy crap.
Okay, you'll see when you run it down.
Next one comes in from well, this is kind of a statement, but rather than cherry picking individual biblical excerpts, if we consider all of the biblical laws regarding slavery in total, is God saying people should be moved towards slavery or away from it?
I would say that it argues in favor towards slavery. That's why it took 1,600 years to abolish it.
My turn.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you
I
can
would
answer
I would
too.
respond to that by saying, but it still abolished it. Like the timeline that it took is irrelevant. It still did that thing, and therefore doesn't promote the opposite. If you knew lot P, not P, like there's no way. So it can't also have taken 1,500 years to abolish it, thus granting that it did abolish it and also promote slavery. That doesn't follow.
If I borrowed $10,000 from you and said that I would pay it back in 1,600 years, do you think that I'd be paying you back?
Well, I'd be dead. So it's a terrible
no
analogy.
Shit. Yeah, no
Yeah.
shit, you'd be dead. So would
Right.
I.
But the practice of
So all the
slavery
slaves who
doesn't
lived
die
and
like people
died
do.
for thousands of years. Oh man.
Okay. That's a red herring.
It's not.
Okay.
It's very related.
Question for first amender. Another one comes from Teriak. And that one was from Sweatosaurus Rex, by the way. Sorry, I didn't say your name there earlier. But this one coming in from Teriak. Question for first amender. If the Bible promotes slavery, why did Protestants, American and Britain, abolish it?
Yes, so I agree that there were abolitionists that ad hoc reasoned into the Bible saying that like all men are created equal and all that good flowery stuff. I agree with that. That's fine. This doesn't revoke the 1,600 years of promotion of slavery. And so I can acknowledge both of those.
I would say that it does actually revoke the 1,600 years in which it was just regulating the slavery to get to its end goal of not having any slavery, which would be the actual thing that it was promoting. Can't be both. It can't also have, you can't grant that the abolitionists cited Christianity and it took 1,600 years to get rid of it, but also it promoted it. That doesn't follow.
All right. Next one I have here is sorry, this one comes from Polly Shortcuts. Joseph was sold into slavery by his brothers. How was he able to rise to a respected and powerful person as a slave?
Okay, Joseph was sold into slavery by his brothers. How was he able to rise to a respected and powerful person as a slave? I don't know. The story says it. Like, I don't know if Joseph actually existed. Like, it's a.
No, I think that. Thank you. That was Paulie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with the question. Yeah, he's not going to be able to answer it though. He's not going to engage with that.
And then we got Tim, the real incanter, says the lack of an explicit abolition of something does not infer its promotion. It doesn't logically follow. Please explain how you make that logical leap.
Well, I didn't show the lack of an explicit abolition of something. What I did is I showed verses that directly promote it. So that logically does follow. And I explained how I made it that logical leap. And on top of it, even Andrew acknowledged that that at least it was better than murdering them. So it does, even by Andrew's light. He just made a grave error very early in, but he did say that.
Okay, I'll respond. Saying one thing is better than the other is not promoting it. Simple. Those two things are not the same thing, or they would be the same thing. Like they're different. Promoting something, like again, he's making the same incorrect assertion that regulation is promotion that he's been making the entire night.
All right. We got a super chat here from Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. If Christianity's end goal was to end slavery and it takes a while to do so, does that mean that was never their goal? Did it fail even if it occurred? I think that was for you. Amanda?
Me? If Christianity's end goal was to end, no, that would be a question for him, Andrew.
No,
I don't
he,
believe
because
Christianity's
if
end
you
goal was
follow-
to end slavery. It clearly was there to maintain slavery, and
can't
it takes a
follow.
while to do so. Yeah, it did take a very long 1600 years. Does it mean that it was never their goal? Yes, it would mean it is never their goal because it took 1600 years for them to do it. Did it fail even if it occurred? Yes, it failed for 1600 years, and then abolitionists undid it.
So again, granting, you see this in the same sentence, you grant and then take it back. That
Yeah,
yes, it took
there's a lot of
1600 years
contradictions
for
in the
them to
Bible. I
abolish
don't have a
it,
problem
right?
with
It
contradictions
took
existing in the
1600
Bible.
years. That means that they did
Yeah, I
abolish
don't have a
it.
problem with contradictions existing in the Bible. I'm aware of contradictions that
Well,
exist in the
your
Bible. This is one of
contradictions
many
mid-sentence.
contradictions
Can't even
in
have
the
one
Bible. No,
sentence
it's
that
a
doesn't contradict
biblical
itself.
contradiction. It's true. It does.
Okay.
All right. Next one comes in here from. Oh, we got another super chat from Darth Stevo. Says, "Thank you, Darth." Says, "Is there no slavery because it's illegal?"
Is there no slavery
Another
because
good
it is
point.
illegal? To be fair, there's actually codified slavery even in the United States. It's through the prison system. But if I act as if
Force them to commit crimes.
yes, it would be effectively illegal to have slaves. Whereas if you say you can go to a foreign nation, like, I don't know, Mexico, and you can buy slaves, then that would be the promotion of it.
All right. And then we got another one this one's from Josh in the chat. If the city of Seattle creates a drug-free zone and says, if you're going to use drugs, use them in these designated locations, are they promoting drug use?
Creates a drug-free zone and says if you're going to use drugs, use them as these. Yes, they are promoting drug use. And in fact, the effects of doing that has actually proliferated drug use. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of evidence-based approach, but this is, I guess, a different question or topic, I guess.
I'm getting tired of saying it, but he doesn't understand the difference of a regulation and a promotion. That's a regulation. That's not a promotion. If Seattle creates a drug-free zone, they're regulating
Why does it
where
increase
you can
drug
use
use?
drugs, right?
Why does it increase drug use?
Regulating a specific area?
Then why does it increase drug use?
That's not a promotion. Just like the
Then
cigarette.
why does it
Surgeon
increase
General's
drug
warning.
use?
What if they have a Surgeon General's warning?
Why
on the drugs?
does it
Then are they
increase
not
drug
promoting
use?
it? What if their drugs
Can't
have a Surgeon
answer.
General's warning? By your own logic, then they're not promoting.
Oh my
it.
God.
What do you mean? Oh my God, that's your fucking logic, dude.
Damn.
All right. Then we got another one. This one comes in from this one's from Yield to Me. First Amender, if you agree people may vote for Trump, are you promoting people voting for Trump?
Yes, if somebody says you may vote for Trump, then yeah.
Can I respond? No, it's just an objective statement about reality. That's what I mean. You can't turn an is into an ought. You can't do that. You can't just say because you can vote for Trump, you may vote for Trump, that you may do that. That doesn't mean that I'm promoting it. I'm just telling you what is. You may go next door and buy slaves. That doesn't mean I'm promoting it. I'm just telling you what is. Can't get an ought from an is.
If someone said, never mind, actually. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I would bet that you're not. Because you can't get an ought from an is. And that they're
no, I
describing
just.
Okay.
It's fine. Never mind.
Like you may vote for whoever you want. There's no endorsement there.
We got another one here from the Vigilante TV. Said, Andrew, you said in your definition that proliferation would show promotion. In your opening, you also mentioned the fact slavery can be done to pay off debts. Is this not proliferation?
I don't know. It depends. I also said in my opening that they free the slaves every 7 years, and then every 50 years they free them again and give back all their property. So who knows if it's being proliferated or not? Like you would have to know how many are actually being freed, also, and how many are being taken. So that's the only way that I would know if it's actual proliferation. And like a slight proliferation doesn't mean promotion. It could just be the natural cause of the economy. So yeah, if something's seriously proliferated by something that's put in the book, then that can be considered promotion. But that's not what's happening. He never demonstrated that that's what's happening. Never. Yeah, exactly. I think you're muted.
Is may the same as ought?
I was muted. Thank you. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
No,
Amanda.
no. Is or not oughts. I understand that. Saying like if somebody is telling you can do this thing, like, hey, you can go out and buy candy, then yeah, it would be promoting that thing.
You just said you know the difference between it is and an ought. You don't, obviously. You just said you know the difference between it is and an ought, then gave an is and said, oh yeah, you'd be promoting
it's specifically in regards to laws, but yeah, it is. It's promoting it. Because if they were abolishing it, they would say, hey, we're abolishing slavery, but they're not doing that. They're saying, hey, you can go out and buy slaves from foreigners. As in, I'm okay with you doing this thing.
As in, okay. Again, you just did just because you don't outlaw something also doesn't mean that you're promoting it. It's the same. Like you can not abolish something immediately because this is a practice that already exists, and you're not trying to destroy, have more bloodshed than needed, and you can regulate the policy without it being a promotion. So you cannot abolish something, regulate it, and also it not be a promotion, which is exactly what happened.
All right. And then let me see. Oh yeah,
I have a couple of questions.
Okay, if you wanted to ask your questions, you can go ahead.
So there was a question for Andrew. The working man asked, why can't you accept that the Bible promotes slavery at times, but ultimately argues to abolish it?
Because you can't be two things at once, right? And again, he never addressed the fact that there's a new covenant. Almost all of those regulations that he's discussing are Old Testament regulations of slavery from a very ancient world. So no, if this book then has a new covenant that says that slavery is not okay, if Paul specifically writes to Philemon and says, free your slave, I'll pay for it, this is the right thing to do under our new covenant, then it wouldn't be promoting that thing. Not to mention the regulations itself aren't promotion, which we've proved over and over and over. And he's granted and then forgot he granted and then granted again and then forgot again like 50 times.
Base God Flashy asks, I said slavery is not the lesser of two evils. That is a false dichotomy. On whose authority are there only choices to kill them or enslave them? Just leave them alone.
Well, this was in reference to when they were sieging a neighboring village or city. So in that case, if you're laying, I think that's what
it's from foreigners you may buy slaves.
Yeah,
it's not referring to a siege. That was a separate verse that is not related.
You already proved that. You may vote for Donald Trump.
That Israelites are to follow among foreigners around them. It is not that.
Right. Well, that was closer to the reason I was saying is that verse is closer to an ought. It's still not an ought than the one you're citing, which is just telling you what you may do under the current economy that already exists at that time.
Mm-hmm. Working Man just donated another $1.99 USD stating, regulating something means to promote it by allowing it.
Was that for me? Sorry, I was reading my
that was for you, yeah.
Chat. Can you
regulating something means to promote it by allowing it.
Okay. If I regulate hazardous waste, am I promoting hazardous waste? Like I'm showing you example.
That's like arguing that you may not.
Regulation isn't.
But this one is specifically saying you can, not you may not buy from foreigners. That would be akin to arguing your toxic waste chemical idea, because there are laws that say you may not, which explicitly does not promote, but it would specifically avoid you from doing a specific behavior with toxic waste. But that is not what
it probably also tells
is saying.
you
It's saying you may buy from foreigners slaves,
I'm sure it
which
says
would mean
what you
a
may do with your
promotion
toxic
of
waste.
that.
I'm sure it does say what you may do with your toxic waste. That doesn't mean you're promoting it. You may
Yeah,
do
you're
whatever
promoting
the
them
fuck you
doing
want. That
something
doesn't
with a
mean I'm
toxic
promoting
waste.
it.
Yes.
No, it
Yes.
doesn't
If they're
promote
saying
it.
you
No,
may hold on, hold on. If you're saying wait,
describing
you're getting
something
it.
that
If you're
already
saying
exists.
hold on, if you're saying you may throw out the toxic chemicals in this designated toxic chemical throw out place, you are promoting to throw out the chemicals in a safe place.
Yeah, but you're not promoting that thing. You're just telling somebody how to, you're not promoting
What a
that thing.
clown.
You're giving regulations for how to carry, for what
I tried
to do
working,
with
man.
that thing. Do you understand
tried
the
working,
difference?
man. I
This
tried.
is what you do with this thing is not the same
He
as
was
you ought
almost
to
there
this
and then he
thing.
lost all of it.
Dude. I'm not going to try to explain this to you. He doesn't know the difference between an is and an ought. He doesn't know the difference between a
I do
regulation
know
and
the
a
difference
promotion.
between an
He
is
doesn't
and
know
an
the
ought.
difference between describing what already exists and promoting something. Seriously, these are important distinctions. Like you should take some time to like formulate.
It's also
this
an
better.
ought, by the way. Saying from them you may buy slaves. That's an ought.
No, it's you may do this thing. Like you
Uh,
can.
we
if you
gotta-
want. That's what made you may vote for Donald Trump. That was the example. You can't even stick the example you granted 5 minutes ago.
Cognitive dissonance,
minutes
right?
ago.
now.
We got a
You granted
$5.
that saying you may vote for Donald Trump is not an ought. So how is it an ought for this one? You have to be consistent with your logic. You already granted that.
Mhm.
And Dr. Dickhead for $5 says, "And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death." Exodus 21.
Yeah, we brought this up, and
Yeah.
that's true. That like if you specifically steal, but let's say for example, if a foreigner steals another foreigner, and then they decide to sell the foreigner to an Israelite, then they can, in fact, do that. That would not put them to death. In fact, you may do exactly that, as per what God said. And we've already addressed this. And name checks out, by the way.
Also, because it's an important distinction. Like you can't. That's why I kept asking you, where did the slaves come from? Because you can't go out and steal them specifically as per that Exodus verse. So that's why it's specific is describing what you can do from a system that already exists.
Yeah,
They're just regulating how to
effect
operate in
endorses
that
slavery.
system.
Yeah.
If they said, no, you can go steal that person, don't worry about it, go steal another human being and bring them into slavery, then that might be closer to, it still wouldn't be promotion. They're still just telling you what you may do, but it would be closer than where you are at.
Mhm.
All right. Since we have a couple minutes there, and Mender got some questions from his chat, I see a question comes in from Andrew's side from Kung Fu Joe. Says, First Amenders, Catholics and Orthodox Christians reject sola scriptura as heresy. So why should they believe your interpretation of Scripture?
I mean, it's not just my interpretation. It was the roughly 1,600 years of interpretation resulting in the codification of slavery by the way, slavery still exists even to this day, whether you use the Quran or if you even use the permission of slavery regarding the prison system in the United States. Slavery still exists. And so, I mean, I would argue in favor of abolition of slavery entirely and throw out the fucking Bible because I think it's a morally abhorrent.
Okay, I'll respond also. Thank you, Kung Fu. That's a great question and a great point. I don't think he actually understands what you're saying. What he's saying is that sola scriptura means that you only need scripture to interpret
yes,
scripture, right? Which is what you're doing. But what you actually have to do, because Catholics and Orthodox don't believe in that,
1,600 years of history did.
because Catholics and Orthodox don't believe in sola scriptura, which he's right, I'm a Catholic, you have to look to the authority of the church to actually say what they mean by the passage. And no church authority says that they're promoting slavery.
I'm sorry that you're a Catholic.
Actually, your interpretation is completely wrong of the scripture. You have to look to the church leaders as to what that scripture means.
I'm sorry that you're a Catholic.
Okay.
Jeremy comes in for $5, says, First Amender, you encounter a fork in the road. You may go left or you may go right. Which am I promoting? Or by your logic, am I promoting both?
Both, I would say. You're promoting driving, the act of driving. Yeah.
Another great question, just showing he's being bad faith. He knows what you're saying. You can't
engage
promote
directly the
both things.
question.
Huh?
I answered the question directly, even using one of his options. What do you mean bad
Yeah,
faith?
but
I
that's not
answered
what
the
he wasn't
question.
asking if you were promoting
Just
driving.
because you don't
You're
like the
slippery
answer doesn't
motherfucker.
mean I'm
He's
answering
asking
in
if
bad
you're
faith. I
promoting
am
going
answering
left
it in
or
good
right.
faith.
That's what he's asking.
Maybe
Am
to
I
help
promoting
us-
going left or right.
It
Not am I
says here,
promoting
or
driving.
by
You're
Maybe
your
to
logic,
help
am I
us-
promoting both? You're
Uh,
promoting driving.
Which am
You're
I
promoting
promoting?
both.
That's what he's asking
You're
you.
promoting
slippery.
both
You tried
by
to
Just
say
a-
you're promoting driving. No,
Yeah,
bro.
you're promoting driving and you're
Okay, that's
promoting
not the
both. Yeah,
question.
both of those.
Just
can be
a
true.
follow up
That's not the
here,
question,
quick.
though.
Maybe we could. Maybe this
He's
could help
so
us
dumb.
understand your side here, Mender. So how would you change that sentence? You may go left to you may go right for it to be a regulation rather
I
than
was just giving you a choice
a
of both.
promotion.
It's just giving you a choice of both.
Yeah, I'm asking. No, but I'm asking, like, how would we change this sentence to be a regulation rather than a promotion?
You may not go left. You may not go right. You may only go left. Do not go right. You may only go right. You may not go left. Those would be probably regulations, I would say.
All right. And did you have anything there, Andrew?
No, it's the same point over and over. I don't know how many times we have
Okay.
to show him, but he's just bad faith. He won't.
I answered the
Acknowledge.
question exactly as he requested.
You didn't. You may. Go,
I did.
may
You
go
just didn't
left,
like
you
the
may
answer.
go right.
I am
Which
answering in
one
good faith.
am I
Though. I'm
promoting?
not here to like play
one
mind
is the
games with you.
question?
I'm just.
It's
I'm
important.
tearing
Which
apart
one
your
is
logic
being
and then
promoted?
showing it.
Which
that's
one?
all I'm doing.
You may vote for
I've
Biden.
already
You may
addressed
vote
it.
for Trump.
Wait,
Who
is
am
he
I
asking
promoting?
me to?
Who am I
Yes,
promoting? You may
both.
vote for Biden. You may vote for Trump.
It's
Who am I
both.
promoting?
He could be both. It's both.
No, who am I
You're
promoting?
promoting voting, the
Who
act
am I
of voting. You're
promoting?
in reality.
That's the prompt. Promoting by saying you may do this thing. You don't want to answer because it destroys your Leviticus argument.
All right.
Ooh,
Okay.
Flashy is Base Got Flashy just donated $5 USD stating PBS
All
article
right. Last one.
Pope Leo XIV makes historic apology for Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery. Is Pope Leo XIV wrong?
Was that question for me?
Yep.
I'm sorry. They're not pulled up. You got to repeat it.
That's
get a
okay.
second,
That's
check
okay.
in the chat.
That's fine. That's fine. I have the same. It's fine. PBS article. Pope Leo XIV makes a historic apology for Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery. Is Pope Leo XIV wrong?
I'd have to see the exact quote and analyze it. I don't know. I don't know the quote. I'm not familiar with it, so I don't want to make a comment about a quote.
Okay.
I haven't particularly.
Presume it's correct. Presume that Pope Leo XIV specifically made apology for the Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery. Under that hypothetical, is Pope Leo XIV wrong? Would he be wrong?
For what was the exact wordage for doing what to slavery?
Propose a hypothetical. Let's say Pope Leo XIV said the following, stating an apology for the Vatican's role in legitimizing slavery. Under this hypothetical, is Pope Leo XIV wrong?
I mean, legitimizing isn't promoting, so I guess not. Doesn't have anything to do with the prompt. Nothing to do with the prompt. Nothing to do with it. So it's irrelevant. So I'll just
We
grant
tried.
it.
We
All
tried.
right,
Flash.
and
You did
I'll
it.
just
Jeremy-
grant it. That's not
Jeremy's-
promoting. That's the prompt.
Jeremy snuck one last one in and said, better yet, you are at a reception and they present you a choice of steak or fish meals. Which are they promoting?
Steak and fish meals and eating, buying something. Yes.
All right. All right. So that wraps up our Q&A
Can I
for
ask one more
tonight.
question? If I
It's
say
the
you
good
may
kind of
jump off
slavery,
a cliff,
guys.
am
Okay,
I-
one
am
more
I
question. One
promoting
more
that?
question.
If I say you may jump off a cliff, am I promoting it or am I just saying what exists?
Kinda, yeah.
No, I'm just saying you can.
Listen,
if, you
if
want.
somebody
I'm
said
not
you may KYS, right? If somebody said that, that's a bannable offense. Am I right, Speakeasy? You
no,
may.
but I'm just saying if no, I'm
Is
not.
that a
hypothetical?
bannable
But I'm just
offense?
saying you could say.
I
you
just
may
wanna be
do
clear,
something.
Oh, you
right?
mean on
You can do
YouTube?
whatever you
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
on
shouldn't do that
YouTube,
on
That's not a
YouTube.
promotion. That's not a
Yeah,
promotion.
don't do
just
that on YouTube.
stating that
If you
may
said
do
that on
this thing.
YouTube, that would be so like that. That's what I'm saying is like if you're saying you may do this, you are in effect promoting it.
No, I'm just
yeah.
stating reality. You may
Appreciate
do it. Like I don't give a shit if you do or not. You may do that thing though. It's not a promotion. That's what we're trying to point out.
Gotcha.
All right, that will wrap up the Q&A for tonight. I want to thank you everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. This is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
I'm gonna be having an open panel on my Discord, discord.gg/FIRST amender. I'll be hanging out in there, and you guys can join in if you want. But that's where I'm gonna be. Okay.
I can hang out till for like another half hour, 45 minutes. I got like 3 hours total.
All right, awesome. Yeah, no obligation for anyone, no obligation. So, all right, here's what's happening next, everyone. We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm going to drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to come hop in. Just come ready, obviously, think, question, debate. If you're coming up to try and troll, bring personal dramas, anything like that, you're just going to get muted and then most likely booted real quick. So go ahead when you're ahead
Thanks
with
for
this
the
idea.
invite, Speakeasy. I got to get going. You have a great day.
Yeah, no problem. Take care. And before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles we have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and we'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongues, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence. clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find our beat. Swords of reason.
Yo.
And we're back. Whoa. Who's breaking stuff?
That'd be the strange.
Dude, such a fucking banger song.
Dude, that entire debate, I'm sorry you had to go through that, Andrew. That was bad faith from the start to the end. Like,
Thank you.
his whole ground, the entire ground of that debate was based on the presentation of choice is the promotion of said choice.
He doesn't understand that
I
distinction.
can't even give it. Yeah,
I
can't even give
muted
a whole
you
other
for a
example.
second, Daniel, because your background's playing a whole bunch of noise there. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
I can't even give a whole nother.
I turned it off.
So one of my huskies has had hip dysplasia before he was a year old. When I took him to I had to take him to a special specialist for animal care, and they presented me two options. They said you can get the FHO, which is where they cut off a portion of the bone that would go into the joint. But not that the technicalities of that is not important, but they could do that. And they give me a success rate to that based on how his after treatment care and all that goes. And then they say the other option is he can be medicated forever, or I'm sorry, there were three options. I forgot the medication option. It's that one they actually do not promote. They say this is not a good idea. But the other option that they did say was total hip replacement, and they give a success rate of that. Now they don't tell you, hey, the FHO is better or the total hip replacement is better. They don't tell you either one is better. They just say that these are options, and they say here's the success rate of these that we have seen. That's just empirical data they're presenting. They don't sway me. I make the decision based on my knowledge of what that would be and where the success rate would go. That's not swaying it. That's just presenting options. So the fact that he couldn't engage with that, bad faith. In the other examples that I did provide, where I said you're presented to the fork in the road, I just didn't include, but there's actually another option. You could turn around and go back. I didn't say you couldn't go back. There's no requirement to actually make those. I just say, hey, you could go left, you could go right. That's the fork in the road. That's what that example presides.
I thought I'm not gonna lie, when I seen the one question that said, if you say I may vote for Trump, are you promoting Trump? I really thought that was gonna be the one where he'd say, wait a minute, I'm not promoting Trump.
I'm gonna ask him if trans
I thought
men
Amanda
are
would
real
never
men.
never
but
even say the words he's promoting Trump, so
Yeah, and
You
that's
kind of know that that's his tactic every time, right? Is to just act like he's not hearing.
What do you guys think of what?
Comprehending.
Right. What do you guys think of what Silver Necrosis says here? Slavery in the Bible looks like a 7-year contract by consenting and willing people, even if promoting, basically employment contract.
I said that in my opening, but he just doesn't engage with it. See, that's why I was a little confused because I've never seen his debates or debate with him before in the beginning, but then I picked up on it. But he like concedes something and then pretends like he didn't. It's a weird tactic. So it's hard to follow his logic. That's the only. Well, there is no logic. Maybe that's his tactic.
And I knew he would run. Obviously, every time with the open panel, he
Yeah,
runs.
he doesn't
Yeah,
stay.
he doesn't. He doesn't
Of
stick
course he
around for
doesn't
the.
stay for the open
And
panel. There's
listen,
tons of people who go.
again, to be fair to him, that first time he tried, there was like
Yeah,
7 people up here, and nobody would let him talk. It was wild. I was like,
yeah.
damn, boys, he's not
It's
gonna say
problematic
anything.
when everybody's
Report shit.
well, dude. It's
And like,
problematic when
I gotta
everybody
leave
comes up.
my bias out of it, right? Like, I'm moderating,
Yeah.
so I leave my bias out. That's why I even had like questions that the other side would ask Andrew, right?
See,
But
the thing is, it's problematic if somebody comes up and
I
everybody tries
get
to
it.
get their pound of flesh, man, off the rip.
And you know
It's
what I was
yeah.
thinking? I was thinking maybe in the future if he comes up, I should have did this. Someone ran this by me. I should have did this. I should have asked him if he would stay for like one at a time coming up and asking you guys questions.
Well,
Maybe that would have gave him less like, less dealing
Worth
with
the
a bunch of
money.
people.
well,
But
speak. I was hoping the little lesbian stays on for a bit because I was actually gonna be here to give. I was actually gonna be here to give Andrew crap. I thought I was gonna do a little bit of a VK and take his stupid position.
oh shit!
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
you're gonna
Because
play the
they
other
so
side.
shit. The problem is they're so shit at
Should
arguing,
have been
at
worth.
making up arguments. I was like, well, there is a way to do this, and you just went the wrong approach.
That's why I tried to cross the bridge to get away from the financial thing because obviously Andrew's not disagreeing with the supply and demand. He was saying that you if you don't have the supply, how are you going to sell it, right? Like how can they get more slaves if there's no new slaves? He was saying that buying something doesn't physically make a new one of that thing. Right, and
Yeah,
I understood that, so I tried to cross the bridge there, and then he went right back to the supply and demand. I was like, oh, okay. Oh,
After he
I
already
tried.
granted that it doesn't necessarily mean that there'd be more supply just because you bought. He granted that and then
Yeah,
went
he
back
did.
to it.
He did. Yeah. Yep.
Teriak, did you sleep
And
in your
listen,
suit, dude?
he's always respectful to me. So I have no problem moderating debates for him and whatnot. But I get the frustration, right? And I've seen him on other panels before. He's not the same as he is here. Like I would say I get the best behavior version of First Amender in his debates. I would say
Yeah.
that. I
If you
think
go
most
watch his
people would
modern day
agree.
debates, dude, he will be spugs, dude.
Yeah, you have to take control with certain types of people in debates, right? You
Yeah,
gotta.
but I still wish he'd have been good faith in that. Like that was just
Uh,
really bad performance on him. At least
he's
in
never
He
been
has
good
the
faith.
name
I've
for
never seen him this
struggle.
bad faith. I mean, yes, I've seen some bad faith argumentation from him, but this is the worst example of him in bad faith that I've ever seen him do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's
And
extremely
to,
bad.
and the topics I usually get for Amender is off of his list. So he has a list, right, that he put up. That's like basically all the takes he has, and that's one of the first ones, right? So I figured, why not for Andrew's first debate on Swords of Reason, do that one, right? That's an affirmative take he has. So I was like,
PowerPoint guy.
So that's why I thought I'd come
but
up
you
and give
did
a
great. I want to say though, your opening, I fucking loved your opening, bro. That was great. That was fucking great.
Me?
So yeah, you,
Oh,
yeah,
thank you, bro.
yeah, great job. Your opening was great. I loved it.
Yeah, he confused me with his tactics of granting things and pretending like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. That's a confusing tactic. Like you expect
Yeah.
someone in good faith to grant something and then keep that in their logic as you move forward. But he's like fucking, it's like pulling teeth with this guy.
Yeah, some people don't like to admit when they're in a corner or when their own logic brought them to a conclusion
Yeah.
that they didn't want.
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure that's all he was doing. He was cornered, so he's just going to double down on his bad take rather than admitting he's got to take defeat on it.
Yeah, I really thought the Trump question was gonna make him switch and make him like do a different argument.
Well, I
I
thought. I mean, I thought the reception option was or the reception scenario was a pretty good scenario too, because again, they're not promoting you have the steak or the fish. Those are the options that they make available to you. You still have the option of none. They don't.
Yeah, I
force
would
you.
have to
left and
question a little more to understand the because I asked him how could we change this sentence for it to be a regulation rather than promotion, and he just added not in there. So if
I
you're
mean,
saying to not do it, you may not do it. That's a regulation, but saying you can do it, it's a promotion. That's what confused me. I didn't know how you tie that.
yeah, I guess in that my reception example, I could have actually added in the option of or none. In which case, then you couldn't really. It would have been like to say that you're promoting one over the other would be a kind of a contradiction because he's like, oh, you're promoting eating. Well, you're also promoting not eating. So
How many fallacies did he draw?
A lot.
Yeah.
Definitely the is on. Like over and over. That was the entire debate and presentism, for sure.
That was the main one.
Like that one comment point, I didn't even get there, but was like pointing out like even the slavery of the ancient times was largely voluntary. Like if you had a bad crop harvest, you could either die or go into indentured servitude. Like that was your options, and it was only for 7 years, and he wouldn't engage with that. So it's
But apparently Republicans didn't end slavery
yeah, like
in America.
wasn't a Republican. I love when they try to steal Lincoln. You can't have him. He's ours. You can't.
Yeah, for real.
And he did say at one point that the Bible was not responsible for the slavery, but then he used the Bible for the 1600 years of slavery. I was
That
like,
was the
wait. I was like, wait a minute.
That's
But
when he really
I
lost.
can't say nothing, right? So in my head, I'm just like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Don't say that.
That's when he really lost. Was that 60? It took 60. Who cares how long it took? Like you're admitting it fucking ended it. That's it. Like it's not promoting something. Its goal is to end, and that it achieves.
So if you say end slavery, you promote it.
You know what a good one I think to use there, Andrew, would have been. So if NASA right now has a plan to go to the moon, does it matter how long it takes them to get there, or?
Right.
And he'd probably say no, right? Because that's still their goal.
But who mentioned that if you buy slaves and set them free, you're proliferating the market?
Yeah.
That was
Well,
a great question.
Well, technically you would be, but the end outcome would
Only
be
if
one that
you're
is
doing
positive.
it. Only if you're thinking of proliferating in the sense of the supply and demand. But if there
Yeah,
is no
so
supply,
Yeah, well, you're
can't
give
engaging
more
in the
money to the
market
slave sellers.
in the trade of slavery, but
if
your
if
end
there's
outcome
only
is
10
freeing them.
diamonds, right? If there's only 10 diamonds ever, you buying one of these diamonds doesn't automatically make a new diamond.
Correct.
That's it.
Yeah,
There's still
that's-
only 10
that's
diamonds.
untrue.
That's what Andrew is trying to explain. Right? There's
Yeah.
only so many slaves, so buying a slave doesn't make a new slave, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah, but humans are a renewable resource. That's the only problem, right? Like it's like new people come into the world. It's not a finite resource.
Yeah, but they don't come in as slaves. That's why I kept asking him, where do you get the slaves? Where do you get the slaves? Like there's several things that have to happen before that human becomes a slave. Let me just use
Now do you guys wanna fight? Do some verbal combat nonsense up here. Give you an actual argument that's gonna be a problem. Okay.
For the
I
Bible
wanted
promotes slavery.
Yeah, I wanted to give Andrew a bit of crap and see, but this is the problem. I didn't even know if I want to give them ammunition for this, because they're shit. But it disappoints me that they're bad at arguing. So, I would say that yes, I think most people wouldn't have a problem with slavery on this panel, and I would say yes, it does promote human slavery in the sense of we are all enslaved to God's will. The Bible promotes it. It says that it is the way that it is, and it advocates for it, and that you cannot operate outside of God's will. You have no choice in it. It is the way that it is, and I think it's based, but it does promote it to God.
I just got to use the bathroom. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
he's running. He's running.
That's what she said.
I'll answer. I've been sitting here.
Done.
For hours. I'm not running.
Done.
We also got Teriak, Emmett, Premonition. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Me.
I would flip the script on these LGBs by saying that like they're actually they're advocates for slavery. It's like they do the whole like
B is not
bondage
real.
and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like if they're doing the whole like bondage, like they have like the whole like slave master dialectic and all this kind of shit. So they promote sex slavery. You know what I mean?
You
It's
need
just
to,
That's the
LGBT,
way you
dude.
go about it.
you need to write this down, okay? You need to clip yourself now, just a real close short, like just grab that little square of you sitting here in your suit. Say, we need to flip the script on these LGBs, just that part, and keep it for a little clip.
Bisexuality
You
is
need to
not
write
real.
that down. That shit's hilarious. We need to flip the script on these LGBs.
That's why I'm here, boys. I came suited and booted, literally. You know?
Oh shit.
If you are a bisexual, you are a homosexual.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You suck one
bisexuality
dick,
is
you're a dick
is a
sucker,
psyop.
dude.
Even lesbianism is a psyop.
True. You ask them, they
They
actually
should just
prefer
call themselves
penises.
homos from now on. Homos and queers. But I won't say the flag word.
I won't be using that word. I won't be taking that title. Sorry.
Well, then don't.
Oh shit. But yeah, these are this topic. I've watched so many debates on this topic.
Not just
The
First Amendment either.
Bible
I've seen
promoting
plenty.
slavery. I've seen I've watched so many of them now. I've actually partake in a few with some panel.
Where in the New
members.
Testament does it say it? Supposedly.
Well, he bring up something from the New Testament, but
I did hear him say New
not in
Testament, but
context, right?
oh, okay, of course. Not with him. I mean, her, I don't know.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Of
drop
all
down.
trans women are women.
I said my piece.
Jeremy.
All right,
usually
thanks
wait
for
for
coming
me.
My
up.
floor is creaky as shit.
Later.
Just bud.
Later, bro. Thanks for coming up.
Teriyaki, you do look nice.
Thank you very kindly, Prem. You know what I'm saying?
He's a star now, dude. He wears suits all the
Like-
time.
Yeah.
You know what it looks
Why
like.
not? Why not? Like I
It looks
said,
like
like,
Yeah,
part
that's just so you have an
of
excuse to
being-
eat your ribs with knives and forks, dude. Come on.
Exactly. Listen, Chris, if you're not able to eat the ribs with a knife and
Exactly.
fork, it's not tender enough. You know what I mean? That should be the standardized test. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving you guys all this like
Just
these
get tacos
tests,
then, dude.
flipping
Just
the
get
script.
tacos, dude.
I'm eating tacos right exactly now.
Why the fuck would you eat a taco with a knife and fork?
At least that's an edible utensil, Teriak.
The taco's not a utensil. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Chris?
it can
I was
be if you believe in
confused.
yourself.
But he was
Ridiculous.
amongst
A
barbarians.
taco can be a utensil if you just believe in yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, you can use that thing
Kinda
as
like
a
a
spoon, dude. What do you
spoon,
mean?
some
I gotta switch over to this one. Oh, what? Why did it put everyone in the back though? Hold up, 1 sec. Let me fix this, guys. Why did it do that? That was dumb. I meant to switch the scene, not fucking throw
Speakeasy,
everyone
bro.
away.
The show, dude.
You felt like it.
Damn.
Chris,
There
you're
we
the
go.
reason why we no longer know the difference between a man and a woman. Like, a
Listen,
taco
I'm
shell's
here.
not a
I'm here to
fucking
fight,
utensil.
brother Teriak. Don't you start with
This is
us
unbelievable.
infidel
But
Anglo-Saxons.
in terms, what's wrong with being Anglo-Saxon? A bit of culture, a bit of couth. You know what I'm saying? There's too
Nothing.
much
Me and you are the
uncouth going on.
Hey, we got a big 20. Big 20 comes in from FB, says Christianity doesn't promote slavery. Every person made in God's image. Atheism and progressivism are more open to it. Standpoint theory treats certain races and genders as carrying a permanent historical debt.
Sounds like the left is way more racist than the right.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that. That's why I said if you flip the script and make it off of a paradigm instead of human to human, but God to human, then the argument becomes a lot more difficult to refute. And I saw people in chat saying free will. The free will does not exclude you from God's judgment. So
Well,
that's just merciful master. Your merciful God is a merciful master. of his creation.
Let's see your debate practice from the other side. You said you had something that would have been better than his argument.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We are enslaved to God's will. There is no opting out. There is no other way around it. The Bible does promote this as the way because it is philosophically consistent with just how the universe and reality operates. That it should be that way, and it's advocated for it being that way.
That's
And
actually
before-
a better argument.
It is way, yeah. That's a better way
It
to go.
becomes a
But there is,
philosophical argument.
I'm sure Andrew has something against it too, though. But Silver Necrosis brings up: has anyone done any transliteration and translation to see if slavery means the same thing in Hebrew and Greek?
Yes.
That's another point.
That's
too,
a good
right?
question. Yeah.
People don't understand that, like, and you brought that up, Andrew.
I tried to
that
bring
like
that up. I think it's
slavery-
more like property. than actual
slavery didn't mean the same thing it meant.
Yeah. Well,
in today, right?
See, from that argument, right? God does own us, right? We're God's property, especially if you're a Christian, right? So from that sense, we are servants to God. God is the master. It falls under all of the terms.
I would refute that by saying two things. One, we have free will, and two, you can kill yourself. So I mean,
Yeah,
you can
but
divide yourself, sorry.
are you ultimately free from God's judgment?
No, you're just saying you can do it. Yeah, no.
So you're not
Yeah.
actually a slave. You have the choice. So slavery.
Yeah,
is
but
free.
as a slave, you could be free to do things like when you're done with your work, when at night you're free to sleep or not sleep. Free will does not designate you're not a slave.
No, free will doesn't, but you can't leave. And your whole premise that you could
The slave could escape.
God in this world because you're born here like without your choice, and God, if that's true, right, then you would be a slave to this world. You can also leave this world if you choose. Now, saying are you going to still have to face God's judgment is actually a different premise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're enslaved to God's judgment because God runs everything. You're his creation, you're his property. Slaves can escape. It happened during slavery. Slaves can escape. It does not designate that you're fully under the control of the master or whoever you're their property to.
Yeah, but you can't
It just
leave.
means
You
that
could just
God's
leave this
merciful.
world at any time. You don't have to escape. You could just leave.
Yeah, but leaving this world, you're still under God's control, right? You don't escape by leaving this world.
We're assuming things. We don't really know necessarily what is going to happen after you die. We anthropomorphize that it's like us up in the sky, right? Like hanging out. Like we don't really know. Like that's just our way of describing the undescribable. So if you're actually going to be like, I don't know I don't know. There's no way to know that, but I get the premise of what you're saying.
Yeah, it becomes see
better
that's
than
why
what he did.
but that's what I'm saying. Like it's lucky he chose that position because there's way more complex positions that you can take, and now it becomes difficult because I'm a Christian too and I'm advocating for slavery. So you got to watch out for that. But he's too dumb to make these kind of arguments anyway. So don't worry.
Yeah, no leftists make that argument. That's a different one. That's a better one. It would have been more interesting. They all make the same the Leviticus argument, all of them.
Yeah,
I like that.
But
I have to give it some thought.
Because it becomes way more complex because ultimately, especially if you're doing it against a Christian, maybe against an atheist, they could come up with something different. But you're gonna get a lot of points where a Christian's gonna have to buckle on things.
Yeah, because
I think it's based.
too easy to break down, bro.
Judgment means slave. You know, does someone having like if you go to a courthouse and someone casts judgment on you, even if you get imprisoned, like you're not technically a slave. That's a different thing.
But
that means
this is easy. Is there a relevant distinction between God having authority over a human and a human having authority over another?
Exactly. Yeah, I think there is.
I mean, it depends. It depends. I wouldn't even put God in the same category as a human.
It can't be depends. It has to be yes or no.
Do slaves
has to be yes or no
in the metaphysical world? Like we don't even know for a fact that slavery is a thing in the spiritual realm. So like we're just assuming that like if you did unalive yourself, and
I
let
hope everyone that was in the debate class is listening.
yeah, we can't assume that that the metaphysical realm would also have slavery. That would be the problem there, I think.
In
No,
the
true.
Can you guys hear me now?
it's just going to be a memory in the metaphysical realm after you're gone. That's we can't even imagine what to wait for. But
Therefore, you're not really a slave. Therefore, you can actually leave the earth and not be a slave to God here in this realm. And we
Well,
also
even if
can't
you were
establish that
outside
you're a
Earth,
slave-
you would still be
in
a
the
slave.
afterlife.
FB for 20 says also progressivists and leftist atheists push for cheap immigrant labor that creates de facto wage slavery. Christianity calls treating human beings that way cruel. That's more evidence they're more open to slavery. It's another good one. I like it. But yeah, that's the way I would attack that argument, right? I would just say if there must be a morally relevant distinction between God having authority over a human and a human coercively or forcefully taking authority over
It
another.
all depends on how we define slavery, right? Because even with the father-son paradigm, you could still then, so we would have to run through the definition of what constitutes slavery, right? But I would even say that in a way I could make that argument that a child is a slave of their parents. They have to follow their will. They are controlled by them. They are told what to do by their parents. And if God is our father by proxy, so I just have to define slave and get a good definitional for that applies to that relationship. Boom, done.
Yeah, but I would
Well,
also then say you're anthropomorphizing God the Father and like making it like a human condition. Yeah, like we use that word, but we don't mean like he's literally our daddy. Like we're just using that word to
Yeah.
describe, like, yeah. And then it would
Well,
also
it's
follow that
describing a
every
relationship.
person that faces
Yeah.
God's judgment is a slave. So everybody's a slave then.
well, there's a difference.
Yeah, but why is that wrong? Why would that be wrong?
Judgment
Just because
doesn't
you don't like
imply
the
slavery, which is
terminology?
demonstrated with the court case. Like
Okay.
judgment itself doesn't
Mm.
demonstrate that you're a slave.
All I'm saying is there's a difference even in the Bible. There's a difference between a servant and a son. There's a distinctional difference between them in the way that it's written. So it's not only the fact that you put it there in certain ways, and you're being called to be a son, not to be a slave. In especially when it comes to the to Jesus Christ and the redemption, right? You're called to be a son, not necessarily a slave. So it's not promoting you to be a slave of God, but to be a son of. That would be the relationship idea and the difference between one and the other. Now, I don't think that anybody is gonna do your argument, Chris, from their side, because you have to put God as the highest, right? You will be saying
Yeah.
God has
Yeah,
authority
I mean,
over everything.
over
So there's no
everything,
way, there's no way that
And-
an atheist scumbag
and
will
if you-
go on and say that.
And if you think about it, God made everything, right? So technically everything is his property, right? It's his.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, if I sit with this for a
Yeah.
little bit, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able to formulate something proper, especially if I go into the definitions of it.
Wait.
Yeah, well, he has final
Yeah,
authority,
but
right?
because that one question I just asked, if there's a distinction between God having authority and a human forcefully taking authority, right? If you say yes to that, you can't just transfer this approval from one relationship to the other, right? And then
Why
if you
does it
say
have to be done
no,
forcefully?
that's what slavery is. That's what. Well,
You can
okay,
be
then
born into slavery.
what's your definition of slavery?
I mean, like you don't have to be snatched from your village. You could be born into slavery, dude.
So coercively, yeah. Coercively or forcefully, yeah.
But then what would your definition be of coercively?
Something that you did that you
Unwilling.
were manipulated into unwillingly.
Yeah.
Manipulated into. You're not manipulated into birth. It's just the
Yes, you are.
biological.
If you're born into a cult, you would say that person was manipulated, yeah.
No,
Same thing.
it's a circumstantial event that occurred.
What? What is it?
You would have to be manipulated in a sense of overthrown by force. There's no force doctrine being implemented on the Cartesian location of your birth. It's just a coincidence or occurrence that happens, right? It's just bad luck.
So getting out of the cult would be manipulation.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
That's,
say again.
Like if you were to get out of the cult, would you have to be manipulated out of it if you were born into it?
But
No.
it's just
What?
like cold would just be a weather condition. It wouldn't be something.
I said cult,
It's not. Yeah, it's just
not
something that
home.
occurs.
I mean, like
What?
you're born into it, your like brain is melded into it.
Yeah.
What do you mean being born is manipulation? I'm
Being
confused.
born into a cult, and then to get out of it, you'd have to be manipulated out of it because all of your beliefs are whatever the cult believes.
So can I just, in this definition that I have, it doesn't really follow because it says that the definition I found is slavery is a condition where one person is owned by another person as property.
yeah, I should have added in like exercises ownership. Probably that's probably a good.
But therefore,
way
it can't be God.
Yeah.
Because it has to be one person owned by another person. It says that in the at least in this definition that I found.
God has personhood. In fact, it's 3 persons.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jesus
No,
was
God
a
is
real
not
person,
God
right?
is not a being.
Jesus is God, and he
God is
was
not
a
a
Jesus is
person.
God, and he was a person.
Jesus is God, he was a person.
Saying that God
Just
is
to
God
clarify,
is not a being.
Don't get hung up on
Okay.
that. That was a joke,
Okay.
okay? Calm down.
Yeah,
Saying
because that's gonna
correct.
the whole
Heresy.
being thing will go very long. Who's Christian and who's I guess atheist or agnostic here?
I'm a Catholic.
Christian.
Christian.
Yeah, I don't think we have any atheists up here.
No,
Right now.
everybody's Christian.
Nah.
Yeah, Chris Lestrange is just taking the other side to
Yeah.
argue
Okay.
for the
That
sake
God's
of
a
Yeah,
it.
I
being.
attend Orthodox liturgy. I'm just here to give Andrew a bit of a fight, and because First Amendment was bad at it, he was terrible, dude. And
Savage.
Andrew did well as well.
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
I'll engage,
do
and
have a
just from the
question.
Catholic position, just so you know, like saying God is a being would also be anthropomorphizing him. Like God, to Catholics, is being itself. Like God is the
Wait,
nature of being. So, like, not actually a specific person or being.
Yeah, well,
Okay, wait,
yes.
so
Right.
wait,
God is
from
being.
you as a Catholic, you would not say God is a being.
Yeah, that would be heresy.
Really?
Correct.
Is this common
God
in
is
Catholicism?
being is the Thomistic Thomas Aquinas logical way of wording it.
Interesting.
God is
Okay.
being itself. Like you can't. It's not something that exists in this universe. So calling it a being is taking it and bringing it here. You know, so it's just the way we would describe something because we have no words to describe things that aren't in this universe, right? Like that aren't part of reality. So it's hard to describe the undescribable, the indescribable. But like the position is God is being itself. Yeah.
The title, I thought you guys were atheists, man. Atheists versus Christians. But
Can't hear.
my question, I don't know if it's gonna
You're roboting, Jimmy. Speak, you're muted. And Jimmy, you're
You're muted.
roboting, bro.
Oh yeah, sorry, Jimmy, your mic's roboting real bad. If you want to try to like go down, like exit out and come back up.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I gotta go easy, but thank you for having me up.
Damn
Thanks
it,
for coming
Emmett.
up, Emmett.
What?
All right, later.
I also
Emmett.
have to bounce, dude. My head hurts like a bastard, bro, and I gotta go get back in the workshop.
Good argument,
Well,
though, bro. That was good.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to come say what's up and just say, you know what, we're just thank God our opponents are so dumb. That's all I will say.
yeah, for real.
Thank God.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Thank
You guys
Jesus
have a good
Christ
one.
Almighty.
No, I'll stay for a little bit. I don't want to leave with everybody, so we can carry on the discussion for a bit.
Okay, perfect.
Teriak, weigh in on this, bro. You just sitting there looking
Yeah.
good in your suit with your rainbow and shit. Come on, bro.
I got one question. I feel like it'll be pretty good.
Oh, you sound
Thank
better
the
now.
Washington.
You
Okay.
sound better now.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
Okay, so would you guys say? Well, honestly, if we read Habakkuk 1:12, says God, you shall never die, and I know another reading says we shall never die. But it says that the Jewish scholars who looked at it, they said it was changed to we shall never die by one of the scribes because they didn't want to put God and die in the same thing. Now we have the original in the New English version, which says God, are you not from everlasting, my Lord, my Holy One? You shall never die. And then we see in the New Testament that Paul says that God is immortal, right? So would you say that God is immortal and that he does not die?
So,
You want it?
well, yeah, God is immortal and does not die. Yeah.
That's
What is
what
death?
Andrew was saying in terms of God being, not a being,
Correct.
because beings die, whereas being is like unchanging, immortal, eternal.
Yeah. Yeah, but it also can't be the sense of God is everything. Like that's the whole hippie position of God is the tree
No,
and the rock and
actually, God
everything. That's
itself is the most
ridiculous.
simplistic form. Like it doesn't have parts. That's also why it can't be a being. Like God doesn't have hands, right? Because any part, it
Yeah,
can't
but
be
he did
reduced.
as Jesus had hands.
You
I'm
usually
talking
don't
about God
find God
the Father.
through
I'm not talking about God
LSD.
on earth. I'm talking about God the Father. Like, because follow the logic here. This is Thomastic logic. If God had hands, he couldn't be eternal because like his parts would have had to have been created at different times. So he can't be
He
able
Yeah,
to
can,
be reduced. You can't reduce him at all.
yeah.
So it's just one thing in its simplest form that is being itself.
yeah.
That's the Catholic position for God
No, but
Okay.
Jesus is God and Jesus
in
had
human
hands
form.
and
Yeah,
paws.
yeah.
But that was
Okay.
God that had hands and feet.
Yes,
So
yes,
he
Okay.
but he's
did.
in a human body.
What
But
is
that
death?
was but that was God.
He
Yes.
also died for us.
So for God to come into this reality because he's not a being, right? If he wants to interact with this reality, it has to be in the form of something that can interact in this reality. Yeah.
Yeah, and then but then also remember this is I saw Rev said this too, and it's First Corinthians 16 verse 9 to 20. The human body is the temple of the Holy Spirit. Believers do not belong to themselves, having been purchased by God at the highest price. Therefore, Christians are called to honor and glorify God with their physical bodies.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that that's like your body is the temple, and they're being metaphorical there. I don't think they mean he actually purchased you with money again, because that would imply that he has hands and he's making a purchase, which is
Okay.
incorrect.
How would you define death?
At the when your human body it stops working, is no longer functioning.
Did God experience that?
God in the form of Jesus experienced that. Yeah.
Then how could we say that God's immortal?
Well, God took on mortal form
Mm.
for us. That's the whole story. You know that's the
Yeah.
point, right? He
And
came
but
down. He took on. Imagine the most innocent person that ever lived takes the
Mhm.
worst possible punishment for you. Like that's the point of the story.
Yes, it is the point of the story, and I believe that's beautiful. But I also believe that, like, could I say that I'm immortal just until I die?
No,
Or
immortal
immortal means
would
something
mean
not
that you don't
subject to
cease.
death.
You're missing the part. You're
So
missing the part
Jimmy,
where he rose
yeah.
from the dead and ascended into heaven. That's important.
No, that's
Yeah,
true.
but
But you
remember,
can
all
Return
of
to the
these
Father.
statements are different. Eternal is not the same as immortal, but immortal does designate that it is something that not necessarily has existed forever, but will exist forever. Where eternal means eternally existed, not created.
Yeah, it's eternal to the Catholics. That's why he can't be reduced. Because if you reduce him at all, then it implies one thing was created before another part and they were put together. And you can't have that.
I
So
agree
it
with
needs to
that.
be in its most
Yeah.
simplest form. It's eternal. Yeah.
Would you say that that person though, like, okay, would you say that, persons are what die, not flesh? Flesh decays after death.
Yeah, but if you're a Christian, you don't think Jesus died, actually. So let's make that distinction. He rose, right? He
Yeah,
beat
Yeah.
death, he defeated it.
yeah, he
Wait,
transcended
so
death
but then
itself.
but wouldn't the Christian belief be that he truly did die for your sins?
And
Not
then
not
beat death and came
not the
back.
divine nature,
Yeah.
right?
But natures
So
are not. Yeah, go ahead.
if I get cut, right? That's true. I got cut, right? But it doesn't follow that every aspect of me was cut. If my hands cut, my mind wasn't cut, right? So Jesus died. Jesus is God. Therefore God died. But the divine nature, it doesn't follow that the divine nature died.
So
And
my
even if you
only
say
issue
he
with that,
died, he resurrected, right? So
yes,
it didn't stick. It didn't stick at all, right?
Right.
that's true. But my only thing with that is that natures are not subject to death. Like my nature doesn't die, not because I'm immortal or something, just because natures don't die. I die according to my nature. But my nature itself, natures, they don't do things. They don't die. They don't
No, no, no,
anything.
no. Your nature would cease to exist
Yeah, I was
with
just
you.
going to say that would cease to exist.
Yeah, you can make an
You,
argument for your personhood persisting, as in your soul persisting, but your nature would die. You as a biological entity would cease to exist when you
so
passed away,
this would be
in
my
some
being.
sense.
Yeah, this would be my being, but that would be annihilation and not death. Death, as in separation of soul and body. Annihilation is the removal from existence. So it'd be those would be two different things. So and that would be applicable to my essence or my being. But nature itself is just we're mortal, we're like not all knowing, this is our nature. And then God's nature is immortal, all knowing, all these things. Nature's
Right.
itself doesn't die.
So Christ underwent death according to his human nature,
Mhm.
not his
Yes.
divine nature.
Right.
So
Right.
how would the means of how change the subject of who if the subject is the one that is immortal?
Can you
Sorry,
repeat
ask
that?
that again.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
Can you,
when you say Jesus died qua his humanity, Jesus is still God, and he is the one who is immortal. So despite how he died, qua his humanity or qua his divinity, the subject who is God still would have died, which is an
Yeah,
immortal
yeah,
subject.
yeah,
the
and wait,
person who died is God, and the nature by which he was capable of death was human.
and he
Yeah,
also
his
didn't
nature
cease
did
to
not cease
exist.
to be.
When he died, we
Yes.
know what he did for the 2 days or the 3 days. He descended into hell. There's a whole story of what went on. So he didn't cease to exist the way that maybe
And
just a
like you
regular person would.
understand,
Yes.
but you understand Christian death doesn't mean the person stops existing.
Right.
So there's no contradiction here.
No, I know, and I'm saying
Oh, okay.
That's why I
ceasing.
said your body stops working.
Yes, ceasing.
Yeah, so the son himself never ceased to exist.
So my thing here would be that ceasing to exist is also different from death. We all die, but none of us cease to exist. So we all experience death, yet none of us cease to exist. So, as in death being separation of soul and body,
But we
how could God?
experience a human death, right?
We experience death. I mean,
But are you a Christian, Jimmy?
no.
What do you
I'm a
think happens
Muslim. I
to
don't know if
we
you
don't
guys could
cease to
tell.
exist? So what
Yeah,
happens?
no. When
to us?
when he said the qua, I was like, this motherfucker's a Muslim.
Oh, you
What?
said
Really?
Muslim?
That's
What
what
do you
gave it
think
to you?
happens?
Mhm.
Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Oh,
said
okay.
so.
So you do think
Okay,
our
so
soul continues on.
Say it again.
So you do think that our soul lives on. You're not an
Yes.
atheist.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
No,
yeah.
no, no. Not an atheist. I'll be honest. I hate debating with atheists just because we always get into talking about molecules. It's
Yeah,
every
while all of their arguments can only
I
function
have a question for the
materialistically.
So that you
Muslim.
means you take the stance Jesus was a Muslim, right?
I take the stance that Jesus was a Muslim. Yes.
Okay, one sec though. On the Muslim note, Teriak, brother, I'll see you later. Andrew, good job on the first lesbian queef smashing.
Thank you.
Respect. Daniel, speak easy, always the goat, legend. You all have a good
First
evening.
lesbian what?
Thank you for coming.
You do, Chris.
I
How
have a
going?
Oh,
question,
yeah, first lesbian mender.
That's crazy.
Jimmy, if you'll engage. I have a question.
Yes.
So if Paul and God, if first of all, we all know about the contradiction, right? Like the problem of Islam, that the Bible can't be true and Islam also be true, even though Islam says that the prior scriptures are true, because the Bible says that there'll be no more prophets, right? And actually warns against false prophets. So there's a major contradiction there. But I would go even further to say that if you look at the other scriptures, which Muslims take as truth, and you look anytime God appears to someone or an angel appears to someone, he tells them, fear not. And that person gains a significant peace from that, whether it be Mary when she's told that she's having the baby, or throughout the Old Testament, all the prophets, they always gain peace after they're afraid first. God tells them, fear not, or the angel tells them, fear not, and then they become peaceful. With Muhammad, after we were warned of a false prophet and told there would be no more prophets, actually what you get is not peace after the angels visits him. I believe he tries to throw himself off a mountain, or considers it, well after that. So how do you explain this contradiction, that the previous scriptures are true, even though they say there won't be another prophet? And then also, wouldn't it follow that seems like a false prophet if he didn't find the peace of God the way every other one did?
Okay, so I'll answer both of those. The first one can get into a long conversation. The Quran never says that the entire Bible we have today or Torah is true. And then we could go into a lot of different verses about this one, right?
I'm
But
pretty sure it does.
it does not. No, I know for a fact it
What
doesn't.
did it say? Can you tell us? I want to know.
There's a lot of different verses that talk
What's
about it.
the verse people are referring to when they talk about the Muslim dilemma? What's the verse that they're referring to?
They take a lot of different verses, but a lot are taken out of context. For example, the Quran has came confirming the scriptures that had came before it.
Right.
Right. So this
Pretty clear. Doesn't it
Yes.
also say that the Quran isn't difficult to read? It's always going to be clear.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay. Maybe it doesn't.
But yeah, but on this, there's a whole thing to go through. Confirming the scriptures that came before it. It's as if, like, let's say I gave you a 1920s map of New York, and then you see New York today. It's going to be completely different, but by the layout, you could still see that this comes from the same thing. It'd be very relevant to a group of pagan idol worshippers who do not know about Christianity and Jesus and Moses and the Exodus and all this stuff that is in common between Islam and Christianity. So this is where we call it a general confirmation, just as I believe Jesus did with the Pharisees, where he
But
says,
are you confirming they're true or not?
no, not entirely.
Okay, so
So
Islam, just
the
like I
Quran
said,
never
doesn't
says
think
they're
that the
true.
prior scriptures are
It never-
true.
It never says those words, right? When they were originally revealed,
What does
we believe
confirming the prior scriptures mean?
confirming means doing a general confirmation, as
What does that
in,
mean?
yeah, that this is a continuation, right? So
Why didn't they
this-
say continuation? Why did they say confirmation?
musaddiqan, because this is what confirms the other, right? So
And
this
what
is
does that
where
mean? That's what I'm asking you.
what that means is that this is basically the thing that Christians and different people can see, that this is a continuation. Basically, this is the thing to affirm. It's the thing to kind of affirm an Islamic belief at that time. As in, let's say you're talking to a crowd of idol worshippers, right, that are around at that time, and you have no idea this Muhammad is talking about, Jesus, he's walking on water and doing miracles. Moses is splitting the sea. Where does all this come from? Oh, well, there's something that was revealed, much before. It's also talking about very similar stories, speaks about God in a lot of similar ways.
Yeah, but it's confirming those things that
Yeah.
were real before. That's what it
Yeah,
says.
yeah.
It says it's
Yeah.
confirmed. So that's what I'm saying. What does confirming mean?
Yeah, this is what confirming means, that they align, right? But it's not an absolute confirmation, right? So it's saying that they align, but confirming,
It's like a stretch.
which the word, no, not at all. Jesus
Well,
does the
which
same
parts
thing.
is it confirming then? How do we know?
Could you?
How we know as Muslims if we're doing an internal critique is by going with the Quran and the Hadith, right?
Yeah. So could you?
The
could
Quran
we,
says to use the Quran to judge between them, and that it's an authority over them, right? So
Could
what
you?
aligns with
Could
the
you
Quran,
bring
we
up the
believe.
Quran? The Quran, chapter 5, verse 47.
Oh yeah, I love this one. But we're gonna read the context if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Could in English for everyone else though, because we obviously.
No, for sure.
This is a good topic.
And I'll answer
Yeah, I
this
watch
one,
a lot
and
of
then
these guys.
I'll answer this one, and then I gotta get inside to help my dad after that. But
I also just want to hear about him not having peace and still wanting to throw himself off the
I know.
cliff.
Yeah, I mean, we could go into that. Throwing the self off the cliff, this is just inauthentic. But about the not having peace, there was also people in the Bible, I'm pretty sure, you could correct me, but they were terrified and they did not have peace either.
At first, but then once the most used verse in the Bible is fear not. It's the verse that comes up the most. And when he tells them fear not, they don't. And Muhammad does. So that's why I'm saying there's a distinction there. And we can go over the verse, but I don't.
Yeah.
I still don't see how that was answered. Like him wanting.
No, I didn't, because I didn't get to it. Yeah, we were just on this topic, but I'm pretty sure there was a prophet that was not said "fear not" to in the Bible. I can look into that if we want to take things one at a
Read
time.
the verse he brought up. I want to hear it.
Yeah,
I want to see. Let's read the verse so we're not speculating.
547. So, I'm just gonna read a little bit before.
Yeah, start at 544.
Yeah, 544. Okay. Indeed, we revealed the Torah containing guidance and light, by which prophets who submitted themselves to Allah made judgments for Jews. So too did rabbis, scholars judge according to Allah's book, with which they were entrusted and of which they were made keepers. So do not fear the people, fear me, nor trade my revelation for a fleeting gain. And those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are truly disbelievers. This verse is speaking all past tense. 46 is, or this
Yeah,
is
but
45.
they're saying those who don't follow what was revealed previously are non-believers.
Yes, yeah. At the time the Injil was revealed, and at the time the Torah was revealed, we believe they're 100% from Allah.
Okay, so why would he bring something why would he say there's not going to be any more prophets and then bring another prophet?
That verse that says there's not any more prophets to come after me with Jesus. I don't know which book that's from. I don't know what exactly he said, but we haven't even got to 47 yet.
But you just granted it that it is saying to believe the previous scriptures there.
No, this is talking about in that time. This is not this is all past tense. It's not saying to believe it now.
The previous scriptures are in the past, so it's referring to them that way. But it's saying, you can read it again. It's pretty clear. Both verses have been pretty clear.
No, this verse is talking about when the Torah was revealed. You'll see from the context. It's going in a consequential order. That's or a chronological order. I mean, that's literally Moses, Jesus, Muhammad.
But my question stands, why would Allah say something that isn't true then? Therefore, yes.
How's that not true?
At the time, that was true. At the time, the New Testament was true. Then why would he say there's not going to be any more? Did God change his mind? Does God change his mind?
Allah doesn't say that in the Quran. You're saying like in the Bible it says that?
Yes, it says, I'm looking for it.
And then I'll continue reading as you're looking for it. We ordained for them the Torah, a life. We ordained for them in the Torah a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth, and wounds equal retaliation. But whoever waives it charitably, it will be atonement for them. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed are truly the wrongdoers. Then, in the footsteps of the prophets, we sent Jesus, son of Mary, confirming the Torah revealed before him, and we gave him the gospel containing guidance and light, and confirming what was revealed in the Torah, a guide and a lesson for the God-fearing. So let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it, and do not...
Is it so or and?
Say it again.
Is that so let the people, or is it and let the people?
It says so. That's what my translation says.
Okay,
Uh,
mine says and. Go ahead.
So let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it, and those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed in it are truly rebellious. And we revealed to you, O Prophet, this book with truth as a confirmation of the previous scriptures and a supreme authority over them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed to you, and do not follow their desires over the truth that has come to you. Each one of you we have ordained a code, law, and a way of life. If Allah had willed, He would have made you one community, but His will is to test you with what He has given each of you. So compete with one another in doing good. To Allah you will all return. He will inform you of the truth regarding your differences, and judge between them, O Prophet, by what Allah has revealed to you. And do not follow their desires, and beware that they do not lure you away from what Allah has revealed to you. And if they turn away from Allah's judgment, then know it is Allah who will repay them for some of their sins, and that many people are indeed rebellious. So in 547, let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it. It doesn't say let the people of the gospel judge by the gospel, or the gospel is preserved.
It says what's therein,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
What's revealed therein.
What's revealed
what does
in
that
it?
what does that presuppose?
That what Allah had
That
revealed
what's in there
It's
is
true.
true.
No, what it presupposes, or what it assumes, is that there are things in there that are true, right? But nowhere
What?
in there,
It says.
yeah, because
not
it said, "Let the people of the gospel," which
And
is the
everything you
subject.
just read, I did not hear you say some one time.
Yeah, it just says.
You didn't hear me say what?
Some. You didn't say some of it one time. The
Yes,
whole thing,
it's
yeah.
because you hear it from the context. So when Allah says, "Let the people of the gospel," and the next thing you would expect, say, "Judge by it," but He doesn't say that. He says, "Judge by what Allah has revealed in it," right? Which is
Yeah,
the
he
That
says,
it's
reminiscences of
revealed
truth.
wait, he
by
says,
Allah.
and let the people of the gospel judge but what Allah has revealed therein, and whoever does
Yes,
not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are defiantly disobedient. So
yes, exactly.
Allah revealed therein in the
Yes,
gospel.
He did. Yes, I do
So then the
believe
gospel is true.
in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you will still find some of what Allah has revealed. Now, the reason why I say
But
some
where does
is
it say
because
some?
Allah refers to the subject of the gospel, and He doesn't continue to repeat that. What He does is He specifies by saying what Allah has revealed in it, right? He never speaks about this in the Quran, or about
But
the
does
Quran,
Allah
right?
lie or change his mind?
No, there's no lying or changing His mind.
But
There
he
is,
revealed it,
yes,
therefore it must be true.
yeah, He revealed it, and then we believe people had made corruptions to it. And when we say He revealed it, we don't believe the gospel would just be like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We'd believe the gospel would be similar to what you guys believe maybe the gospel would be, where it says Jesus went on the mount and He preached the gospel, right? What was that gospel? What was He speaking? He wasn't speaking Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These are oral teachings. It's a sayings teachings from Jesus. Some people now are saying that this is the Q gospel, which most biblical scholars uh, are now granting. So I'd say there's a good argument for that. I'm not gonna guarantee it yet. I have to do my homework on it.
Well, it's convenient, right? To the Q gospel that we don't have. So like it gives you kind of like an ambiguity there. But if you put that together with the other verse that says
Mhm,
it affirms the scriptures that came before it with that,
mhm.
put them both together, it's pretty clear that he's saying, yeah, we're affirming what Allah revealed to you in the prior scriptures.
Except when
And
it
this was
says,
written in 500 years later. So we did have the correct gospels. It's not like you have to go
no, you
back to
did. Yeah,
Q.
yeah.
You
So
don't have to
so
go to Q. The
yeah, so
gospels they're talking about are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
yes, I agree with that. Those gospels are referring to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and
Yeah.
John. I agree with that. But the key distinction, it says a supreme authority over them, And then it also says, judge between them by what Allah has revealed to you. So what is the method that we would do to see what was truly revealed by Allah? Internally, we would say we judge between them, because it repeats it twice, by what Allah has revealed to you, aka the Quran, which is a supreme authority over them. So this is internally the methodology we would use to substantiate what is from God and then what is not.
Got it.
I wouldn't use that externally because that's insufficient. You can't, you know, to be like, well, my Quran says so. But as an internal argument, because the whole Islamic dilemma is an internal argument, that's how we decipher what Allah revealed to Jesus between what would have been added into it. Right? Externally, I don't believe that holds weight, but it's not an external argument. You get what I'm saying?
So does that mean? So are you saying? So when you're talking, because you're talking about 548 here, right?
Yeah.
Where it says, so judge between them, right? So would that mean then you're saying that the Quran corrects a corrupted textual Bible, or does it mean the Quran is like authority over previous genuine revelations? Because those aren't the same thing.
Yes. So it is, the Quran is the authority over the, I guess, corrupted revelation, or over the gospel, right? That we had at that time, because this in 47 is not speaking in past tense. The Arabic is in present tense.
For that to follow, God would have
Okay,
to
so
change his mind. Like, why then for the previous scriptures did the whole thing point to Jesus? All the prophets, everything points to this fulfillment. Why didn't they mention Muhammad then? Like, if the whole thing was about Muhammad, why isn't it about Muhammad? Like that's what I don't understand about.
We'll get
Well,
into
the
longer
thing I would
conversations
ask
this way,
him,
but I disagree with a lot of stuff there. Things pointing to Jesus. I disagree with most
you can't
of
say
the
the
claims.
scriptures are true. It seems like you don't think any of the old scriptures are true. Like, you can't say the scriptures are true and then like everything we bring up, you're like, well, the scriptures aren't true. I don't agree with that. Like, that
Well,
doesn't-
everything you guys bring up is only going to be whatever you could try to find that looks, you know, high Christology about Jesus. But most of the stories, I would
if the
say, are
scriptures are true.
but wait,
when we
I
look at
want to
most.
ask you how you're
Yeah,
jumping. Why are you jumping to corruption, though? What I'm asking you here, right? Because the reason I asked you what these two claims you're making is because now you're saying the Quran has authority over the gospel, right? So
Yes.
548 is giving me two things. It's confirming the gospel and saying that the Quran has authority over it. Even if I was to grant that to you, that doesn't equal the gospel was corrupted. So it's still a problem for you.
So I would,
You
yeah,
understand that? Where does
yeah.
it say? So where's that?
So I would say the corruption in the gospel is going to be something that you could find from the historical critical method. The Quran doesn't go and explicitly say it's corrupted. I believe we can see it's corrupted, right? So this is where
The Quran says
the
the
Quran.
opposite.
No, the Quran never says in any verse that it's preserved.
It says that this
Was
is
the
what I've
Quran
revealed to
authority?
you.
Was the Quran authority over the original uncorrupted gospel too?
That's a good question. I don't know. You know, the original uncorrupted gospel. I don't know.
Wouldn't it have to be? I thought you just said it's the supreme authority.
And why
It
would he
is,
tell
yeah,
us to follow it if it was
it is the
corrupted?
supreme authority, but we're
So
bringing we're bringing
you
a
would have to
hypothetical.
say yes, right? So then the Quran's authority over the gospel cannot itself be evidence that the gospel is corrupted.
And also,
No,
the
I'm
gospel
not
hasn't
using that as
changed since the
evidence.
time of
Wait,
Muhammad.
yeah,
So
It hasn't
I'm not
where's the
using that as
evidence?
evidence that the gospel is corrupted.
What's
I'm
the
saying,
evidence you're using? Where's the Quran say that?
yeah, I'm saying the Quran never claims it's preserved nor corrupted.
But why would he tell you to follow it if it was corrupted?
He doesn't tell you to follow it.
Believe what's revealed.
Is Allah's revelation always true?
Yes, Allah's revelation is always true.
All right,
What
so
people
then
remove is no longer Allah's revelation.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
but
if
no, no, no. But why would
if
he
the
tell us to
Quran,
believe it? Wait,
if
speak. Why would he tell us to? Why would he tell us that he revealed to us in the scriptures? If the scriptures they haven't changed from now since Muhammad's
Muhammad,
revelation,
he
they
just
they
have not.
haven't
trapped
changed since
himself.
500 AD. We know
Yeah.
that we have copies, so they're exactly the same that we have now. It would have been the same corruption then. Why would Allah come out and even mention it if it was so corrupted? Why would he affirm that his word is in here, which is basically what he's affirming, if it was corrupted? Because if it wasn't corrupted then, it's not corrupted now. It's the same since 500 AD.
Yes, we'd say it was corrupted before then, and that he confirmed a book, even though that book is corrupted. Because even from a corrupted book, we can still see prophecies about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We can still see certain
How would
things that confirm the Quran. And
how would the
this,
Christians
all these
distinguish
open
from
up.
what's corrupt and what's not corrupt if they're judging from the book itself?
If they're judging from the book itself by accepting the prophet, right? So if they
No,
looked
no,
in,
he says not to mix. He says not to mix. If I wanted you guys to mix, I would have gave you guys the same thing. He says
that's a
not to
different.
mix. He tells the Christians to judge from
But you're
within their
taking a verse
own
out of
gospel.
context.
No,
Yeah,
no, I'm not. I
I
went
know
through the
what
whole
that
thing.
verse you're referring
He,
to.
what
Not to
you
mix,
just
right?
read. What
That
you just
where does
read.
that say not to mix?
You just read this.
And why would he
I didn't
even
read
mention a
anything that said not
corrupted
to mix.
scripture? Why would he even mention it and like affirm that it's from him if it was corrupted?
To each
The
of you, we
reason why he would
prescribed a
mention it,
law and a method. Had
yeah,
Allah willed, He would have made you one nation.
yeah,
Meaning, if He wanted you guys to be one, He would have
hmm
made you one. But He didn't
yes,
want that, right? He wanted
yeah,
the Christians to judge from within the gospel. So explain to me how a Christian judging from within the gospel is supposed to distinguish corrupt from non-corrupt.
no. So by want over there, it's not using the Arabic word for like something he desires. Yeah, this is from his will. So that he could have made us one nation, but he didn't do it
He
because it's
intended. It says, but He intended to test you in what He has
yes,
given
to
you.
test. Yeah, to
So
test.
race to all that is good.
Yes,
S-
this is the test. Yes, exactly.
So
People have to look
everybody's
in
got different tests.
No, they don't have different tests. It's one test to accept Islam. Allah could have made us all Muslims. That's what the verse is saying. He could have just made us all Muslims. He didn't do that. That's the test of this life. That's why
No,
we're
He
here.
tells everybody else to judge by the Torah, the gospel, and then tells
And the
Muhammad
Quran.
to judge by the Quran. No, He
No,
doesn't
no,
say
no,
that
no,
at first. Where does He say that
no.
at first?
There's he says to wait, judge by the gospel. I don't think is that even in this verse? Let's go back to the
Yes, it
verse.
is. Yes, it is.
Oh, let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah,
544 to
yeah,
548 is what you just
by what
read.
Allah has revealed in it, which is the reminiscences of the truth. Right? So the
But where does
So
it
reminiscences,
how
say that it's
does
the
a
remnant?
Christian or a Jew distinguish if they're not going to the Quran? He says for them to judge by their books. Doesn't say come judge by the Quran. He says judge by your books that I revealed to you. So
they would
how
do
can
it.
they distinguish?
They would
He
do
was
it
just telling them to
by
play a
doing
guessing
what
game.
they would do it by doing what Salman al-Farisi did when he found Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the gospel, and then he accepted Islam. That's the way they would do it. Then when they accept Islam, they see the supreme authority over it. Right? So by finding the Prophet, by finding the things that point towards Islam, because not only does the Quran do a general confirmation of the Bible's doing a confirmation of the Quran if we get into that
Where?
topic.
No, it's
This,
not.
yeah, it's doing a
But Jimmy,
confirmation of the Prophet Muhammad.
This is the whole point of the
All these open up other
Islamic
conversations.
dilemma, right? This is the whole point of the Islamic dilemma. We have to get past this part here before we can even go to the Bible.
What
If
is
you're
there
not,
left of
if
it?
you're saying that the Bible, there's two roads you have here. Either the Bible's corrupt or it's not. So if you're saying the
Exactly.
Bible's corrupt, he was
Yes.
either affirming a corrupt book or not, or he affirmed both. But either way, he's basically telling the Christians, yeah, just play a guessing game in your book and figure out which one I was saying. If it was corrupt, that doesn't
Yeah,
even
why
make
would he do
sense.
that?
No, because if you actually look at the Quran, it says when you speak to the Christians about Muhammad, their eyes would become filled with tears and they would accept him as the prophet. It gives instructions for everyone to
For
come towards
the
Islam.
people,
Does that
let
seem
the
like
people of
that's
the
what's happening?
let the people of the
Yes,
gospel
When you're
judge by
speaking to
definitely.
what Allah
Christians,
has revealed
It's
therein.
Islam is on the rise. It's
are
not. You
any
can
of
look
these
at Pew
Christians have
Research.
tears in our eyes and
Yes, yes.
proclaiming Muhammad?
I've literally converted about 10 to 12 people myself. I mean, a lot of people are coming into Islam. Yes, and
Yeah, but
tears in their
Jimmy,
eyes, crying, and everything.
Well,
but Jimmy, when you're
statistics are
saying
showing that there's more leaving than coming in, but
Pew Research
true,
actually did an article about the religion most people are converting to, and it's Islam, and the one that's decreasing the most is Christianity.
yeah, but Jimmy, like when you were saying, like in terms of like supreme authority and all this kind of stuff, if we just
Yeah.
compare both books, both in the Bible and in the Quran, it's saying that Jesus is going to come back.
Yeah, it is.
So, well, then why doesn't Muhammad come back? If Muhammad is the supreme authority versus Jesus, why does Jesus come
Muhammad,
back?
it doesn't call Muhammad the supreme authority. It says we don't differentiate between the messengers.
Yeah, but it's still
So,
Jesus that's going to be coming back.
yes, that because we believe because Jesus didn't die. That's what we and kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut.
Yeah,
Every soul
and
shall
God
taste death.
is immortal, correct?
God is immortal. Yeah,
Yeah, but Muhammad died.
yeah. Muhammad died. He's not God.
Yeah, so that would
Okay.
mean that Jesus would be more superior than Muhammad.
so Jesus is God.
In what from dying or
Alhamdulillah,
not?
Habibi.
Wait. So because you're saying because Allah raised Jesus up, this was all Allah who did it. It doesn't give Jesus doesn't have any of this intrinsically. As it even
Yeah,
says
but
in
you
your
just
Bible
yeah,
that
but Jim,
all
one sec,
authority
Jimmy.
was given to him.
Yeah, but you just admitted that, and you confirmed that like Jesus is immortal, and there's only one who is immortal,
No, I
and that is
didn't.
God.
No, I didn't. I said he didn't die. He will die. If he will die, he can't be immortal
Okay, when will he die?
when he comes back. He's going to come back, defeat the Antichrist. After that, he'll die a regular death.
The Antichrist. Oh Lord.
The Dajjal, the deceiver.
Yeah.
So,
Do you realize? Oh man.
honestly, could we
I know
my
you're
question my question about death, I would really like you guys to answer this. So, how could you say that God's immortal and he died? I never got an answer for it.
I did answer this. What do you mean?
How
Yeah,
could God be immortal, which is death is not applicable to him, and then he dies? Natures
By
don't die, spirits don't
by
die,
the nature of
death
his nature, his human nature. Yes.
natures don't die.
What do
Neither
you
his
does
mean when
mine.
human
you say
body.
that?
His human body
What do you
died.
mean by that? What do you mean?
Body
I want to know what you mean when you say natures don't die.
because natures have no autonomy. They don't do anything. A nature cannot separate soul from body.
The
Natures are
concept. It's
literally
just
just natures.
your
Nature is
nature.
a concept, yeah,
Yeah. So it's not really
but it
relevant.
doesn't die.
It also doesn't live.
Yes,
I get what you're
exactly. I
It
trying to
also
agree,
say.
doesn't live.
100%.
So
A
then
nature
how could
doesn't
you?
live; it doesn't die.
Okay, but
So then,
but your
what
whole
died
question
in
about Jesus,
Jesus?
we're answering you, and I would flip that on you, right? We're saying that his human body died. I'll flip that around and say, after I die, if I'm good, right, and I go to heaven, I get my 70 virgins. How could I have sex with virgins if I don't have a body?
You get a body. Allah makes you a new body in paradise.
Isn't that fucked up to the 70 virgins? Like they just have to do it. They're just perpetually there for my sexual amusement. Does that sound like something God would do?
That's not fucked up. No, God gives you what you want, and He would make
Does
it that
that
they
seem
want
like
it.
God's
It's
nature to
God.
let you fuck 70 girls? Where else does he act like that? In any of
And
the,
yeah, do you not like women or something? I mean,
it just,
this.
do
They're,
they
they're,
not have
they're
any autonomy?
no, they'll have autonomy, but there's not going to
But they
be
have to
anything
do
bad in
it?
their heart.
No, I get what he's
Th-
trying to say.
yeah,
So
this is
How do
something
they have
Allah,
autonomy
Allah,
if they
Allah
have to
can
do it?
Allah can
yeah,
create them the way that He wants.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's paradise.
No one's
But
saying nature is an individual object itself, right? Like the person dies because they possess a nature capable of death.
yes,
So like that
so
doesn't touch my position, right?
yes, and that person
Right?
is God.
Do persons act and undergo things according to capacities belonging to their nature?
100%. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Then Christ is a person possessing a genuine human nature capable of suffering bodily death. Where's the fucking contradiction?
The contradiction is that the howness doesn't change the who. So the how he died, the person, the subject is still
The
Jesus, who is
divine
immortal, who
person died
cannot die.
according to his humanity,
Yes, I'm saying, then he still
right?
died. If I say God died
According
via
to his humanity.
yes, if I say God died via gunshot or via falling or something, right? He
That's
still
not
died. How he died doesn't change the subject died. The immortal subject died.
right, but you just wait a minute. You just understood that Christ is a person possessing a genuine human nature, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you're doing the internal critique now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So also Christ possesses
I think this is more of an
the
external, but
divine nature, right?
yeah, according to Christianity, yeah.
Right. So the Christ possessed a genuine human nature that was capable of suffering a bodily death. No?
Yes,
So a bodily death doesn't
but
mean the divine nature dies, right?
neither nature dies. That's my point. So a person, he has two natures.
Does his
Neither of
body
those
die?
bodies decay after death.
His body
But,
died?
but no, but bodies
Oh.
themselves don't die. They decay after death, right? The flesh itself doesn't separate soul and body. The person does that, right? So it's the person who experiences death, not just the flesh. So like someone's flesh can decay, maybe they get burned all the way, and the flesh technically dies while the person can still be alive.
So
Yeah,
you
but if
think
you're
like
God,
you think um um God not in human nature could be whipped?
God not in human nature, no.
No?
No.
But if he had a body with human nature, he could be whipped?
He could be whipped, yeah.
So then there's no contradiction.
right?
I'm saying that God going into the human form is not the contradiction. The contradiction is that the fact he enables himself to take on a human nature and then separates that soul of body, which is the definition of death, means the immortal God died because he experienced death. And qua, anything
He
doesn't change
experienced
that.
a bodily death,
Yeah.
just like
So
we are going to experience.
The whole point was the
exactly.
suffering of the
So then,
flesh. That was
Right.
the whole
But are
point.
we going to fully
yeah.
die, or are we just going to experience a bodily death?
What separation of soul and body is death, and then removal of existence is annihilation. They're two different things. Like we all die, but none of us are
Okay.
annihilated. You know what I mean? So he
Well,
immortal
he
means
wasn't
that
annihilated, but he died. Why
I
can't
yes.
you
think we're
just
playing semantics at this
No,
point.
and I'm saying the
speak,
Old
my bad.
Testament.
Speak.
The Old
I got to take off, man. I'm at like the
Yeah,
4
yeah.
hour mark. I was going to do 3.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much, though. I
Hey,
appreciate
thanks
it.
for
I'm gonna
coming
listen.
up. Thanks for
it was
coming
nice
up. You
Yeah,
did
talking with
great,
you,
you're
man.
man.
doing an
We'll
awesome
continue
debate.
this
Yeah,
convo
no,
later.
and
Thank you.
I hope God guides you as well. And God guides me, and God guides all the sincere people and grants them ease and peace. Amen. I mean, but yeah, about the death. What were you saying? I lost track.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah, you're saying what? My whole point was saying that he died according to the human nature. The person, this is the subject, died according to the human nature, right? Not according to the divine nature. I know that, but that subject is God. The subject is God, who died, who in the Old Testament says is immortal, which immortal
His
is not
divine
subject to death.
nature. His divine
Nature's
nature is eternal, yeah.
So, what would be the significance in saying the divine nature is immortal when death is not applicable to natures, because my nature is also technically immortal because it doesn't live nor die. You get my
What?
question now? My nature is also technically immortal because it doesn't live nor die. It
Yeah,
does not experience death.
your
Because
humanity or your soul.
honestly, both, because soul doesn't experience separation of soul
So
and body. It's a person who
no.
dies. A
So
soul
like
doesn't
your
die.
body goes with you.
No, the separation. So the body stays and the soul leaves.
When does your soul
That's
meet your
death.
body?
That's the
So
Christian
that's
definition
death.
of death. Yeah, separation of soul and body.
Right. So your soul goes on.
Soul goes on. That
So
souls don't die.
why can't God be in a human body? What's your
He could be, but when he separates from that human body, that is the definition of death, which it
okay?
says that he will never do.
So um yeah, but that's no. He doesn't talk about himself never having a human death. That doesn't. Where do you see that?
It says in Habakkuk 1:12, uh, my God, are you not from everlasting? My Lord, my Holy One, you shall never die. I think KJV says, we shall never die, but the Torah commentators say a scribe did this because he didn't want to put God and die in the same sentence
Mhm.
out of respect or reverence for God.
And you took that to mean like you will never have a human death.
A separation from soul and body. That's what death is. So like the removing of a spirit, let's say, that's annihilation. That's ceasing to exist. But that's not the definition of death. It's a different thing when God says he's immortal versus being everlasting or eternal. And I'll
So
grant,
are you asking how can a divine person possessing a mortal human nature experience human death?
no, I'm asking how God could never die and also die.
Because the divine nature never dies.
Neither does ours.
How
His
do you
natures
know?
don't die. That's my point. Is
You,
natures are? It's like saying a rock never. My rock is immortal because it never dies. Right? It's not subject to death
No,
because it's
because the
not
rock
a
doesn't
living
so
move.
you're
thing.
saying yeah. So again, the person of Christ underwent death according to his human nature, though, right?
And
Because his
yes,
human nature possesses the capacity that's necessary for a bodily death,
yes.
right?
So yes,
So
and what?
the person of Christ, his humanity, separation of Christ from his human body. What doesn't happen is the divine nature ceasing to exist, right? So,
Yes, but divine natures don't die, and ceasing to exist is not death. As I said, we all die, but none of us cease to exist. And what you're describing when you say the person took on a form that he was able to die is not the who died, it's the how. So you're describing how God died, which would not change the fact that God died, which it says that he will not die.
so okay, so your problem is because of the Bible saying that God will not die.
Yeah. And then God
Yeah, but
dying.
yeah, but God God is immortal. So you're saying God is immortal, cannot die. Jesus is God, Jesus died, therefore it's saying God died,
Yeah, therefore that
right?
would be a contradiction. Yeah.
Okay. So there's there's no claim in there, right? That God's divine nature changed from immortal to mortal.
No, I know that he
Right?
took on
The Son
another nature.
remained immortal. Right? Okay.
Yeah. So he took on
Right.
two natures, and the divine nature never died. Right? But that's because neither did the human nature. Neither of them died. It's the person who died because natures are not subject to death. Persons are subject to death according to the nature. So the person was still God, and he did die according to the nature, which is the how the divine person of the Son died. But the how he died doesn't change who died, which is still the same subject, who is God, who it says shall never die.
So your claim is like if an immortal divine person assumes a mortal human nature, the divine nature itself must therefore become mortal?
No, that would make him not God. If the nature itself became mortal, my claim is that
So
this
wait,
this
wait,
so
wait.
yeah,
Wait, your answer to that is no?
that the if a divine person took on a human nature, their divine nature must become mortal. That was your question?
No, no. Are you saying if an immortal divine person assumes mortal human nature, are you saying the divine nature must become mortal?
No, no. That's not my claim. My the divine nature becoming mortal is like opposite of what it means to be a divine nature. I mean, that's like a square circle. You know what I mean? Because an immortal means divine nature is a nature that will like a person tied to that nature that will never die. So at any point that they die, then that would just that would not work. So no, my claim is that God going into the flesh and then separating from it, which would be the definition of death, contradicts saying that God is immortal. It doesn't contradict, I'll say this, it does not contradict saying God is everlasting. It does not contradict saying that God is ever living, because those things are not specifying death, right? So those things could say God will never cease to exist. God is everlasting, as in he will never cease to exist, because it doesn't reference death at all. And he's eternal, he will never cease to exist. I agree. He can separate soul and body a million times, he's still everlasting. You know, that doesn't change anything. Immortal, though, specifically, is that he won't die. And the verse does say he will never die. And then he died, which is referencing death and not just being ever living. That death is not a thing that would happen to the subject of God, which it did happen to.
No, that only works if immortality means a person possessing an immortal nature cannot experience death through any other nature. Why would I accept that? That doesn't even make sense.
A person, it's saying that a person will,
The divine nature is capable of death. No, right?
yes,
A,
it's not capable.
a
No,
divine person can possess a human nature capable of death. Yes?
that in itself uh, comes as a contradiction,
Explain how.
because death is due to the person. The person is the subject that death happens to. So that same person cannot die and can also die, because death is not subject to the nature, right? The nature has nothing.
Wait,
It's your nature.
what do you mean by how is it not?
The person is subject to death due to the nature, right?
What?
I want you to hear me here. The person is subject to death due to the nature. The nature is not subject to death at all, because natures don't die. The person is subject to death because he has a mortal nature. Now he also has an immortal nature. So now the person is subject to death yet not subject to death.
Wait,
Because death happens to a person, right?
that doesn't establish a contradiction, right? If susceptibility to death
Hmm.
is grounded in nature, right?
It's applicable by nature to the person.
It's grounded in nature. So
It's
Christ possesses a nature that's susceptible to death, his human nature. He also possesses a divine nature that is not susceptible to death. Where is the contradiction?
They're
Human
both-
nature capable of death, divine
Mhm.
nature incapable of death. Christ
Mhm.
possesses both natures.
You
How is
want
that a
me-
contradiction?
The contradiction is, what is death applicable to? Is it applicable to a person or a nature?
Wait, what?
Death is applicable to a person or a nature.
You just agreed that it was subject to nature. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, who does death happen to? Death happens to a person via their nature, right? According to their nature.
No, you're wrong.
How am I wrong there? Death happens to a person according to a nature.
Yeah, so you're saying death is predicated of the person. So Jesus is a divine person. Jesus died, therefore a divine person died, is what you're trying to say.
No, that's not my claim.
Did you not just say
Like
that
a divine
death is
person
predicated
died?
to the person, of the
Yes,
person?
yeah.
Right.
Okay,
So if
divine
Jesus
person
is a
died.
divine person and Jesus died, you're saying a divine person died, therefore God died. If God died, God isn't immoral, right?
Yeah,
Or immortal.
Yeah. I would say that, yeah. That'd be a good way to summarize it. And what I was saying is that both immortality.
So does a mortal person mean a person who cannot go on, like, cannot die under any nature whatsoever, or does it mean a
Yes.
person whose divine nature? Yeah.
It's a person who is not subject to death. Immortal means someone who will not die, because death happens to a person. So it means if someone's immortal, it means death will not happen to that person, no matter how. Right?
What
Because
makes death? What makes death possible for that person?
I'm saying the how doesn't change the who, and the who is the subject that will never die. The who is
Wait.
Yeah.
No, again, this is why I brought it up. That only follows if Jesus is immortal means Jesus is incapable of death according to every nature he possesses.
Then what would your definition of immortality be?
Like, you have to show me the contradiction, as in like P and not P, without removing the phrase according to his human or divine nature. If you have to remove those qualifications to create the contradiction, you're not demonstrating anything. You're just making it up so that it fits your narrative.
If I include the qualifications, the contradiction is still there. It doesn't change
How?
anything.
Explain. Show me the contradiction as P and not P.
Because I'll show you. Jesus is the subject, right? Let's say God is the subject who's immortal, right? That's the subject, God, right? Jesus is the same. He's the same subject. You believe he's God. The same subject will die, or dies, and also cannot die. You could say the subject dies according to his human nature. According to his human nature, the subject dies. The same subject who cannot die.
You're confusing divine person with a person who only possesses a divine nature, right? Christ is a divine person who possesses both divine nature and
human
nature.
No, I know. And he died according to the human nature.
What makes a person capable of death? Is the divine nature capable of death?
No, a divine nature is not
Is
capable
his
of death.
humanity capable of death?
Yes, his humanity is capable of death, which is applicable to the person.
Right. So then
That's
you're
my point.
conceding. Right. You're conceding though that his death doesn't demonstrate mortality of his divinity.
Of his divine nature doesn't make sense because nature's neither human nor divine die because they don't, they don't live, right? They're both applicable. This is here to simplify it or say it differently, I guess. Both are applicable to the person. The person, Jesus, has two natures. He has the human nature, which makes death applicable to the person, right? The human nature makes death applicable to the person of Jesus. The divine nature makes death not applicable to the person of Jesus.
No.
That's the
Let me help you
contradiction
out.
right there.
No.
Yeah.
Let me help you out. Can I be both a father and a judge?
Yeah, because they don't contradict.
Stop for a second. Stop.
Yeah.
Can I do something according to one capacity that I can't do according to the other?
Could you
Yeah, could I
explain what
do
you mean by
something
that?
as a judge that I couldn't do as a father, and maybe vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Like
Mhm.
I could sentence somebody as a judge, but I couldn't sentence somebody as a father, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yet we can correctly say I sentenced the defendant, right? So apply it to Christ. Christ is the person who died, but what makes that death possible is his humanity, not his divinity. So Christ died doesn't entail his divinity is now mortal or
I'm
he's
not
now
saying that. Yeah.
mortal. Just as John sentenced someone doesn't entail fatherhood has authority in the judicial system.
So, with your analogy, the father, the person who is a father, also being a judge and sentencing someone, we cannot, that they're both speaking of the same subject. That subject, we cannot say sentence someone and also did not sentence someone, right? So, that is my point here. That
Yes, you can. I just demonstrated it for you.
you
How
could
about
say that,
this? Let me help you
yeah.
this. I can say Jimmy is visible because of his body.
Uh-huh.
And I can say Jimmy's intellect is invisible. The subject in both statements is who? Jimmy. But the predicates apply to him through different aspects of what he is, right? Jimmy is visible doesn't make his intellect visible, does it? So the
Yeah, 'cause
person, Christ, dies through the nature capable of death. That doesn't transfer mortality onto the divine nature, which is the person.
yeah, because in your analogy there, you're switching subjects. So you go from Jimmy, the person, to his intellect. Those are different subjects. Jesus as a person is one subject. There's not Jesus.
Wait, your body and your intellect is different people?
I
That's
didn't say it's different.
crazy, bro.
I
Well,
didn't
that's
say
what you
it's
just
different
said.
people.
You
Different
just said that.
subjects. Yeah, different subjects. I said.
It's
Right?
different persons?
I didn't say different person.
It's the same person?
It's the same person, but you're referring to
That's my
different
point.
parts. You're referring to different parts of that person.
Right. Different
Right?
natures. Different natures. That's like I'm trying
Yeah.
to you
Jesus
know
is
what
not
get the
divided
point of an
into
analogy?
I'm saying Jesus is not divided into different parts, a divine part and a human part. He's one person, right? So he's not two people. So you have to speak about the same thing, because when I say death being applicable or not applicable, I'm referring to the same thing, which is the person of Jesus. The person of so we would have to say Jimmy's body, because we're using body as the person of Jesus. Now I can't go and say, Jesus, foot doesn't die, but his arm dies. Okay, I'm referring to different things. I don't know how that makes sense, but that's referring to different things. I'm talking about the same subject, Jesus. death is applicable to him because of his human nature. Would you agree with that? Death is applicable to Jesus only because he took on a human nature. And then death is not applicable to Jesus, the subject, the person, because of his divine nature. Because death is something that happens to a person. It's not something that happens to a nature. So that same person, death can happen to them due to their human nature. But death also cannot happen to them due to their divine nature. Because the one person possesses two natures that contradict. And both of
Yeah,
those
so
things reference the person.
yeah, so just to give you an example, like, do you ever play like Call of Duty
I
or any
think
of
you
those
sound
games?
exhausted, man. I think you might be sleeping.
Hello, Jimmy. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Jimmy?
You can't hear Teriak?
No.
Let me rejoin.
I can't hear him at all, no.
Oh.
I hear someone snoring.
Not me.
Oh, I don't hear nobody snoring. What?
You didn't hear that?
I was on mute and listening to you.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I just went back on the screen. You were the one I was talking with though?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Okay. I do gotta get inside, check on my dad. It's been like a bit too long, but I will say, you guys seem pretty respectful, man. I like talking with you guys. I think it's nice if we could have discourse like this, and it's civil. It doesn't get crazy and
Yeah,
disrespectful.
you're not
So
like
I
Minar
appreciate you guys
reports.
for having respect, being respectful. Yeah, so honestly, hopefully I could
You're
catch you
not
guys
like Minar, dude. You're
on a
actually
different day. I
respectful.
don't know when you guys go live. Is there like a certain
I'm
time?
yeah, I'm usually live every day, so and we do
No
Yeah,
a
way.
verbal combat on Fridays, so that's an open panel
it's
debate.
fun.
So
Yeah, no. I feel like it's always good to, just kind of open my brain up, talk with different people, get
I mean,
different
keep coming
opinions.
back,
And I
dude.
like to debate. It's fun. So
100%. But
no,
Jimmy,
I
can you hear
like
me now?
talking with you guys. You guys seem pretty respectful,
can you
so
hear Teriak now?
no.
Test 1 2.
I hear nothing he's saying at all.
Really?
Maybe it's you that would have to go down and come back. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Might be the
So
truth.
I do got to go inside, but it was very nice talking with you guys. I
Later.
definitely wish you guys the best. Hope, God guides us all, blesses us all.
Back after you.
So you guys take it easy. Hope you guys have a great night and a great stream.
God bless.
God bless, man. Take care.
Later, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's I don't know what it is, easy, but it's always like anytime a Muslim joins, I never get my fucking points across. It's it is what it is.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, he's not like Minar, like screaming at every single Christian.
Yeah, I have to say that was definitely one of the more tolerable Muslims that we've
Yeah,
had over here.
definitely. I agree.
And like,
But I was
listen,
going to
I'm
hit him
willing
with
for the back and forth,
100%.
It was a
I
respectful
was
back and forth.
I was going to hit him with the analogy of like in Call of Duty, like if your teammate dies, like you'd be saying like, oh, like Jimmy died, but did Jimmy actually die like in
Probably
physical
not.
reality? No, he died virtually. You know what I mean? And then I would have hit him with the comparison between Christianity and Islam. Like multiple times, Muhammad like is literally seeking forgiveness, meaning he done wrong. Whereas Jesus has never, there's no Bible quote you can pull that Jesus seeks forgiveness, meaning Jesus was morally perfect, but Muhammad wasn't. You know what I mean? So in terms of that like cross comparison thing, like that'd be one way to do it. But it seems like in terms of the Islam, you have to just grant that Muhammad is morally perfect, which is just dogma. You know what I mean? There's no comparison that you can actually do.
Blizza in the chat said, "Speak easy. The other night, I fell asleep watching your 10-hour Glenn VOD. Right after watching Dragon Fist talk about the strip club, I dreamed we all went to the strip club and got shot. Damn, bro. Well, good luck.
That
Good
Glenn
thing I
shit was
won't be.
fucked up.
Good thing I won't be going to no strip clubs. So
With ring girls and shit.
I won't be getting shot at no
Oh man.
strip clubs. That's for sure.
No ring girls, please.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Spoiler
You,
alert.
you guys here? I'm gonna be doing Swords of Reason at the next debate con. We're gonna do an IRL Swords of Reason. We're gonna get a
Oh, hell yeah.
suite. We're gonna get a suite at that hotel that the debate con's hidden, or not hidden. I don't know why I said hidden, being thrown in, and instead of being somewhere like they have to go drive to, we're gonna just be upstairs in a suite. We're gonna have like finger foods and drinks and shit, and then fucking uh do an IRL Swords of Reason debate.
That sounds pretty
man.
fucking cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking good. It's gonna be good. And
I
that's
already
good
got
too
the-
because I don't have to that's not too much gear that I actually have to bring with me. Like 2 mics. Actually, I think this little guy is set up for 2 mics. Yeah, this little guy is set up for 2 mics, so I can literally bring this thing, my little mixer, instead of bringing that big ass one that I got.
And do you already have like scoped out who's going to be doing the Swords of Reason?
So I'm trying to get JS to commit to it. I have to get 2 people that'll commit to coming out, right? Because that would be shit, right? We fucking do it and then
You get no show.
yeah, that would suck. Yeah, but like I was saying, like the way we're gonna do it too, like I'm gonna try and raise some money for it so that I can cover like because I'm going splits on the suite. I'm gonna need to be staying somewhere and all that, and then I want to help the 2 debaters that are gonna come out, help them with their ticket, right? So that it's easier for them to come out.
Well, for like that,
Let me know about that Itachi more. Oh yeah, I'm gonna me and I gotta message Jack. I gotta message Jack. But sorry, go ahead.
This is just a suggestion, all that kind of stuff. But like for the Rumble VK that you're going to do, maybe like one of the prizes is that like the whoever wins that is going to win like a trip out to that Swords of Reason live. You know what I mean? Extra incentive for the boys. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
because it's Rumble, it's no holds barred and all this kind of stuff. You can do
Right.
like the proper topics, you know?
Yeah, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, actually, I have to pick which day this month I wanted to do that. The Rumble only. Maybe on the 21st. That's when I'll do it. The Rumble only VK. It's 2 weeks, not this Friday, but the next Friday. Or maybe I'll do it the last Friday of the month. Yeah. Yeah, because there's still 2 months till October.
Because if you thought the queues were long for the typical VK, that one, you know what I mean? Because it's like between just like obviously like being able to say whatever you want on Rumble, but like the topics that you can actually that it opens you out to, like even things in terms of like self deletion or abortion and kind of like the more let's say spicy topics like that can get thrown into it as well. Whereas like YouTube, it's very fucking limited in terms of YouTube, because if you're doing self-deletion
Right.
debate, it's like people saying self-deletion rather than the proper name. It
Right,
it
right.
detracts away, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
You know, say Susie side.
But
Or
yeah,
It works.
PDF and
and
all
that's
that kind
just
of
gonna
shit.
be funny too, because everyone's gonna be able to just
It
let
will be.
loose.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious. Can't wait. When's the first one?
What?
When's the first one?
The Rumble, it's gonna be. I was just looking at the calendar here. I think the best bet to do is the 28th, the last Friday of the month,
Okay.
and I can use these next couple of weeks to get people prepared for it. And actually, we're gonna be doing a new thing too with VK. Here, let me just load this one up for a sec. Oh, I fucking kicked you guys
Continue
out
to
again.
evolve.
What the fuck? Yeah,
Continuing to
no,
evolve that VK, dude.
yeah. So what we're gonna be doing here is like, so we're gonna give like a 20% extra to people who use PayPal and Cash App. So like, say they send 20, they get 24. They send 25, they get 30. 50 get 60, and so on. Right? I made the little list here
Mm-hmm.
for people to be able to get it. Right? So it just like gives a little incentive because YouTube takes like 30%. So it gives a little incentive for people to send it direct. Because I know it's also cool to have uh the super chat there to pull up, right? I get that too. That's one of the fun parts about it. So, but yeah, in case someone wanted to put a little extra on their moves, you know.
Because with the Ko-fi at least, it like you can get the bot to like post. It doesn't post like what they actually say in the message, but it posts like who actually sent it. So you can do it through that. But in terms of super chat, you see the amount, you see the person, and then you see the message as well. So
I could send
that's
I
the
could
only thing.
set those up to do that with PayPal and Cash App, but then people's names would get doxxed. So I don't
Yeah.
do that. Because Cash App says people's names and so does PayPal, so
I'm so doxxed forever, Daniel Ramirez.
yeah, that's what I did too. I figured nobody's gonna
I
dox
mean,
me. I'll
come
just say
find
my
me.
name, bro. Fuck you all.
Yeah,
I said, fuck
James.
you all. Nobody's gonna dox me. I'ma just say my name. So I made an album literally called my name.
You know what I mean? Like I'm the one who knocks. Is that I am the one who docks. You know what I mean? Like that whole
Yeah, that's
shit. You
right.
know?
Fuck out of here with you assholes.
But about it, it's great to see with like the amount of events that are coming up and all that kind of stuff. Like bringing like the shows on like this, like to do the actual kind of like live things. It shows that like it's not just like a panel thing. It's not just a YouTube thing. It's actually like this can be a proper like layout, proper format to a show and all this kind of stuff as well.
Facts.
Which then starts opening up opportunities and all this kind of stuff. And I was saying on my show as well, man, it's like well deserved. You know what I mean? Like in terms of the whole kind of like
Appreciate
the
it.
hard work's finally paying it off and all this kind of stuff as well. But that's what I was saying as well. The reason why you're seeing like all these flaggots, we should call them, like doing all these attacks on this kind of shit, it's because like the success, like
Right.
the one
Yeah.
thing a jealous and spiteful person hates most is seeing someone else do like actually see success and all this kind of shit as well. So the more and more the haters come after you, the more and more you know you're doing a good job. You know.
Yep. 100%. 100%. Teriak's got a debate tomorrow too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Live in
Against
2v2 on
who?
20
Marte.
hours. Live in 20 hours. Feminism has helped modern relationships is the topic. It's Teriak
Who's
and
that with?
Marte versus
Oh, it's a
Alihi and
2-on-2.
Vigilante.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell yeah.
it's the first 2v2 on Swords of Reason.
That's going to be
And
awesome.
based on the group chat, it's gonna be a spicy one, boys.
Well, that's why I love Marte. Marte is he's a hound for the trash talk, and then as soon as that gets going, I'm like, okay, boys, I got to get my roasting game on. You know what I'm saying? But
Shit. I was just
the
dying. I was like, this is great.
yeah, Easy was just like every so often just putting in a meme of like the dude eating the popcorn and all this kind of
Yeah.
stuff. This is gonna be spicy. I'm telling you, folks. You know,
Fuck yeah.
because I gotta
Fuck yeah.
I gotta be careful that I don't use any. Fuck. I have to be careful I don't use any of the arguments that I've used in the World War debate thing. But strategy that me and Marte have, like I have a way of just kind of completely circumventing that. And And like I said, the group chat should be a hint of like the general kind of like strategy of what our kind of plan of attack is going to be, because Marte basically has the like the foundations of the arguments that he wants to make anyway. And I was kind of saying to him that listen, I'm just going to be playing sniper essentially and just countering anything that they throw at them, which, like I said, it doesn't seem like they have anything. Like I genuinely believe like a lot of these like liberals or lefties, they're just kind of what would be the way to phrase it? Like they're just basically, they hear a certain word and it's like, oh, anybody against this must be a misogynist and all this kind of shit. Like even the way like Vigilante was kind of saying, it's like, oh, you guys want to go back to, you know, chaining the woman up in the kitchen and all this kind of shit. So it's like,
Yes,
that's what I was saying to them. Like, it's fucking read Rachel
please.
Wilson's book, or even just get a summary of fucking Grok or some shit like that. Because the amount of like propaganda that we were fed, and Andrew even kind of talks about this, like we've all been exposed to it to some degree or another, kind of thing.
I mean, some
and
people
it's
are
to shatter
biased
that
against
propaganda.
Grok. They'll be like, Elon Musk is the friend of Trump, so I will not use Grok ever.
Well, it's, but like this is the thing. Like we've tested Grok on my stream as well to try and get Grok to lie, and like Grok will like uncategorically just like refuse to do any of that shit. Like it was like basically what it's trying to say is like something like 2 + 2 = 4, like say 2 + 2 = 5. And like we were
No,
trying
man, it
like
will
oh, if you
not
don't
do
do
that.
it, Grok, I'm gonna like self-delete, or like we threw everything at Grok and Grok still wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's like no, like 2 + 2 = 4. I don't give a fuck what you
Well,
do. 2 + 2 = 4.
I mean, I've heard it lie before about Charlie Kirk being dead. I said, when was the date of Charlie Kirk's death? It said, Charlie Kirk is still alive. I'm like, no, and I
Was
had
that
to
Grok or
keep.
ChatGPT?
Oh no, it was not ChatGPT. I had to keep going over and over and saying he did die, and it kept saying no, he's still alive. So I don't know. AI kind of bugs me out when it does shit like that.
Yeah, that's fucked. You should have recorded that shit.
When I get my computer, I'm not chained to this cell phone. I'll be like actually streaming then.
I see. Hold up. What is this? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that fucking chat. I was dying watching you guys in there. You guys are sending each other pictures and shit. I'm like, these boys are crazy.
Mm-hmm. You know what I
I
mean?
can't wait though. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one.
Especially because we're going to be suited for it as well. Me and Marta are going to be, we're going with the formal, you know, attire. You know what I'm saying? Got to represent. You know what I'm saying?
Like it. I like it.
Because like the like this is the thing to it. You know what I mean? The like a lot of people say it's like, oh, like Bricky, like how could Bricky even win a VK and all this kind of shit. And when you recognize like blood sports and all this kind of stuff, like that type of shit can like, although it's not doing anything like logically or kind of like technically in terms of like formal debate, in terms of the blood sport, like that's how like the likes of Destiny, like all these lefties and all this kind of shit, that's how they built their career. And a perfect example of that is if you check out the Bacon 8, Rachel versus Erudite, that's what Erudite tried to pull. And that's an example where it backfired on it, where like she tried to turn it into just a personal attacks thing, like a cat fight and all this kind of shit, where Rachel just held her own, just kind of said, she's just running away from the argument. You know what I mean? And then in terms of your question, my question, JS question, like anytime she's actually confronted with the main question of like, how are you going to replace people? Like this whole feminism thing is the reason why there's 1 million deaths a year. And there's just like no, it's like, oh, those people would end up on welfare anyways. Like that was basically her like hand wave of it. And you're kind of going, like, we could just get rid of the welfare state as well. You know what I mean? So it's like that, like that's why it's kind of like not to rely on it, but to be able to do the whole kind of like roast session thing, if it's particularly if your opponent like Erudite does go down that way and you can actually trash her.
I mean, we
You
need
know?
to abolish AB. It's probably one of the biggest problems in America,
It is the
or
biggest
actually the
problem, I'd say.
world.
Because what is it like if you add up all the lives lost to war throughout history versus the amount of lives lost to abortion, Abortion's
That's
like double it,
way more. Yeah.
you know? And it's one of
Bunch
these
of
things that
selfish millennials.
if you're against abortion, you're against a woman's right to choose or some fucking bullshit slogan or whatever.
I
And it's
am.
like, no, bitch, you could have abstained. You could have went on the pill. You could have used the condom. Like, there's so many choices you could have made, but essentially what you want to do is just to eliminate, what you call it, outcomes
Remember,
or
babies' lives
consequences.
matter.
BLM.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
The true
That's
BLM.
right.
Which, by the way, you can get your official Speakeasy merch. The BLM is live on the store. Make sure you get your shit
Oh,
to
it's
that.
merch
And
now. I
limited
gotta get it.
edition stuff as well. You know, so once it's gone, it's gone,
Facts.
folks.
Facts.
I gotta get one of those.
They turned out good too. Actually, you know, speaking of merch, here's another one I'm working on. I'll show you guys. So
Good daddy.
a long while ago, I had started up a brand actually by the same name for my buddy. And I recently found out he stopped doing it. And I was like, well, I think I should do it. And that's a legit silhouette of me walking with my kids. And I turned it into a
boy.
logo.
Which is pretty fucking based.
It's pretty fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I
Oh,
did it
fuck
already in
yeah.
like a bunch of different colors and shit. I think that's a good one. The Good Daddy Gang. Yeah, I like that one. I got.
Don't let Grid and Michael use that shit against you.
Who gives a fuck what
I mean,
they
they
say?
will. Who gives a motherfucking shit about those trash bags? But they'll do anything they can. It's kind of like how the leftists will do anything they can to defame Donald Trump. Anything. They keep grasping at straws that aren't
Usually how
there.
it goes. That's usually
That's
how
why
it
they say
goes.
he was in the files, so it means he's a PDF arpist. It's just what it means.
You can say that word if you're talking about like, you know what I mean. That's the thing.
Then
A
people
lot of
like
people.
Luke Beasley
You
and
gotta. That's
Dean
why
Withers.
everyone gets mixed up though of what they can say or they can't say. Because like one place you can say it, one place you can't. You know what I mean? So it's like, what the fuck? So they're fucking with everybody's fucking language.
Yeah, I mean, the Jays are doing it. They're like, stop saying those words. Makes me hang my head in disparity.
But it's one of those things where it's like, and like I have to give like credit to like Ryan C. Mullally because he's done a lot of like work like exposing a lot of these liberals, right? That like claim that, oh no, we're different to the socialists and all this kind of shit, but it's like they don't have a limiting principle to it. So when they like try to hide behind liberalism and all this kind of shit, when you see the likes of the DSA, the communists and all this kind of shit, when the even BLM, like the Black Lives Matter thing, like they're all out to like destroy the nuclear family. But what is
Yeah,
stopping
DSA wants
like
to take
why
over America.
but why wouldn't a liberal be against the nuclear family? There's no actual thing that will stop them for that, especially because it's all like instant gratification and plays into all this kind of shit as well.
There's
Which is
also
why
nothing
liberals
wrong
are
with it.
like will die on the fucking cross when it comes to this whole thing of like a woman's right to choose and all this kind of shit. Despite the fact that you explain to them that like a woman still has plenty of other choices that she can do. You know what I mean? So when you fundamentally break it down, what is stopping them? What is stopping these liberals from ending up as communists? They have no limiting principles. Which is why you're starting to see the rise of the DSA and communists and all this kind of shit.
Dennis, I don't know if they did a poll in the chat. I missed it if they did, but you'd have to ask. Maybe the boys
Oh
up here
man,
can tell you who won. I can't
I
be
left
biased up here.
the chat first. I
Yeah, it
jumped
was
into the StreamYard before I could vote.
Andrew cleared. When I voted, it was like 12 votes or something like that, and it was like 100% for Andrew. I was like,
I was guessing it would be
Dude
something
got
along those
smoked.
lines.
Yeah, you
I
didn't
mean, I wish
go.
I could have seen the
I'm
people
just
who were
saying, I didn't
saying
see
stuff
who
on
won,
First Amendment
so
side.
I was just more saying for Daniel and Teriak just to give their opinion on who they thought won.
I
For
thought,
me,
I mean, I'm not a Catholic, but I thought that Andrew won. Like, I'm definitely not Catholic.
because for
My dead
me,
grandparents.
it's one of those things like with First Amender, like you're seeing towards the end where it's just trying to snake out of the whole you're basically advocating or promoting that like people eat and all this kind of shit. But it's like fun. I think there was a brief moment where Andrew kind of put his foot in his mouth when he was kind of saying it's like, oh, it was the better option, all that kind of stuff. But he did recover by saying it's like it's the lesser of two evils. That's fundamentally what I'm saying there. But
Oh yeah, if
like
it's
this
lesser
whole
of two
thing that
evils, then you should choose that.
yeah, but the aspect of like what is it actually promoting? What is the virtues in the book? That's like the good faith kind of like aspect to go with this. And if you go at it from that aspect, it was Christian nations that outlawed slavery fundamentally, like between Britain and America. It was Christian nations that abolished the slavery. Whereas when you look at like the Arab slave trade and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean, or the Asian slave trade, but fundamentally, like I said, you can flip the script back on them and say, so, well, like with all the shit that the LGBT or even just queer ideology promotes, like, and you're going to hold like this weird kind of like that morality is both subjective, but it's objective. The Bible is objectively abhorrent and all this kind of shit. I think it's time that we just fucking like decimate these cunts to the point where it's like it should be an embarrassment to even like call yourself a liberal or atheist or a moral relativist and all this kind of shit, because even like I said, like towards the end, all they really have is the rhetoric. And you've seen First Amendment do the whole kind of like fake laugh thing and all this kind of shit as well,
All the time.
obfuscation, and it just kind of defaults down to it's this is why I think like Andrew's been on such a rampage. Like you've seen him on Joe Rogan, and even Joe Rogan said it to him, where it's like you're extremely logical, and it's because
I
like the
didn't watch
average
that second
person
episode.
don't even understand the laws of logic anymore. You know, same when it was on PBD, when he's been on Stephen Crowder and all this kind of stuff. It's like Andrew loves to debate purely because there's not enough debate going, like serious, proper debate, not this kind of like rhetorical or like optics kind of like level debate and all this kind of shit, which is why I think
And
like
like the
Andrew is so
reason
prominent
that
now.
Charlie Kirk was so vehement on getting people to talk with each other, because no one was actually talking with each other at the time. And he's like, okay, then let's start talking.
No, I'd
That's
say
why he
it
was
was
a
even kind
diamond
of,
in the rough.
I would say it was even kind of more fundamental than that, because like bear in mind with like Charlie, like Crowder was doing the college campuses before Charlie, but the
Oh
main
yeah, true
difference
that.
the main difference between them was that like Charlie basically had an answer for every single slogan they had. If you look at like all these leftist arguments, all it
He shot down
is
every single
slogans.
one of them.
But it's the fact that
Oh
like if
yeah,
you
they
had a
do use
logical
keywords
answer,
constantly, buzzwords.
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like the whole like your body, my body, my choice. But there's a
Yeah.
logical counter to that, which is why I'm saying is that you still have choices. We're just not giving you the
Mm-hmm.
choice that you want, which is to kill your kid, become a murderer, essentially. You know what I mean? And this is another thing. Like on X, I seen a banger where it's one of the things like what like opinions you have that would have like that the whole crowd turned against you, and it's having an abortion doesn't mean you're not a mother. It just means that you're the mother of a dead child. That shit really pisses feminists off. And it's like I
Oh,
said, this whole thing
anything
of
like
like
that. That means you are
running
my
away from
misogynist.
accountability, running away from responsibility. You know what I mean? And like I said, man, in terms of like the key issues that we're facing, Like that's kind of like one side to it. Another side to it is this whole kind of degeneracy is kind of like the polite way of phrasing it. But I highly recommend everybody check out Jake when he went to Madrid, because they're literally taking the piss, man. Like it's literally just like naked dudes walking around with kids there and all this kind of shit. And it's like, how is this not PDF? You know?
Oh,
On the
that's
opposite
gross.
side to it, the economically as well, like that's a whole fucking ordeal to it too, where they basically, like, fundamentally the best way to destroy your country economically is to go and this route of like socialism, and what you're seeing like being employed in New York and all this kind of shit. We'll give you like a bunch of like free shit, which is just basically the people that are actually producing and creating wealth in the nation or the state. We're just going to rob off them and then give to the things. And then you have the whole aspect of like democracy, which puts that under a tremendous amount of pressure, where people then have to question themselves of like, what's stopping people just voting to use the government or the monopoly of force to just get themselves more shit. You know what I mean? That's why America has the checks and balances. That direct democracy is a fucking terrible idea. You know?
America needs to find a way to get Mamdani out of it. Just out of the country.
But that's why I kind of, because if they were to just like artificially try to remove him from office, then like the Republicans are no better than what the Democrats were doing against Trump with the whole like lawfare and all that kind of shit. So it is kind of one of those things where it's like you want them to kind of feel the pain of socialism to the point where they learn their lesson per se. And you're starting to see that with the likes of like Bill Maher or whatever the fuck his name is. Even he's starting to complain about it now and all this kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is that like when people get ideologically captured, they don't really give a fuck. Like they'll blame like any sorts of like oppression or any kind of like hardship and all this kind of shit just squarely at the feet of capitalism. You know what I mean?
Always capitalism is the bad guy now. Mainly in
But
America.
likewise on the right wing front, like, and this is what I was pointing out in previous debates as well, is there is another avenue for like the communists to give a right wing interpretation, the same way that like liberals will play the field in terms of if they're addressing a right wing audience, they'll give libertarian arguments, and if they're addressing a left wing argument, they'll give liberal arguments. The same thing you can do with communism, where it's like left wing is communism, but then the right wing version of that is that anarcho capitalism, where it's like no state, but we're all still capitalists and all this kind of shit. So they sound like the right wing and they sound like they're capitalists, but they're not really. They still want the same goals as communists. Whereas the sensible position is to find that like perfect middle where you identify what does need to be nationalized, and then everything else is just fully capitalist. Because like the one thing that pissed the Democrats off was Trump with the tariffs thing, and I remember I had multiple debates on that, where they were kind of saying, oh, it's going to be so much more expensive for like the end consumer and all this kind of shit. But the silver bullet to that was like, any American products are going to remain the same price.
Tariffs are so based.
And like tariffs is the only thing you can do, or the only thing you can use realistically that protects like your domestic economy. So why the fuck, as a capitalist or as a nationalist, why the fuck would you want the likes of China to undermine your industry? You don't, which is why you need tariffs. And in certain other areas like Lockheed Martin, which I've explained before, and all this kind of shit, like your military, like you're basically your industry that produces for your military, you never want to see that go fully capitalist, because then all of a sudden they're selling shit to the likes of China, they're selling shit to the likes of Russia for more profit. So like this whole thing of like laissez-faire or like free market capitalism ain't such a great idea, particularly when you have the likes of George Soros and Alex Soros, who are essentially global capitalists. They can play this they play the globe, and they set up shop in China, use cheap labor from China to then undercut American industry. How would you prevent that? You nationalize certain industries and you put up the tariffs. And that's why Donald Trump is talking about getting rid of the federal income tax, because you can use the tariffs and you can use all this stuff to then lower the burden on the taxpayer. But go back to the democracy thing, if you have a bunch of people who think that the direct democracy is a great idea, you're just going to end up, because was it like 40% of the country, thereabouts, like they don't work. They're either too young or they're too old to actually contribute into the taxes. So why the fuck wouldn't they
Or
just vote for more
disabled.
benefits?
Don't forget about those people who can't work.
Yeah, but that makes up a significant amount of the population. And
Oh
if those
yeah.
people have the right to vote, why aren't they just going to vote for more benefits their end?
I mean, yeah,
Taxpayer gets
makes
screwed.
sense. I would love to vote for better health benefits just because I have epilepsy, so I can't work. I love disability, the money. And if they could give me a little bit more than 900 a month, I'd be happy.
But this is the thing, Daniel. Like back in the day, like there were like those like facilities, or there were those people, those caring people that were able to help out in the community, but it was done through the church. Like these atheists and these like liberals on this kind of shit, because they're atheists, they don't recognize the church as actually being charitable. But that's where charity comes from. They expect the government now to be charity and to give them positive rights, give them more and more shit, give them more and more benefits. When back in the day, it was your church, it was your local community that helped out with that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if I don't want the worst option for myself, basically, I think it was mentioned in the debate or earlier, it was a chemotherapy versus something else. So I had a tumor in my brain, a dysplasia. They had to take it out. It's called an astrocytoma. And they're like, we could either do chemotherapy, which of course will like make you sick in the end, or we can do a lobectomy, take out a big old chunk of your right lobe, but not the whole thing, not a lobotomy. So it's choose one or the other, and then you'll be not seizure free, but less seizures. I was like, take the thing out of my brain because I'm not going through that sickness of chemotherapy. It's like I really don't want a part of my brain out, but out of those two, like, am I promoting one or am I just saying I'd rather have one? It's like, oh, that means I'm promoting both. I can't tell.
But yeah, like that's to go back to the whole First Amendment thing, Like, well, they're just promoting the medical industry. You know what I mean? But like I said,
I mean, I'm on so many different medications that I've seen the amount of money that the government pays for my pills. It's thousands of dollars a month, and that's why medical insurance is so fucking expensive. I can't have that, so I have to have Medicaid and Medicare because I already only get like $950 a month in disability. It's like thousands of dollars in pills I would have to pay. That's not going to work.
well, if you have that system, Daniel, we're kind of like I'll end up on this. It's like it's the same thing with the whole tax thing. It's like if you are like the type of person who takes your health into your own hands and you're like you're doing carnivore, or you're doing like fitness and all this kind of stuff. Like this whole like medical, like making sure, demanding or enforcing that everybody pays into the medical insurance on this kind of shit. You're never actually going to avail of this, but you're still footing the bill for someone else, kind of thing. I mean, and I understand like tragedy strikes and all this kind of stuff as well, but like actually having the initiative to take care of yourself and like to take your health into your own hands, you lose that incentive. So now people are just going to say, "Fuck it." Well, there'll always be a hospital
Oh, that's
there
why they
to.
want free healthcare, all of them. Like
Yep,
socialism equals free healthcare. Let's get it. Like, I think I'd just rather
exactly.
have free school too.
Of course, I'm muted. I was just saying free healthcare sucks. It's just garbage.
Yeah, as soon as I knew that
People don't
Canada was getting
realize you're
free
still
healthcare,
paying
I was
for
like, I don't think it's
basically
going to be good
everything.
for you guys.
You're still paying for everything. It doesn't even make sense.
How
And the
many
only
years
thing is
ago did that start, dude?
you're not paying for visits. That's about it. The cheapest
Yeah,
shit.
pretty much. That's ridiculous.
But everything else you're paying for. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up here because my head's pounding. I think I need to go eat something. I'm hungry. I didn't eat today, and that's usually what
Hot seat
happens.
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow
I
Teriak
got
and
that thing. I
Marte.
got that bar to 300.
Yeah, we're gonna do a hot seat tomorrow. We're gonna do a hot, even if we don't hit 300, we'll do a hot seat tomorrow.
All right,
My head's
radical.
pounding.
Yeah, there's
My
not enough
head's
people for a
pounding. I
hot
need to
seat
go eat
anyway.
that delicious dinner my wife made for me.
Oh well, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Is it tacos?
But I'm gonna be sending you guys over to Teriak's. So,
Oh
what do
hell
you got?
yeah!
What
What
are
do
you
you got
doing over
going
there,
on?
Teriak?
The deductionist fast. Going to be
Okay, when's your next
getting
Wheel of
into a couple
Madness,
of
yo?
cases. It'll be after VK this week. I'm switching up the
Okay.
schedule a bit, and I'm going to be, I think, removing one of the shows and just going back to like a 5-day schedule, because that was one
Okay.
thing that people, like my cousins especially, was saying. It's like you need to give yourself like at least 2 days off. So going to be playing around with that, and just again, I got to give a shout out to JS. Done a Dallas recap of the Bacon. We got behind
Yeah.
the scenes. He's got drone footage. Absolutely stellar show and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
shout
you
out
all
to
need to go
JS.
check that out. 100%.
100%.
Fuck yeah!
And just
I'll check it out.
real quick, question for you, Daniel. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
I don't know. I didn't know at first, but yeah, I'll see you later, man. Also, buy that Baby Lives Matter shirt or whatever you have. And then what was the daddy one?
The Good Daddy Gang. Yeah, those will be out soon.
Get that too. Make sure
Yeah,
you buy that. And then also, if
those
you're
will be
not
out soon.
subscribed, if you don't have a green name, all the gray names turn green.
Fuck yeah.
And then I guess I'll see you later.
Take it easy. Thank you for coming up.
Hell yeah.
And everyone in the chat, you beautiful chat, you. All right. Got him. Got him. Yeah, Teriak got him with the Irish goodbye. A lot of people fall for it. All right? A lot of people fall for it. But listen, again, want to shout out to everybody. Thank you all for all the support tonight. Thank you all. I can't thank you enough. Okay. Appreciate it big time. Yeah, I wanted to give you a hot seat tonight, but my head's hurting. I need to eat some. I'm hungry. I should have ate dinner earlier, but I didn't. But I'm just getting over fucking tooth pain and shit, so my body's catching up on the energy. I need to eat. But I'm gonna send you guys over to Teriak. Teriak's got some good shit for you guys planned. All right, so you guys are gonna have a good time over there, and then you guys are gonna come back tomorrow and watch Teriak and Marte versus Lethe and Vigilante. It's gonna be a bloodbath, guys. There's been a little group chat that I had everybody in to like make sure all four of them were good for the scheduling, and it's been a bloodbath in there. You know what I mean? But yeah, shout out to Dragonfish and First Amender too for coming in and debating. All right, appreciate that big time. We're gonna do a little interview with Dragonfish coming up shortly too. Give you guys a little background into what he did, what he does now, stuff like that. And I got some good shit coming out for you guys soon. Like I said, next week. Next week I'm flying out to Vegas, so the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I will be not doing regular streams. I'll do a couple IRL streams from Vegas. But I'm gonna be gone, filming for something good. All right. And then I have to go back flying again almost a week after that. Almost exactly a week after that, actually. Oh, actually, almost 2 weeks. Almost 2 weeks after that, I should say. But yeah. And yeah, you're gonna see where that's what we're doing there. It's gonna be great. We got the IRL Swords of Reason coming. IRL VK is gonna go again in December. We got lots of shit coming, guys. Lots of shit coming. All right. I've been putting in a lot of work here. All right, and I'm gonna keep going. All right, we only got one fucking speed. It's go. All right, go. All right. Listen, I cannot thank you guys enough. And like I always say, all right, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. Have a beautiful morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?